Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority Board to order. Confirmation of a quorum, City Assistant City Clerk. Confirmation of a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming your quorum.
Thank you. We have one item for closed session. City Attorney, would you like to read that?
Yes, Madam Mayor. One item, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. The case is Mayela Para Tinajero versus City of Santa Clara and others in Santa Clara Superior Court.
Thank you. Do we have any public presentations for closed session item only? Okay, thank you. Anyone online? Do we have anyone online? No one online? All right, we will adjourn to closed session, and we're going to be back pretty quick at 6 p.m. Thank you. Are we okay? Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority City Council meeting. And we are going to start with a study session before our regular meeting. So let me have a confirmation of a quorum. City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming quorum.
Thank you. So seeing that, we have one item on our study session this evening, which is City Council Study Session Update on the City's Anti-Displacement Work Plan. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Javon Grogan, City Manager. Tonight's presentation will be provided by our Director of Community Development, Asha Hamid. Quick note, staff is presenting a study session and requesting feedback from you on adopted policies in our housing element for anti-displacement. The council adopted these policies in May 2024, and cities are required to implement the policies with meaningful programs and actions. There are, and I count, 21 housing element actions related to anti-displacement and how displacement can be prevented in Santa Clara. Compliance with these policies and implementation ensures eligibility for future funding under programs such as the One Bay Area Grant, or what we commonly refer to as OBAG. The city is committed to exploring a variety of new policies to prevent displacement in Santa Clara and must follow through to ensure the housing element and our transit-oriented development policy are in compliance. With that, I will turn the presentation over to the Director of Community Development.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Let's begin the presentation. So first, I'll do introductions. Okay. We have a number of staff that have been working on this. Leslie Xavier, the planning manager, Adam Marcus, housing and community services manager, John Beatty, who's a critical staff to us, and he is available online. He's planning staff, and he also worked on the housing element itself. And then tonight, we will also hear from the Community Planning Collaborative. They provide technical assistance across multiple jurisdictions, and they're funded by ABAG, MTC ABAG. They're independent, but they've been helping multiple jurisdictions with housing elements as well as this phase, which is the implementation phase. So the agenda for tonight is we will go over the purpose of this study session, housing element recap, what is displacement, the impacts of displacement, Santa Clara's work plan, update on the Community Planning Collaborative, next steps, and then, as the city manager said, we are seeking council discussion and feedback on this item before we come back to you in the spring. So the purpose is to provide an overview of residential displacement, its forms, drivers, and potential impacts, highlight existing state laws and actions that the city is already implementing to reduce displacement, identify potential new and expanded programs for evaluation, and of course, obtain early input and feedback from City Council. So this is a graphic, and it really describes what we are working with and where homelessness and displacement work. A few weeks ago, staff presented a session on homelessness. It is important to think about the larger housing crisis and instability that it causes. At the base is the supply of housing, and when supply does not meet demand, more and more people experience cost burden. So we are working, and you have been directing us to do more building of units, and we are in the process of getting those units completed. But for every 14 jobs in the Bay Area, there is one unit of housing. That unit of housing could be an RV, it could be an ADU, it could be a single-family home, it could be a duplex, townhome, any one of those. So that should give you the importance of this. Anti-displacement programs and homelessness prevention programs are deeply interconnected. Although our focus tonight is displacement, it's important to understand that our efforts are frontline defense against homelessness. At the very top of the pyramid are programs to help people experiencing homelessness, and this could be shelter, supportive housing, rapid rehousing, and interim housing. And then our goal is always to get people to the bottom of the pyramid into stable housing with affordable housing, production, and preservation. And this is called the 3 Ps, and we will get into that as well. So this was just shared with us recently, the point in time count from 2019 to 2025. And this is a high level. We're still analyzing the numbers. We still have a lot of data to go through. But the overall message is more people are entering homelessness and then exiting homelessness in the region. And I don't want to dwell too much on the numbers because, like I said, we're still analyzing these numbers and kind of going through them. I do want to focus a little bit on the primary causes of homelessness. So this is from the County of Santa Clara, and it's for January 2025. The 4th leading cause of homelessness reinforces the connection between homelessness and displacement. So it's eviction and rent increases. It's almost like above 11%. So I want to give you a recap of the housing element over the next 2 slides and why. The next 2 slides are a recap because anti-displacement is embedded throughout this document. In fact, 21 actions throughout the housing element are embedded with anti-displacement. And while we often hear about all the projects that we are bringing for construction and for approval or tentative map or for, units, what is also important is the actions and that we follow through on the actions. The City of Santa Clara's regional housing needs is 11,632 units. However, the housing element also includes actions and objectives and certain timelines to address anti-displacement. So each year, the city must report on its progress towards the RHNA, and this also includes those actions that we're talking about tonight. So if HCD determines that the city is not making progress on these actions as well as the units, we could risk loss of local zoning control as well as eligibility for grant funding such as the OBAG grant. And then in our housing element, this is already adopted, we have goals. And in Chapter 2, it includes the city's program for goals, policies, actions that promote affirmatively furthering fair housing for all persons in the city. The goals, policies, and action number 13 provide the direction to implement anti-displacement. Another critical component of why we would want to implement the goals and actions is tied to funding. The Bay Area jurisdictions must meet specific requirements under MTC, transit-oriented community policies, with regional goals for equitable and sustainable development, as well as production, preservation, and protection. And then just to give you an idea, for OBAG 2, which was from 2017 to 2022, the city received $5.8 million. So over the next portion of this presentation, we'll go over what is displacement, including its forms, factors, and impacts. What is the city's anti-displacement work plan, as well as the proposed next steps on this work plan. So when residents must relocate from their homes or neighborhoods due to factors beyond their control, these could include rising rents, inability to pay, lease terminations, hazardous buildings, and demolitions. The forms of displacement are three, but there's a lot more to this. There's three buckets here: direct displacement, indirect, and cultural displacement. With direct displacement is when a family or person is forced to move because they're evicted or their building is being torn down. When this happens, they have to move out, sometimes away, and it may not be replaced. The city, majority of our housing development is occurring on marginal commercial and industrial properties, so that's important to note. The city has not yet experienced that direct displacement for lower income households. And indirect displacement is when a person or family can no longer afford to stay in their homes because of rising costs. 41.8% of renters experience cost burden, and cost burden equals that 30% or more of gross income is spent on housing, which is rent and utilities. Cultural displacement is when a new development and new residents change the character of the area, and this is often called gentrification. So there are many factors to displacement. Incomes not keeping up with the rising cost of housing, lack of tenant protections, loss of existing affordable housing, regional population and job growth without enough housing. So the impacts of displacement are when this happens, it could be wide-ranging. Family members of our community are forced to leave their neighborhoods, and it can have a long-term impact on livelihoods, businesses, social networks. And with limited resources and ability to relocate to other housing within their communities, many move to affordable locations far from their jobs, friends, and communities, which means longer commutes, increased traffic, lost time, and increased stress. I will now turn the presentation over to Adam Marcus, our Housing and Division Services Manager. And then I will, towards the end, also talk about a survey that we are doing on displacement. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ashan. Evening, Mayor, City Council. So when we talk about displacement and we talk about the solutions, we wanted to talk a little bit about how we frame those solutions. So one of the ways that we frame this discussion at the regional level is, as Afshan mentioned, the 3 Ps. So what is protection, preservation, and production? Protection is primarily protection of tenants. So what are some ways to stabilize people where they already are? Preservation is ensuring that existing buildings are habitable and don't come out of the rental market because they're in bad shape. But also when they are up for sale, that there's a chance for them to be converted potentially into affordable housing. So ways to preserve the housing stock as affordable, whether it's deed restricted or naturally occurring affordable housing. And then there's production. How do we build that lowest layer of the pyramid and increase supply? We also want to frame these solutions in context with state law, because over the last 5 years, quite a few new state laws have come into play. For example, the Tenant Protection Act of 2020 relates to limiting rent increases, eliminates no-cause evictions in certain cases, and requires relocation assistance in some instances. The Housing Crisis Act of 2020 requires noticing. When units are demolished, there's requirements on replacing them in an equivalent way. There's also provisions for a right of return. So if you live in a unit and it's converted or demolished and rebuilt as a larger building with new units, there are provisions there as well. More recently, there's been legislation that has reduced the number of months that, in terms of a deposit, that can be required. It's now 1 month. So there are some changes at the state level that are happening, but some of them are vague, some of them provide minimal protections, and some of them require local enforcement. So as we step into the solutions chapter of our presentation, we wanted to break our work plan into 3 parts. The full work plan is included as attachment number 1 in your staff report, and I will take a few minutes to summarize it here. So the first bucket, actions underway, means programs we're already carrying out. The second bucket, actions committed to doing, is programs and actions that we have committed to actually implement. And the third bucket, actions committed to evaluating, means we will conduct outreach with stakeholders, we'll review best practices, we'll investigate these programs, and determine what it would really take to implement them. So let's jump into the first bucket, which is actions underway. As you already know, we do concurrently fund tenant-landlord dispute resolution services. We fund the county's homelessness prevention system. We continue to work with affordable housing providers through capital improvement projects. We have several of those in process right now. And we continue to monitor the city's inventory for at-risk units that may be approaching the end of their term. In the second bucket, actions committed to doing. So these are things that are in our housing element that we've said we would do. They don't require a lot of extra study. They're just pretty straightforward. Included in that bucket is working with the housing authority to help promote incentives and education for landlords to accept housing vouchers. It's really hard to get a housing voucher. It's also hard to use one. So it's important to do that ongoing outreach and to address some of the concerns and stigmas related to renting to someone with a voucher. We are also, according to the housing element, planning to propose a new ordinance that requires landlords to provide a city-approved brochure in many languages to all tenants with every lease signing that summarizes landlord and tenant rights under state law. We're also looking at creating a database so that we can track naturally occurring affordable housing, which is older housing that's less expensive because of its age and condition. It's important to track this, number one, because they can be redeveloped, but also they can come up for sale, and sometimes those are great opportunities for acquisition and rehab. And also, we'll be continuing to monitor our deed-restricted portfolios, looking for ways to extend affordability, especially for extremely low and very low income units that already exist. Two more in this bucket. We are, later this year and early next year, we'll be bringing back the nexus and feasibility study to revisit the city's inclusionary ordinance and look to see if there are ways to strengthen that in terms of affordability, and also both for rental and home ownership. And lastly, we'll be assessing the feasibility of updating the definition of moderate income, because as we've heard in our outreach, affordable isn't affordable anymore. And so if moderate income is above market, it doesn't make sense to require that. It should be below market. So our last bucket, our last work plan bucket, is measures we're going to evaluate. So we need to understand them better and understand what it would really take before we can actually implement them and commit to implementing them. Those include, and we already talked about the rent deposit, which has been addressed by state law, but those do include requiring no net loss of income restricted units. So if something is demolished, we need to make sure somehow that those units are replaced. Requiring the replacement of affordable units at the same or a lower affordability level. Requiring landlords to notify tenants at least 1 year in advance of redevelopment or conversion. Requiring relocation benefits that may go beyond what the state requires. Enhancing code enforcement to ensure that we're proactive with our multifamily housing stock, and exploring a community opportunity to purchase program, which gives nonprofit developers sort of a head start or a first chance at purchasing a building if it's up for sale, with the idea that it may increase the opportunity for acquisition and rehab. And many of our neighbor cities are working on similar policies. This chart that we have here shows cities that are continuing, updating, or evaluating new policies. And staff will be collaborating on this work with the Santa Clara County Planning Collaborative, which has organized an anti-displacement regional working group. Here tonight to talk more about this is David Driscoll, principal at the Community Planning Collaborative and project lead for the Santa Clara County Planning Collaborative. David joins us tonight on Zoom, and with that, I'll pass it to David.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. I'm going to look to you to advance slides. Oh, perfect. On it. Okay, so I'm just briefly going to talk about the Santa Clara County Planning Collaborative and the work we're doing on anti-displacement. Just to clarify, I'm with a firm called Community Planning Collaborative. We support the Santa Clara County Planning Collaborative. And this is a joint effort across all 16 jurisdictions in Santa Clara County. So that's 15 cities and towns plus the county. It started in 2019, initiated by staff across multiple jurisdictions who wanted a way to work together as the housing element process was getting underway. Super fortunate the last 5 years to have funding through ABAG MTC to support the work. Starting next year, we're actually being supported through jurisdiction contributions again, as it was initially in 2019. And thankful for the continued commitment across all the cities and towns to this collaborative model. We're under the umbrella of the Cities Association of Santa Clara County. We have regular meetings. A lot of those we cover new state laws that are coming through and helping people understand them and what needs to be done to meet those laws. And we do other trainings. But this year, a big focus has been on anti-displacement. The previous year, we focused a lot on ADUs and built some tools for folks, many of which are being used by the city of Santa Clara. And this year it's been focused on anti-displacement because it is a topic across multiple jurisdictions in the county. People are at different places in terms of where they're at on working on it. Some have been doing this for a while, some are new to it. And as you've seen, it's quite a long list of specific policies or programs, practices in this sort of big umbrella of anti-displacement. So people are working on different things, but we're looking for ways to collaborate. If we go to the next slide, one of the areas we've been working on is creating a shared platform for community education and engagement. So you can go to santaclara.letstalkhousing.org, and there is a website that helps people who might be new to this topic understand what is displacement, why are we working on it, how does it impact communities, what are the kinds of things that a community could do related to countering the forces of displacement. I'm not going to go through detail on the site, but there's a number of resources there. And then there's a link to a community survey, which is up and active and will be through October. And a big shout out to your staff team because they've done a great job getting the word out about it. And we've had over 400 responses from Santa Clara City residents out of just over 500 countywide. So we're trying to get the other jurisdictions to follow the lead of your staff and helping get the word out about the survey. And we'll have results later this fall on sort of what we heard from folks. We're also going to do some focus groups with different service providers to help understand what's going on, some of the current challenges facing people who are working already on countering displacement, people who are working with tenants, and kinds of the issues and resources that are needed to have effective programs. And if we go to the next slide, there's also a staff-facing set of resources on a staff website to help them access data, help them understand the different tools and resources that already exist, and then we're building some new tools and resources. And I'll just do a call up for a couple things there. There's what's called the housing precarity risk model, which is a very wonky term. For a data model that's been developed by the Urban Displacement Project at Berkeley that maps where displacement risk is highest and how it's playing out. So it just gives some way to be able to focus efforts, looking at data indicators where displacement is already happening or is likely to happen given underlying market and land conditions. And then there's a policy toolkit, and I know some of the existing policy guidance that was created through ABAG MTC. There's a regional effort around this, are linked to from your packet. We're going to be developing additional ones to support work across the jurisdictions in the county and some case studies and a pretty exhaustive resource library. So if you want to know, what is an example of a no net loss ordinance that was passed in other jurisdictions across the Bay Area. You'll be able to go there and search for that. And I'll just underscore also, we're with Santa Clara County Planning Collaborative. There's a similar group in San Mateo County, the 21 jurisdictions in San Mateo County, called 21 Elements. And we're actually doing this work in collaboration with them so we can pool resources and get more done working together than working on our own. And that's my quick overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions when you get to the Q&A part. And I'm going to pass it back to Adam or to Afshan.
Thank you, David. And then the last slide that we have are next steps. As we said, as David explained, we are currently doing a community stakeholder outreach, and it began in August, and it'll go through January. So up here, this was our recent Art and Wine Festival, and our staff had flyers at the Art and Wine Festival, and I would say it was pretty successful. We got a lot of people to take that. This is what our flyer looks like. It's English on one side, it's Spanish on the other side. It has a QR code, so you can go directly to that QR code and take the survey. And we are continuing to look at the analysis through November through April 2026. We want to come back to you once we have all that data and the analysis and the outreach in spring 2026, because that will also help inform our work plan. And then we will go to a public hearing in May 2026. So staff is here to take questions or feedback or direction.
All right, let us start with the questions. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I noticed you said something about a pamphlet that we would present and that an owner would need to give a renter. I will say that is very important, especially in English and Spanish. That is the question I get the most from renters, is they do not know their rights. There's been such things as asking for rent in cash, and or your rent will go up. There's been things such as, we're going to sell this so you have to move out, and I saw a bill for $28,000 given to a renter saying that they needed to pay for all the repairs, which was not right. My concern was, I hesitate to mention the name, but we have a facility that a service that we use, and I sent them first to that service. I can tell you offline, but they got no help whatsoever and were not told that these things that they were being told were illegal. So to me, it's very important that our renters understand their rights. Also, I've been asked over and over again how to apply for housing assistance, and that has been very difficult to find. So I would like to know how we would do that. And when we talk about a deposit limit, what I hear put on top of this is a cleaning. They'll first and last month's rent, and then they'll put a cleaning deposit on there. And I want to know if there is anything that is illegal about that now. And this 1 year advance for conversion, I wasn't clear what the conversion you meant. Conversion to for sale or conversion to something else. I'm happy, I wrote down the website and we'll be passing this on, but I'm concerned that there's residents here now who do not understand what their options are and what are we going to do to help them, because we don't want them to go up in the pyramid that you showed, and that has been my concern. I've handled some of these privately and have even gotten a hold of an attorney for them, but I feel like we should do a better job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Thank you for the presentation. On page 20, you're going to create a database of naturally occurring affordable housing. Can you explain what that means? Because I've been asking for a long time for a central database of, we have a list of complexes with affordable housing units, but we don't have any central database of where it's available. So what happens is somebody looking for affordable housing has to call every housing complex to try to find affordable housing, and they have to do that regularly to find the housing. And I just didn't understand what you're going to do with the database of naturally occurring affordable housing. My next question was, what is proactive enhanced code enforcement? Currently, our code enforcement works by complaints, and often tenants don't want to complain because they might get kicked out of they think they might get kicked out of their apartment unit. And then I agree with the report that 1 month of relocation, which is the state requirement, is not sufficient. It says there that you just cannot relocate for 1 month of assistance. So we should do better than that. On page 22, I know state law says if you do displacement, then you have to replace units at the same or lower income level. That seems, I don't quite understand how that really works, because if you're upgrading an apartment building, the cost of construction is more than the older units. So where are you going to move those people at that same rent level? And then finally, it seems to me that there is a need for micro units, which are inherently affordable, that would allow us to prevent some of this displacement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Quick question on slide number 22. We say requiring landlords to notify tenants and city at least 1 year in advance of redevelopment and or conversion. Whereas this on slide 17, as per the 2020 Housing Crisis Act, it requires up to 3 years notice of units at risk of losing deed restriction and demolished. So I want a clarification whether that is 3 year period or a 1 year period, basically. The other one is, you mentioned that the brochures will be in Spanish as well as English. Language translation is so easy right now with all the AI and all the apps available. Why can't we put QR code on these brochures for, say, Punjabi or other languages like Filipino, Tagalog, that language, those languages, and we can put on our website, hey, this is the brochure. If we cannot put all of those on the paper, at least we can put a QR code and our website should show those. That can be an easy solution for that. And other thing is central database for affordable units. I know each affordable units comes up, you apply for this, then 6 months later you apply for this. I think we should have a mechanism where anybody who applies should be enrolled in an automatic, I'm not sure we have that. If we don't, we should have anybody who applies for a particular affordable unit, and let's say they don't get affordable unit in that particular development, they should automatically be transferred to the next development, or they should be informed, hey, this is the next one coming, you wanna apply for that. And other thing is, I'm not sure whether the forms for applying for these developments is standard. If they're different, it makes a lot of sense to make them a standard from city point of view, so that everybody who's trying to apply it, it's much more easier for them to apply. Hey, they don't need to reinvent themselves, find out different information, make easy for them to apply for that. So what can we do for that, basically? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cox.
Thanks. I know you mentioned a little bit of a change of incentives for Section 8 potentially. The incentives weren't listed, and that is one that is not yet started but underway. So I wanted to know a little bit more about what incentives were being considered and how that would be communicated to landlords to incentivize participation in Section 8. The other thing I think that was mentioned, but I didn't see in the document itself, was changing perhaps Santa Clara's definition of moderate income. I want to know because, federal support relies on HUD definitions of below and moderate income, how those two would align. And I think more so, what projected impact does that have on very low income families? I think essentially if moderate income changes, but both don't, you run the risk of potentially people who make 150K then qualifying for housing that would have once been affordable to low-income housing families. And finally, I think the thing that I want a little bit more explanation on is I believe at least 9 of these incentives are hinged on the hiring of this new Analyst 2 staff position. So I don't know what the time frame is for that. I believe that that's a structural imbalance there where we're putting a lot of hope in a position that doesn't exist yet to see these things come to fruition. So I want to know about that timeline, how that's budgeted, and when we see that happening.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the report. Just a few questions. As far as the biggest issue, what is the biggest issue that staff feels that can be limiting for, or can be resulting in the displacement? Also, do we have, or have we worked with the school districts in our jurisdiction to see what they're doing with, or the numbers they're seeing with McKinney-Vento and possibly maybe finding, helping and collaborating with them to find resources for those students and subsequent families? And are we looking at the programs that other jurisdictions have implemented to see what's worked and what hasn't? And I'll just make a comment right now to say that I think all the stakeholders, be landlords, developers, and the city, are part of the solution, right? So how do we work and collaborate with them to make sure that everybody does the right thing, I would say, to make sure that we don't lose any housing and increase that affordability?
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I did have some questions about the foster youth numbers. I mean, I think the report says 2.3%, which, if I do the calculations, around 19 out of the almost 800 people that we had in the point in time count. I looked up a couple of things online as well. But my guess is that number would be a little bit higher when I look at the numbers in the foster care system. Again, this is the point in time count. It's not, that's the numbers that we got. But again, I don't know how we look into that, because I'm talking to a number of individuals who are part of the system or were part of the system. And as a result, for the last 2 years, I've been looking into this a little bit more closely. And I would think that the numbers could be higher there. I just want to know how we vet those numbers against what we see from the county. Also looking at the county numbers for the point in time, I couldn't find the Santa Clara. It does suggest perhaps they'll be a little bit higher as well. But again, we're looking at this data point that says for every 14 jobs, there is 1 unit of housing. And at some point, is that clarification on jobs? Is that jobs where people are working, or is that job positions that are being advertised? I mean, what does it mean that, what does the 1 job mean compared to 1 unit of housing? And is that 1 unit of housing filled and available, or is that, I don't know, like I just want a little bit of clarification on the definitions there. I look at the people entering homelessness versus exiting homelessness, and I realize that people are entering homelessness in the hundreds, by the hundreds, and exiting by the tens. I think this is a very big problem. I'm looking at the reasons that people are doing this. I see that the family dissolution is one, loss of job is what we expect, but family dissolution is actually much higher than even the loss of jobs. I heard Vice Mayor Cox's question about moderate income and how that, what the definitions are. But I think regardless, people need to understand that the AMI, the area median income, which we use to define as the index for affordability, is 180,000 in the county, not just in the city, but in the county, right? It is arguably higher. I think it is higher in this city. But when you've got 180,000 as, that means that people making less than 220,000, a family making less than 220,000 or up to 215,000 are considered needy. That is like a crazy number, right? And the other thing that doesn't, the full story is that kind of salary often requires that two people are working. It's more than just one person working. A lot of people think that, everyone has really high salaries. Well, the salaries are higher than maybe other places, but I mean, still, 180,000 is a pretty good salary. But that means that multiple people are working, and then other things come into play, such as childcare and schooling, right? We know that childcare has now entered the top 3 concerns that families have, but I almost guarantee if we made being able to support your household capable by one person, if it were possible for one person to do that, I think the need for childcare would drastically go down. But I think that all of these factors together are contributing to this problem, and that also means that when you've got family issues, now you've got potentially not just one, but 2 people in a family being displaced. So questions, comments, thank you very much.
All right, I know there's a lot of questions there. I'm going to go to the public because I'm thinking that, and I'll ask you, City Manager, we'll not be able to answer all these questions and start our meeting at 7 o'clock. So would there be another opportunity to get these questions answered, maybe another, either back in writing available to the public or another follow-up session to this?
Yes,
I
Mayor.
will go to the public, though. So.
Yes, Mayor. We can discuss internally whether we send council a memorandum responding to your questions or schedule another meeting. There may be a few questions if we have time after public comment that staff
Yeah,
can
let's see.
respond to briefly.
It's only 6:51, so we've
Briefly.
got plenty of time. Okay, I'm going to ask if there's any member of the public that would like to speak, have a question, or make a comment about this issue. Anyone here in the audience, please come forward. If you do, and do we have anyone online? I don't see anyone online. Okay, so we went to the public. There's no other questions. If you want to try to answer a few of those, well, we have a little bit of time. That would be great. Or if you want to come back for all of them, that's great too.
We'll come back,
Okay.
either in writing or in person.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. We will resume at 7 p.m. Thank you. We ready? All right. Where's the city manager? I guess this is one for everyone. For what? I don't know. Oh. Special order. Oh, the county one. The election issue. Could I ask everyone take their seats, please? Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority Board. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call. City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Cox. Here. And Mayor and Vice Mayor Gilmore. I mean,
Yeah,
Mayor and
I
Chair.
got it. Yeah, here.
Sorry.
Here.
Okay. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those attending this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you, Mayor.
So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So before we move on to our city council agenda, I'm going to ask that the city council pause and the audience pause for a moment of silence for an 11th grader, Isaiah Mendoza, that was killed over the weekend from Wilcox High School. And because Vice Mayor Cox and her family was very familiar with this young gentleman and his family, she's written up something very nice to say so about him for a moment of silence. So Vice Mayor Cox, will you please do the honors?
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Give me a minute here. Tonight, we take a moment to remember the short but deeply impactful life of Isaiah Mendoza. Known by his friends as Zay, his family as Pops, his coaches as I Am. He was a young man whose spirit left a far bigger imprint than his years. At just 16, Isaiah carried himself with a mix of talent, kindness, drive, and humility that inspired everyone around him. His sudden passing on Saturday night has left a wound in our community that words can barely touch. Isaiah was more than a student, more than an athlete, and more than a competitor. He was a son, a grandson, a brother, and the apple of his family's eye, his mom's baby. He was a loyal friend who showed up for people, a teammate who lifted others higher, and a strong believer whose faith shone through how he treated other people. In Isaiah's simplicity, he's what we all aspire to be, a loving human. Last night, hundreds filled the field at Wilcox High School to honor him. They came to hug his family, to grieve together, and to share stories, to cling to each other in the face of this unimaginable grief. That gathering was not just a farewell, but a reflection on the light that Isaiah gave and his capacity to bring people together. Isaiah's 16 years carried a fullness of joy and accomplishment that some never reach in a century. He lived with intention. He poured himself into his family and his friends and his passions and his faith. And in giving so freely, he taught us how to live loudly, with love, with courage, and with purpose. And now in his absence, and I thought about this a lot yesterday while I watched people, I was reminded of the power of grief. And I looked around this room and this field of people at their very best. Because, man, we were raw, and hands had nothing to hold, and our hearts were cracked open. And in that moment, with no walls up to push others out and no one to hide behind, we only had the simple, urgent need to hold on and reach out to each other. And I just am reminded that moments of grief are powerful and rare and not to be wasted. And as painful as it is, it allows us space to love more freely than before, to forgive, to reflect, to reconcile, and to pull people closer. Isaiah gave us love and laughter in life, and in his passing, he gives us a chance to be kinder people. And I hope that we honor him, not just with our tears and prayers, but the way we move forward. And that we extend our hands and we leave our hearts unguarded and we love like a 16-year-old kid. Unburdened, unafraid, reckless, and a love that will not wait for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for those beautiful words. I'm going to ask that we pause now for a moment of silence for the passing of Isaiah Mendoza. Thank you for that. During this difficult time, we offer our heartfelt condolences to Isaiah's parents and his extended family. We will also be adjourning tonight's meeting in his memory as well. All right. Moving on. Reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Council did meet in closed session on the existing litigation item as listed on the agenda. However, there was no reportable action.
Thank you. Exceptions, reconsiderations, City Council, continuances. Oh, that it ended up on a different line. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. City Manager, are you continuing an item?
Yes, ma'am. Item 4C, which is a report from our destination marketing organization. Actually, ma'am, one slight change to that. Emailed City Council earlier today, not requesting a continuance, but would like council to act on the consent item, which is the annual report for 24-25. And then we will bring back the presentation from Christine Lawson. At a
later date.
At a later date.
Okay, all right, so we'll leave that alone for now. So any other continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations from the council or anybody in the public? Do we have anyone online? All right, seeing none, we are going to move now to our special orders of business. For our first special order of business, the city recognizes Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th through October 15th. Hispanic and Latinx residents make up nearly 16% of Santa Clara's population and are a vital part of our community's history, economy, and culture. This evening, we are honored to have 3 Santa Clara University student organizations, Latine Student Union, Hermanas Unidas, and the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers with us to help accept the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. The Latine Student Union aims to unify and amplify the voices of the Latin A community and allies by creating a safe, inclusive, and respectful space where individuals can organize together and empower one another by fostering a supportive community of current students, alumni, faculty, and staff, creating and maintaining open channels of communication to facilitate awareness, discussion, and activism within our community, and celebrate the diverse cultures and experiences from across Latin America. Hermanas Unidas provides undergraduate, graduate, and professional leadership opportunities and resources to Latina Chicana students by participating in and organizing academic, community service, and social events, workshops while raising awareness and educating the campus and the community at large about Chicana Latina issues. The Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers promotes the enrollment and retention of minorities to diversify technical fields and empower the Latin community to realize its fullest potential and impact the world through STEM awareness, access, support, and development. We are honored to have Donna Garcia Ramirez from Latine Student Union, Carla Martinez and Anixia Davila from Hermanas Unidas, and Ysidro Magana from the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers here with us today. So I'd invite you all to the podium here for those who may like to say a few words. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Lisa Gilmore. As Mayor Lisa Gilmore stated, hi, my name is Isidro Maña. I'm a senior studying mechanical engineering. I am the co-president for SHIP, Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers. We are an organization dedicated to changing lives by empowering the Hispanic community to realize its full potential and its impact through STEM awareness across support and development. We have 3 main pillars. Academic, this pillar is important to support any student's academic needs. One of our key initiatives is mentorship. Our second is professional. This pillar is important to prepare and grow students' opportunities by building confidence and ultimately boosting job satisfaction. And then our last is social. This pillar is important to grow community and create a sense of belonging. Thank you, and feel free to connect. We are open to any collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anixia Davila. I am a public health major at Santa Clara University, and I'm one of the co-chairs of Hermanas Unidas.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, my name is Carla Martinez, and I am also one of the co-chairs for Hermanas Unidas, and I am a third-year finance major, and it is an honor to be here today.
So, Hermanas Unidas is an organization dedicated to supporting predominantly Latinx or Chicana students through leadership development and academic resources. We offer undergraduate, graduate, and professional opportunities that promote academic excellence, community service, and networking.
Founded to create a sense of belonging for Chicanas students, Hermanas Unidas fosters a supportive environment where students can access essential resources and build a strong network. Our mission is grounded in 3 key pillars: academics, community service, and collegiate networking.
At the core of Hermanas Unidas is the motto, Poder de la Mujer, the power of women, which represents the strength, determination, and resilience of every one of our members. This embodies our commitment to higher education, the empowerment of our families and communities, and the pursuit of equality in education and beyond.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude to the board for recognizing the significance of Hispanic Heritage Month and for issuing the proclamation. Your support helps us to amplify the voices and contributions of the Latinx community, empowering students to continue their journey toward success.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Donna Garcia Ramirez, and I'm a sophomore attending Santa Clara University, where I am one of the chairs of the Latina Student Union. It is an honor to be here with you all, and I would like to thank Mayor Lisa Gilmore and everyone on Santa Clara City Council for inviting me here today. More importantly, I thank you for taking the time to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, a month that means so much to me and to the thousands of people in Santa Clara who are proud of their Latino heritage. At Santa Clara, I had the privilege of joining our Latina Student Union, where I felt an immediate connection to the people around me. Hearing everyone's stories and upbringings was so inspiring. What touched me the most was hearing the struggles that many of my peers faced growing up, yet the way they were able to persevere, grow, and end up at an institution like Santa Clara. LSU became like a home to me, and I learned how my voice, my story, and my upbringing was valued, heard, and celebrated. I come from a low-income family where my Mexican mother came here seeking a better life, and my Salvadorian father came here fleeing from the war. Despite my parents' struggles, they were able to provide me with everything I needed in order to succeed. They gave me a sense of pride in my cultura, and they taught me that no matter what we may go through, I have the potential to have a life they didn't have the opportunity to have. My story is one of many stories that students carry with them at Santa Clara. At the Latina Student Union at Santa Clara, we aim to unify and amplify the voices of Latina community and our allies, creating a safe, inclusive, and respectful space where we can organize together and empower one another. We strive to achieve this by fostering a supportive community of current SCU students, alumni, faculty, and staff, creating and maintaining an open channels of communication to facilitate awareness, discussion, and activism. On behalf of the Latina Student Union, I say thank you for taking the time to recognize this important month and for continuing the work of building a city where diversity is not just acknowledged, but celebrated as a strength. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much for all of you for being here today and telling us about the incredible work that all your organizations are doing and how you're enriching the lives of the Hispanic community here in Santa Clara. So I would like you all to please join us up here so I can present you with these proclamations. We have one for each of the groups, and we can take a photo. Please join us. All right, that's our first one. We typically don't take public comment after our special orders of business, but I would invite anyone who would like to make a public comment on any of our special orders of business to do it under public presentations, which is shortly after our special orders of business. All right, our next special order of business is item 3B, and that is, we are declaring September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. This month is a time to honor the courage of the hundreds of thousands of children who are facing cancer, survived cancer, or were taken too soon. It's also a time to acknowledge the strength of all the pediatric patients, their families, and their caretakers, and to pay tribute to their commitment to continuing the fight and never giving up. The Lucille Packard Children's Hospital at Stanford has worked closely with Jacob's Heart for the past 27 years as a trusted community partner in providing family-centered care that addresses the emotional, practical, and financial struggles of families of children with cancer in the city of Santa Clara. At this time, I'd like to invite Outreach Coordinator Alyssa Gil Ojeda from Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services up to the podium to say a few words. Alyssa, thank you for joining us today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alyssa, and I'm here on behalf of Jacob's Heart. Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council, for proclaiming September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. I don't know if you guys know, but as of July 15th, Jacob's Heart actually expanded into all of Santa Clara County, so we are here to wrap your families in love and support. So if you guys come across someone in the community who is facing pediatric cancer, anyone under the age of 21, please send them our way. We're here to help them financially, practically, socially, emotionally, really giving them that peer-to-peer support that they need. We're here to make sure that families aren't facing this journey alone. So if you would like to ever get involved, just look up jacobsheart.org and we would be happy to work with you. Thank you so much again, you guys, for proclaiming September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. We can't do the work we do without you guys. It truly takes a village, and our families who are currently in treatment, post-treatment, or bereaved, they can't thank you enough for standing with them through this journey. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and for the tremendous work your organization does to support the children with cancer and their families. We have so much gratitude for that. I'd like to invite you and any of your colleagues that you have with us.
Just me. I came from Watsonville.
I'd like to invite just you up here, and we'd like to present you with this proclamation. No, that's okay. All right, so our next special order of business is item 3C, which is Sister City Izumo Japan Trip Student Presentation and Acceptance of a Gift from Friendship City, Icheon, Republic of Korea. I would like to invite Councilmember Park and Margaret Horosco, President of the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association, to the podium to narrate a presentation on the trip to Santa Clara's Friendship City, Icheon, Republic of, it's not China on my thing here, it's South Korea. Councilmember Park will also be presenting a gift on behalf of Icheon to Sister Cities Association President Margaret Horosco.
Yeah, and I think that we're going to
Is
invite
Margaret
Margaret
here?
up a little bit later to receive. But I'm going to bring up Dr. Uniku to present with me on Icheon. So we thought we'd present Icheon first, so we can leave the balance for the Japan trip, which I want to sit comfortably to hear. So thank you very much. So Santa Clara signed an MOU as a friendship city with the city of Icheon, Korea. A lot of people think of Incheon because of the airport, but it's Icheon, Korea. And what people don't know is that, I think this is where we are. Icheon, it's actually Gyeonggi-do, which is the province, the county that Icheon is in, is actually a very large county. And the idea is it used to be very much agricultural. So there's a lot of rice. In fact, if you're in Korea, you know about Icheon rice. It's very famous for its rice. And the city itself is actually pretty large, about almost twice as large as the city of Santa Clara. And it's known for its ceramics. I mean, this is something that I learned when we were talking with Icheon, but it's something we really got to experience when we went to the Ceramics Festival. It's a UNESCO creative city, a city of crafts and folk art. It's got that designation since 2010. And we were able to join the Ceramic Festival held at Yes Park in Icheon, and it is an international ceramics festival. It's actually very famous. If you look it up, you can see it. The delegation members were myself, Dr. Uniku, who is the chairperson of the board of directors of the Korean Language and Culture Foundation, and Shiv Dagger. Mr. Dagger is not able to be here tonight, but he helped with the presentation, so he knows what's being presented. And in Icheon, we will go through each of the people, but we met with the mayor, with the chief staff, and also with the supervisor of education, because what we'd like to do with the city of Icheon as a sister city relationship, we'd really like to do the school exchanges, the middle school, the high school exchanges that we do with all of our other sister cities. And hopefully we'll hear some great stories from Japan. I'd love to hear, maybe next year, maybe the year after, some great stories from Korea as well. They actually gave us a full schedule. It was a pretty big VIP tour, and I'm going to leave the cultural explanations to Dr. Koo, who knows more than I do.
Okay, we visited the tomb of King Sejong, the fourth monarch of the Joseon dynasty, and the creator of Hangul, the Korean alphabet. Next one. And then we visited Sinluk Temple, Sinluksa, and after the temple tour, the sister cities welcome dinner officially began our exchange.
And we have to remember that these tours happened even before the exchange started, even before we met any of the other cities, and even before we met the mayor of Icheon. This was the Sister Cities Welcome Dinner. We found there were a number of cities. There are 7 cities from 4 different countries, I believe. I don't know if well, maybe I'll go back. But you know, we had, actually it's a later slide, but you'll see the delegation here. Many of these cities, like Limoges, France, also have a long history or a storied history of ceramics. So it was very interesting to see the gifts that were brought to the city. It was very interesting to see how the exchanges started and how now that ceramics, I mean, Santa Clara isn't really known for ceramics, but we could be. We could be if we have a good attitude. But as the city of Icheon goes into a little bit of more technical with SK Hynix as one of their biggest companies in technology, we see a lot of things that we could do together. The mayor meeting and mutual gift exchange was again for sister cities. It's all the same people from the previous slide. And it was very interesting to hear how the sister cities started the ceramics relationships that started almost 30 years ago. Almost every single one we've had Limoges, France. We had 2 cities in Japan, Santa Fe, and 2 cities in China, all known for their ceramics. In fact, there were quite a few ceramics related gifts, and we almost felt as the odd one out here. But it was very beautiful to see. We exchanged our gift, which was very nice. It was accepted very nicely. I think staff did a great job at helping select the gift. And we have the gift for our sister city association a little bit later. You want to talk about
And we met with the Gyeonggi-do Office of Education to explore student and teacher exchanges, virtual classes, and project-based language and cultural program. Next one? Yeah. Yes. And the festival drew over 1,000 attendees and featured international guests, the mayor and the council members, and the special, operatic performances. And we toured the ceramic exhibitions and joined the Tanjeon pottery session led by master artisan Kim Chang-seop. And also, our delegation enjoyed the traditional Icheon Turtle folk play, a lively performance preserved by the local cultural society. And then we visited the world-class Icheon Serapia Ceramic Museum and the Democracy Movement Exhibition Hall to learn about both art and modern Korean history.
And it was a very short trip, but it was a very full trip. I think we spent 4 days there, and every single hour of that trip was meaningful, had something that they presented that they were able to prepare for us, and we're very happy to do that. I also want to now bring up the gift. I'd like to call up Margaret Roscoe, the president of the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association, to receive the gift. Again, this visit was for the Sister Cities Exchange, the international Sister Cities that Icheon had, and they presented this handmade vase. We actually got to learn how to make this shape, but we learned nothing about how to make this vase. Right. And this is something that I hope will stay in the Sister Cities archives for a long time. Okay.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Dr.
Yes. And now we will give, let me put this away. We will bring up, I think, Chigusa.
So I want to introduce that too, right? This is Isamo, correct? Right, okay. So the second part of this special order is a presentation from the Santa Clara and Wilcox High School students and the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association on their recent exchange visit to our sister city of Isamo, Japan. The Santa Clara Sister Cities Association enriches the lives of our community members by encouraging opportunities such as student exchanges between Santa Clara sister cities. These exchanges allow our young people in our community to explore cultures from around the world. At this time, I'd like to invite Chigusa Katoku, Sister Cities Association board member and director of international programs and services at Mission College, to speak and to say a few words and introduce the students who attended this exchange. Welcome.
Good evening, council members and community members. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. My name is Chigusa Katoku. I'm here tonight representing the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association. I'm honored to share a few words about a recent youth exchange trip to Izumo, Japan. From June 16th to 26th, I had the privilege of traveling with 6 remarkable high school students from Santa Clara and Wilcox High Schools as part of our Sister Cities program. 4 of them are here with me tonight to share their reflections and experiences. Our student ambassadors who traveled to Izumo were Sora Pham, Kim Wen, Ethan Wu, Toby Seng, and Lena L. Domeri, and Priscilla Lay. During our time in Izumo, we are warmly welcomed by the local community, including City Hall officials and members of the International Exchange Association of Izumo. Their kindness, hospitality, generosity made a lasting impression on all of us, truly embody the spirit of international friendship. Now I would like to invite our youth ambassadors to share their stories and reflections from their trip. Okay, Sora.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Hi, my name is Sora, and this is a brief photo presentation that I put together to recap our trip to Izumo, Japan. To start off, we have the welcome party. For me personally, the welcome party in Izumo was one of the most memorable parts of my trip. The warmth and excitement of the community made me feel truly at home. Sharing food, traditions, and laughter with the students and families showed me how powerful culture exchange can be in turning strangers into friends. Overall, this was an unforgettable experience, and words cannot express how truly grateful I am to have had the privilege. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Priscilla, and I'm a senior from Santa Clara High School. So the trip to Izumo was probably one of the best trips I've ever been on. The organization and planning of it was like top tier. And even when I was going on vacation with my family, or personally, it had never been this thought out and organized. So here are some of the things we did on our trip: the ink dyeing workshop, the morning sightseeing, and the visit to the city hall. And oh, I go closer. Okay. So one of the most memorable parts of my trip was me personally going to Izumo Taisha and visiting all the schools. Like, I was a little bit nervous at first, but they were all just so incredibly kind and like welcoming despite the language barrier. They included me, asked me questions, and we're always willing to help. Their respect and care was unlike anything I've ever experienced in the US. And Izumo Taisha was amazing. It was so luscious. There was so much greenery, and I appreciated learning, a little bit about the culture, and I loved all the shrines and temples, which is something I don't get to see here. And I'm truly grateful for this unforgettable experience. It's had such a huge impact on me, and I've shared it with everyone I know. And because of that, now students at Santa Clara High School are now more committed than ever to spread the word and get others involved. And we're so excited for what's ahead.
You had fun.
Hello, my name's Kim Yuen. I'm currently a sophomore at Wilcox, although I traveled to Izumo in my freshman year. Some highlights from my trip were just having free time with my families, as I don't have siblings, so it was basically like having a sibling. And I truly felt a strong bond from them, considering they opened their homes to me with welcoming and warm arms. My most memorable memory from the trip wasn't something insane or crazy, but it was going to the mall and hanging out with my host family, and we played a crane game, and it felt like being part of their family themselves and being just a sibling there. And it was truly incredible, and I can't put words to it. So for the lion dance that we saw while we were in Izumo, it was incredibly fun for me. I felt that it was incredibly interesting to learn about this long-time tradition and the preservation of this tradition now. And some notable parts of it was obviously trying on the costumes. As you can see, many of the students are trying on the costumes. I remember laughing and joking with the other students about the costumes as they were heavy, and we've never experienced anything like that, but we all enjoyed it thoroughly. Next item, visiting the schools. We visited both an elementary school and a high school, and both were incredibly fun experiences. Notably, my favorite takeaway from it was seeing the difference in how the schools were structured and how it felt more community-based, and everyone felt like a tight-knit pack, and it was just something I came back to America wanting to recreate, and that felt very valuable to me. And also just cultural exchanges. Since those kids are from our age group, one of the most notable experiences I had was teaching slang to them and being brought up to the front of an English class and seeing all the students attempt to put into sentences certain slang words. And it was a very fun experience. And I felt welcomed, and it was an incredible bond. And I still am in contact with some of the students today. So it was amazing. And I'm truly grateful to have such an amazing experience.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ethan. I'm a senior at Wilcox High School. So during our free time, which was outside of like the scheduled planning times, our host families would take us around Izumo and even the surrounding area. And then we would also spend time with the students and even other students from America. So we visited karaoke there. We went to local restaurants. We went to gardens, and we even saw a Japanese national treasure, which is Matsue Castle at the bottom there. And I thought it was really, really cool experience just for us to see just the local area. Because it's a more rural city, there's a lot of greenery, so just going around the area is really beautiful. There's mountains right next to the ocean, there's a lot of trees, there's rice fields. So it's things like that. It's a very different scenery from what we have here in Santa Clara. And I just thought it was a really unique, cool experience for us to have. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time.
Love it. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like all of you to join us up here for a photo, and also you as well, if you'd like to come forward. Many of us here have been to Izumo, and what a wonderful, wonderful city. The people, they're so gracious and kind. I'm glad you are all able to experience that. So. Raj, you wanted to say something quickly?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to Santa Clara Sister Cities for arranging this thing. The team is wonderful, and thank you to Kevin Park for re-energizing the Icheon Friendship City relationship. And I've been to ISMO 3 times. When you all come here, it reminds me of my time over there, hospitality, and what a wonderful time. Like one of the students said, stranger to friend. I would say stranger to lifetime friend. That's what ISMO stands for, basically. And hospitality has no language barriers. That teaches, like, we may not know anything about Japanese other than arigato, ohayo gozaimasu, but it's so good to be there. The people are so nice and hospitable. And one thing I want to say to people who are watching in ISMO, Wada-sen just celebrated his birthday, so happy birthday, Wada-sen. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go on to our next special order of business, which is the impact of federal budget cuts and the county's response. This is our final item, is a presentation from the County of Santa Clara on the impact of federal budget cuts and the county's response. Brian, you're Brian?
I am Brian.
Okay, Brian Darrow, good, we have the right person. Special Assistant to the County Executive, County of Santa Clara will lead the presentation. So whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Well, first, just good evening, Mayor Gilmore and City Council. A lot of gratitude for allowing us the time to come in and be on your agenda tonight to share some information and answer questions. I just wanted to thank the city manager and his team as well for inviting us in. Supervisor Susan Ellenberg did want to be here actually tonight, but she is celebrating Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish high holidays, so she sends her regards, so I wanted to pass that along. But I am here to talk about the impact of the recent federal budget cuts from H.R. 1, what they mean for our community, and also what they mean for our county-operated healthcare delivery system, and then how the county is trying to respond to those cuts. So I'm sure the council is aware, but in July, H.R. 1, or also known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, was signed into law by the president on July 4th. The law enacts the largest cuts in the 60-year history of the Medicaid program, which is known as Medi-Cal in California, and the largest ever cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, which is known as CalFresh in California. And Medicaid, for folks who don't know, Medicaid/Medi-Cal, that is a vital safety net program. It provides insurance for low-income community members, individuals with disabilities, foster youth, pregnant women, and many seniors as well. So it's a program for our vulnerable communities. 1 in 5 Americans, so these are national numbers, rely on Medicaid for their health insurance, and it's about 1 in 2 children. As far as food assistance, the SNAP program, it's 1 in 4 children in the United States who rely on that program. So H.R. 1 does hit those residents locally who rely on Medi-Cal and CalFresh the hardest, but I want to be really clear that it affects all residents in our community, since any of us may need emergency care or trauma services or other critical care from a county hospital. And I'll explain why this law really affects our county health system in the slides to come. So I wanted to provide a little bit of local data. In Santa Clara County, 1 in 4 residents, that's 465,000 of our neighbors, rely on Medi-Cal for their insurance, and it's about 133,000 who rely on CalFresh. There's local numbers for the city of Santa Clara. It's about 1 in 6 residents rely on Medi-Cal. I believe it's about 22,000 folks, and about 5,500 folks rely on CalFresh. So I won't go into all of the changes that are associated with H.R. 1, although I am happy to get into details if folks were to want to talk about that. But the key things the new law does, particularly from the county's perspective, is very deep cuts to Medi-Cal in 2 ways. The first way is it enacts major eligibility changes that will have the effect of pushing many Medi-Cal recipients off of coverage. So you may have heard of the new work reporting requirements that adults will be required to meet. And there's also an increase in the frequency with which you have to prove that you're still eligible. So every 6 months, folks will have to prove they're still eligible for the program. It's been an annual renewal process in the past. The second way that cuts are coming down on us is direct cuts to payments that come to Medicaid providers. So providers like the public hospital system that disproportionately provide care to Medi-Cal recipients. The base Medi-Cal program doesn't fully cover the cost of care. And so the county has relied heavily on what are called supplemental payments, and those are usually tied to quality, and we've aggressively gone after those payments, which have helped cover some of that cost. But those programs are being frozen and ratcheted down aggressively. So that strength, our ability to have captured those dollars, is actually becoming our weakness now and vulnerability. So just to sum up in terms of the way this is hitting the public hospital systems, it's twofold. As thousands of our residents lose their coverage, those individuals will continue to need care. They just won't receive the care through preventive care and appointments. They will come in with deep end services, so more appointments at more showing up at the emergency department and other forms of care, and they won't have a revenue stream tied to them. There'll be no compensation for folks who provide the care. And then again, on top of that, there's these cuts to the direct payments that go to Medicaid providers, including the hospital system. The CalFresh cuts, just quickly, there's additional administrative costs that are being passed along to states. And also in a couple of, I think it's a year and a half or so, for the first time ever, the actual cost of food assistance benefits will now be shifted partially to states. Because of the state's fiscal situation, we are concerned that those costs will be passed along to counties. That seems like a very likely outcome. Or benefits could be cut. So the state has a real significant role in determining what happens here. Just quickly wanted to talk about the magnitude of cuts. So Medi-Cal is the county's largest federal revenue source, and it accounts for more than half of our health system's revenue. And we expect, I'll show you the math in a minute, but more than $1 billion in lost revenue per year. And just to put that in perspective, the county's healthcare delivery system, the entire annual budget is $4.6 billion. So you can get a sense, if you withdraw $1 billion out of a $4.6 billion budget, there are devastating cuts if we can't find other solutions. So this is the math, the analysis that our budget team did. Just to explain it a little bit, this was based on the Congressional Budget Office's projections as well as our own internal knowledge of how many folks are on Medi-Cal locally and the people we serve. You can see in the blue bars there, and those are the cuts to CalFresh, which we anticipate could very well come to the county. That is if the cuts are passed along from the state to the county. And then the salmon colored bars, those are all HR1 related and HR1 and related cuts, including some cuts from the state that you see actually accelerate all the way to $1.3 billion in the out years if nothing is done. I did want to talk a little bit about why our county health system, Santa Clara Valley Healthcare, is such an important resource for the community. Santa Clara Valley Healthcare operates 4 hospitals now and 15 major health centers in Santa Clara County, so it's the backbone of the local safety net system, but it's really a critical healthcare service provider to all residents. I think that's less well known, but it's 1 in 4 residents now are regular utilizers of our system. We operate 2 of only 3 trauma centers in Santa Clara County, with Stanford being the 3rd, obviously further in the North County, and serving a lot of Santa Clara County residents, but also San Mateo residents. And so that's why we handle about 80% of all trauma cases originating within this county. Half of all 911 transports are taken to a county hospital, so when an ambulance is called from a 911 call and someone's taken to a hospital, half the time it's a county hospital. And that is every 11 minutes that happens. We are also the largest provider now of Medicare hospital services. So again, folks think of us as a system that serves a lot of Medi-Cal patients and uninsured patients. We also serve the majority, or not a majority, but a plurality of Medicare patients through hospital services. We have the top-ranked rehabilitation center on the entire West Coast, 7th ranked in the country, and the only burn center and / trauma center between Los Angeles and the Oregon border, and the only one in Santa Clara County. We've received a number of questions. So the reason this slide is here is because one question we've received is why the county operates 4 hospitals, and is that sustainable? So you may remember in 2019, the county was the only bidder when O'Connor Hospital and St. Louis went into bankruptcy. So those 2 hospitals would have closed if not for the county purchasing them. And it was very fortunate we did. The pandemic hit the very next year. And you may recall we were stretched with ICU beds, and there were many days where we were really at capacity or even over capacity at beds. So those beds have been critical. Then in 2025, the county purchased Regional Medical Center, so this year. And that occurred because the former operator eliminated their level 2 trauma center. They eliminated their STEMI care, which is specialized heart attack services, and they downgraded their stroke services. So the reason that the county owns those 3 additional hospitals in each case was to avoid the closure of a hospital or to reverse the termination of critical lines of service. And in the case of regional, we did restore those services. The trauma center is back online, STEMI care is back online, and we're hoping actually to open maternity care in October, which was cut in 2020. But so that's the reason we own those hospitals. It has been sustainable under the prior business model to operate these hospitals, and it's really just due to HR 1 that the sustainability of those systems are under threat. Let's see here. So the healthcare services are certainly the hardest hit, but those aren't the only services hit. So I did want to highlight that the county actually has very limited resources that are discretionary. 21% of our budget is discretionary funding that we can use for different services. A lot of that is to provide mandated public safety services. But we're quite limited, and so the limited things that we spend, both Medi-Cal revenue that's being cut and our discretionary dollars, is really healthcare, public safety, and housing services. So those are the services that are most at risk with the cuts. I really wanted to dive into this slide a little because it's the city of Santa Clara. So the city of Santa Clara is not immune from these impacts, obviously. And I already mentioned some of the Medi-Cal and CalFresh numbers, but as far as the folks who use our health system, more than 26,000 residents receive care from our health system. You can see the numbers there, 68,000 outpatient visits, 15,000 emergency room visits, 15,000 hospital days. Those are annual numbers in terms of use of our system by city residents. But the emergency care section here is really the most important section of this slide. 90% of trauma cases transported by an ambulance are taken to a county hospital from this city. And 45% of all 911 ambulance trips are taken to a county hospital. So anytime you call 911 and someone needs an ambulance, 45% of the time taken to a county hospital. I think what's not as well known, at least I didn't understand it, is the extent to which this community relies on O'Connor for those calls. So there is no hospital that is more commonly utilized when a 911 call happens and someone needs to be taken to a hospital. And in fact, it's between 4 and 5 individuals every day who are transported to O'Connor that way. And it's been interesting during this crisis because we've talked to a lot of different people and folks have many, many questions. And one of the things I've been asked several times is why don't, in this crisis, why don't you just close O'Connor? O'Connor's only a mile or a mile and a half away from VMC. Why don't you just close that hospital? Maybe people can go to VMC. I think what people don't realize is O'Connor Hospital is busy. It's 180 emergency department visits every day, 170 the annual or the daily census, so folks who are on the inpatient side of the hospital is 170 folks every day. And VMC, yes, it's down the street, but that is a small emergency department. It is a very busy emergency department. And if O'Connor were to close, VMC could not absorb the impact. There would be much longer wait times. Other hospitals would be significantly impacted. And so the county does not want O'Connor Hospital to close. Obviously, we don't think it's a good idea for any of our hospitals to close. And that's why we're so desperately trying to find other solutions. So what are we doing about these federal cuts? With the scale of the crisis we're facing, we cannot rely on just one solution or two solutions or even three. We really need a multitude of things happening in parallel. So these, as you see on the screen here, we really have 3 big pillars of different kinds of strategies we're working on. The first is reducing costs and increasing efficiency within our own organization. The second is seeking state support, and the third is pursuing local options. So I just wanted to talk about each of the 3 quickly. The county's already launched a number of initiatives in recent years, in part because we've had our own local budget deficits, not massive, but we've had to deal with different budget deficits. And so we've implemented a number of operational efficiencies. We had a soft hiring freeze. We've now expanded that to a harder hiring freeze, which allowed us to eliminate vacant positions rather than need to lay folks off. We actually had to eliminate 800 positions. But we've been trying to maximize revenue, cost recovery through fees. We are really doing a lot in terms of trying to align our managed care strategy, which I won't get into, but it's the way that Medi-Cal recipients have their care managed. We have multiple plans right now, and there are some opportunities for efficiencies there, so we've dived into that work. And there are many other initiatives we're trying to act on. No matter what happens, whether, I'll mention Measure A at the end, whether that passes or if there's state help or not, no matter what, the size of the deficit we're facing, we are absolutely going to have to make very significant changes within our county organization, and probably pretty significant cuts as well. It's just a matter of how deep we're going to have to cut. So just a couple more slides. Our second main strategy, the state's going to play a critical role in determining what happens with mitigating these cuts coming from the federal government. I mentioned how CalFresh cuts could come our way, but it's important to note the state really does have a vested interest in public hospitals. Again, public hospitals are disproportionately impacted by these cuts, but it's important to note it's only 6% of hospitals across the state, but public hospitals make up 50% of all trauma centers and burn centers, and they also train 50% of the physicians in California. So the state has a vested interest in the success of public hospitals, or at least the sustainability. So we obviously are talking to our state partners to try to figure out some mitigations. Sort of our last strategy is asking our local community to consider a local revenue option. And that's the action our Board of Supervisors took on August 7th, which was placing an emergency temporary 5/8-cent sales tax on the November ballot. I did want to highlight the county has, you may know this, but the county has very limited options for revenue measures they can bring forward. Charter cities can bring forward anything that the state hasn't affirmatively prohibited them from asking voters to vote on in terms of revenue. The county's the reverse. If the state hasn't affirmatively granted the county the ability, the authority to do a certain revenue measure, we're not allowed to do that. We are essentially subdivisions of the state, and so without that authority, we're not allowed to move forward. We do have authority, special authority related to sales tax, which is why this was proposed as a 5/8-cent sales tax, and that comes from SB 335 from a few years ago. And it's carved out from the local 2% cap, which means that this measure does not affect local jurisdictions' ability to place anything on the ballot for themselves. I think folks know that there's a 2% cap for local sales taxes. This is carved out from that. We've gotten that question a little. The last point I want to make on the sales tax is a common question we received is, aren't sales taxes regressive? It is true that sales taxes do hit lower in terms of the percentage of your income that goes towards that tax. It's higher for lower income households. That is true than higher income households. I did want to highlight that the sort of essential expenditures that a low-income family and all families need to spend money on, rent, childcare, groceries, utilities, those are all not taxed in terms of sales tax. And of course, lower-income community members are the hardest hit and most in need of county services, so at most at risk from the HR1 cuts. This is my last slide. I won't read through it. I just want to say we are facing a true healthcare emergency, and the question of if this is an emergency or not was actually litigated in court recently. There was a petitioner who challenged Measure A being put on the ballot, which was done under an emergency ordinance because it's a special election, and they challenged this isn't an emergency, and the court sided with the county reviewing our materials and agreed that this is a crisis situation. So that is where we're at. I really want to leave folks, kind of one of the most important things I think can be a misnomer with the kinds of cuts that came down. But I want to leave folks with one fact, which is everyone's care is at risk. And it's because a point I was making earlier, regardless of what insurance you have, if emergency departments are closing, if trauma centers are closing, that impacts your timeliness to care, it impacts your ability to get there quickly, and those minutes really, really matter. So the perspective we have here is at the county was that once HR1 passed, we really were, especially after the Senate amendments, because the Senate really did make it worse. But we knew we had a storm coming. It's not coming tomorrow, but it's coming very soon. And the extent to which we can weather that storm is related to how well we can plan as a county and a community for those impacts. So thank you so much for providing the time today for us to kind of update you on where things are, and happy to answer any questions.
We don't take questions for the special orders of business, but thank you so much. We appreciate it. And anybody that wants to speak on this item will be able to do so under public presentations in just a few minutes. But thank you so much for the presentation. All right, we're going to move on now to our consent calendar. All items are approved. with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Do we have any items pulled for discussion? Councilmember Gonzalez?
I was just going to make a motion, but to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Vice Mayor Cox?
I'd like to pull item 4B for discussion. That is to note and file the city auditor's office report on the audit of the city building permitting process. I also need to mention that under our counsel of the attorney, I did ask about my potential recusal from items 4J and 4K, and he said those would be fine for me to participate in, so I will continue to do so.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
I was actually going to also pull 4B.
Well, it's pulled. Okay. Anybody else want to pull an item for discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Gonzalez. City Clerk, I think you're supposed to read that, right? We've got to get back in the swing of things now, right? And a second by Councilmember Chahal. Noting 4B is pulled.
Okay, so we're noting 4B is being pulled and approving the balance of the consent calendar, which includes the stadium items as well.
Okay. Please register your vote. And that's unanimously approved. Thank you very much. Now we're going on to public presentations. I think we have a few public presentations this evening. We'll start with the cards of those who have submitted cards, and then I'll ask openly if anyone else would like to speak, and then we'll go online. So, okay. We're going to start with Peter Friedrich, followed by Brian Darby. Welcome.
Question. Would the city of Santa Clara bring a chapter of the Proud Boys into its police department to stage a photo op with the officers? That would be disturbing enough, but for all its faults, at least the Proud Boys is an American outfit, right? So would the city of Santa Clara recognize and legitimize a local cell of the Chinese Communist Party by bringing them into these chambers, awarding them with a resolution, and platforming them here? No doubt city officials would not do that. Why? Because you know what the Proud Boys stand for, and you know whose interests the CCP represents. So then why has the city of Santa Clara repeatedly engaged with the local cell of an organization called the HSS? And did you know that the HSS is the American wing of India's RSS? The RSS, according to the civil rights group Justice for All, is the largest paramilitary organization in the world and follows an ideology called Hindutva, which is a fascist, Nazi-inspired majoritarian ideology that the HSS also embraces. Congressman Ro Khanna notably says it is a duty to reject Hindutva. Were city officials unaware of this when they welcomed the HSS for photo ops at local police stations and recently applauded them right here in these very chambers? Of course, the HSS is not forthcoming about its RSS ties. As political scientist Dr. Christoph Jafferlo explains, the HSS is the RSS operated under a different name, but it will strive to mask the links they have with the RSS to avoid being overtly stigmatized. Stigmatized indeed, since the RSS in India is rapidly implementing its Hindutva agenda to make it hell on earth for minorities like Christians, Muslims, and Sikhs, all with the goal of ultimately exterminating them. And yet Hindutva is not just a problem for Indians in India. It impacts us here in America, in California, in Santa Clara. The HSS and associated groups host tours of hate speakers from India who spew Islamophobia, work to manipulate school curriculum to teach a supremacist version of history, and push for state and federal legislation that would label critics of Hindutva as bigots. One of the HSS's associates is the Hindu American Foundation, which Harper's Magazine explains is closely connected in word and spirit to the RSS and its spin-offs, and which lobbies against efforts to squash criticism and critics of Hindutva. No wonder that groups like HAF are opposing California's SB 509, which would curb transnational repression. They don't care that Californians like me are targeted by India's spy agency for criticizing Hindutva, or that some American critics are even targeted for assassination. Instead, HAF and HSS want to protect and advance the interests of that supremacist ideology of Hindutva. And when the city of Santa Clara platforms and praises the HSS, it's unwittingly playing into their agenda. If you would not platform and praise the Proud Boys or the CCP, then ethically you ought to think thrice before doing it again for the HSS, knowing as you do now that it is the international wing of that murderous Hindu nationalist paramilitary, the RSS. And I have for every member a information packet.
Please give it to our city clerk. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Brian, you're next, followed by Howard. Welcome.
Hi. I got suspenders on today. I was going to come up here with a 49er rant because they spent $15 million over the last some odd years on elections. And I hope you all don't read comments about you folks on pages, because I can't believe that about you. I'm a fairly naive person in a lot of ways. Mr. Gonzalez knows me from many meetings where we were actually speaking, and the timers on the lights went out because it was like 1 o'clock or 1:30 late into the evening because we cared about people. One thing that's true, and I have always considered this probably one of the biggest sins I ever committed, is that I don't have a lot of money. If I had a lot of money, my mom, who had cancer and I took care of, would have died at home like she wanted. I just did not have the money to take care of it. And I personally will never forgive myself for that. And I say that publicly now because she's gone. If she was here, she would drag me out by the ear. I wish I could write a check to take care of the hospitals, because I've been in a few of them. I said this, I think, last time. I'm not sure if I used it, but we are all mortal. Jack Kennedy said that, and he died way before his time. We had a young man, Mr. Kirk, was just assassinated. I watched President Reagan, or God forgive me, I watched President Trump's speech to the UN today. And then I watched how Tylenol causes autism, if it's linked. We are in a different world. And it is no fault, because Mr. Trump won, and he is the president, and I respect that. And I agree with some of the things he says. I will never let myself believe that the people who voted for him are fascists. That's half of America. I just wish the other half would believe that we're not all evil, because we're not. We're people trying to get by the best way we can. We have to learn that, because if we don't, like I've said, everything we do here is moot. If we don't learn that, especially in a nuclear age, we really do need to think about it. And that's probably the most important thing you can do with those sister cities, is break down the walls. Sorry I was so disjointed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And your suspenders look nice. All right, Howie, please come forward, followed by Dan.
Hello, everybody. It's that time of year that I come in. I thank everybody in the city, the Culture Commission, for all the work they sent my way, putting on them concerts and the downtown street dance, and having certain mayor and city council person coming out and having fun and buying hot dogs and loading up my tip jar pretty good. But anyway, the Parks and Recs, the hard work they put in to help me out. We just did that park opening up here. That was fun. The city gave away 100 hot dogs. Should have been there. But anyway, another thing is the chief of police came out this weekend. Oh yeah, the mayor and Kelly Cox, District 6, stopped by and said hi and ran away. They did not get no hot dogs, no tip jar.
We didn't have any cash, all right.
That's okay, I take cards. But anyway, it was cool because the chief of police stopped by, see how I'm doing, how things are going out there. And in conversation, we were talking, and he presented me with his challenge coin, which is pretty good. If you don't know what a challenge coin is, look it up. But then I look at the webpage later, and right off the bat, somebody's talking about a 30-year-old murder in New Mexico. Another guy's mad because NFL referees are cheaters. But you know, that was my day. Having a chief come by, seeing a small business, checking on a small business. And here these guys post something like negative. So they come and they crap on my day. It's my parade. They crap all over it. So all I gotta say, may the bluebird of happiness shit in their Cheerios.
Thank you, Howard. Thank you, Howard.
I'm sorry.
I know.
You guys know I normally don't say bad words, but that was really irritating to me. And if anybody sees me and the city attorney and city manager, we're just having fun. We poke at each other. Nothing big deal. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard.
Oh, I ran that perfect.
Perfect. It was perfect. Thank you. All right, next we have Dan, followed by Kirk. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, City Management, City Attorney. And I'll keep this PG. I'm here to dispel one incorrect argument in the latest effort to unseat a sitting council member. The author blames Councilmember Jane for empty promises, quote unquote, of downtown revitalization that have delivered nothing but expense, end quote. The author of this sentence does not know of planning to bring back this downtown. Councilmember Jane was there every time we asked him, as were you all. He was instrumental in form-based code, potential transit connections to the Santa Clara train station, and pushing for the RFP to be released on blocks A and B. I want to say that I would be up here for any of you before me because each one of you have helped us in our return to create an amazing downtown over these last 10 years. To blame one member for the reason the downtown has not been built is like blaming him for why the related project has not been built. To quote James Carville, it's the economy, stupid. The plan is done. SUDS, many of you, city management, and staff are pushing for the RFP, and we thank you all, and thank SUDS for this. The recall is based on integrity, accountability, and putting the community first. Councilmember Jane has shown this volunteer group and everyone who wants this downtown returned all of these strengths. Thank you.
Thank you. Kurt, followed by Kathy Padone. Welcome. And you have a PowerPoint and it's up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I put up for you here the aerial shot, kind of a rendering that was done by Steinberg Hart, the architect for the agri-hood that the core companies utilized for their project. And I do this for reference. And I'll go to another thing on their page. If I can. Thank you. This is also on the architect's website, which shows the dynamic spaces, 4 different areas, the community buildings, the affordable building, market rate building, farm, et cetera. And then it goes in and actually shows live pictures. These are actual pictures from the site where people are enjoying the space, the open space, shed, et cetera. This next shot is kind of a Google view of showing what the space actually is that's not developed. So this is that green space. It's about 1.77 acres of the 5.8. So it's not quite a third, but it's more than a quarter. So, but it is the single largest space on the current site that's been developed or that's being developed right now. And what's being proposed, and the reason I've been speaking the last few council meetings about this, is the developer wants to change that original design that they talked about to something that is not that. And so this is not what they're proposing. This is some ideas on what could be done if you really wanted to reimagine and lean into the idea and the vitality of the agri-hood space. This looks at how do you lean into a housing development with placemaking, community ground floor, and a community built around ground floor experiences. And I think that is the spirit of what brought agri-hood to this city. And whether you like tall buildings, short buildings, lots of people, not a lot of people, the project was supposed to put another 160 apartments in this site. And this view here that I'm showing you here, that's more like 180 to 200, maybe even 220. But you can vary it. And again, this is what was already proposed and approved by this council. 3 of the members on this council supported this as well. And some quotes from our mayor, which I truly appreciate. They spelled your name wrong. But it's how does the community benefit from projects like this? It's about community engagement and engaging the community in vital community experiences. And something like this, if we imagine and take the spirit of what the agri-hood is and let our minds go a little bit deeper, and honestly, if CORE can't do that, take it back or ask them to sell it to somebody else, and let's try and market something like this. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Kurt. Kathy, followed by Mary. Welcome.
I'm Kathy. I'm here to say I don't believe we should have the recall of said because I believe he's hardworking. He works for the people. Also, I believe a recall is not a good use of city money. So I'm just here to say I think it's very unnecessary. He's a very hardworking man. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Mary, followed by Dominic. Welcome.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mary Grizzle, co-chair of Reclaiming Our Downtown, and I'm here to speak in strong support of Council Member Suds Jane. Suds has played a key role in making our downtown project shovel-ready. He pushed for adoption of the Downtown Precise Plan and the Form-Based Code, which are essential tools for attracting quality developers. He has insisted on transparent RFPs for Blocks A and B, ensuring that the public, not just backroom deals, will shape the heart of our city. He has worked to keep attention on critical steps, getting the city's land use policies aligned, removing legal and procedural obstacles, and making sure infrastructure planning keeps pace with development. These may not be flashy headlines, but without them, no downtown can ever be built. Some cities say he has done nothing, but some critics say he has done nothing, but those critics have not participated in this hard, detailed work. They've shown very little beyond self-promotion. Suds has done the opposite. He's done the unglamorous, but essential groundwork that moves us from vision to reality. Thanks to his leadership, Santa Clara is closer than it's been in decades to rebuilding a vibrant downtown that honors our history and serves our future. In conclusion, I want to point out that nearly every item listed in the recall against Councilmember Suds Jane was not his decision alone. These actions require a majority of 4 or 5 members of the council. It is misleading to single him out for decisions that were made collectively. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Dominic, followed by Wendy. Is Dominic here? Please come forward. Welcome, Dominic.
Thank you. Good evening. Earlier, we heard some remarks about the impact that H.R. 1 and its cuts are going to have on the state and our entire county in particular. But also, those impacts will be felt here in the city of Santa Clara, and I wanted to speak to that briefly, as well as an opportunity that residents will have to push back against that budget removal in particular. So Measure A, which will come before the voters this November, aims to restore funding for county hospitals that, as mentioned, would otherwise close. I want to draw attention to some of the important reasons that the community and council should support this measure. Among them, in addition to the fact that thousands of Santa Clara residents rely on SCVH services for specialty, emergency, and trauma care, almost 5,000 City of Santa Clara residents were transported to an SCVH emergency room in the last 2 years. SCVH provides 60 adult and pediatric specialties, and many are located only 2 to 3 miles from the Santa Clara city border. They also operate a U.S. News top-rank rehabilitation center for patients recovering from serious injuries, among them stroke, spinal cord trauma, traumatic brain injuries. Without Measure A, this center would likely close. 22,000 Santa Clara residents are enrolled in Medi-Cal. They're at risk of losing their coverage as a result of these cuts. And this is also a major employer for our community. The county employs 22,000 individuals, and many of them call Santa Clara home. Finally, I'll just say that we want our public safety infrastructure to be strong, and crisis response times are a major part of that to protect our most vulnerable. We want to measure with an oversight board that will protect our tax dollars from capture, again, by the state or federal government. And I hope that the council will consider supporting yes on Measure A. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Next, we have Wendy, followed by Christina. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Wendy Huey. I live here in Santa Clara near Central Park with my 2 young children and my husband. I'm here tonight to ask you, my city leaders, to support Measure A. I'm a pediatrician at Valley Health Center at Tully, which is a county clinic next to the fairgrounds. Some of my patients are city residents, but the 2 closer clinics that serve our city residents are in Sunnyvale and on Bascom in San Jose across from the main medical center. I also help train the next generation of doctors and pediatricians in our county, in our clinic, by working with trainees from Stanford. Santa Clara Valley Healthcare trained many of the current practicing doctors in our community. There's a very good chance one of your own doctors was trained in our system at one point in their training. But the expected cut that you heard already affects our city residents of all incomes and insurance. County-run clinics like mine keep our residents healthy and productive. The hospital are there for our worst days. VMC is our closest trauma center, and you heard about the regional burn center and our top-ranking rehab center. Those of us with commercial-based good insurance may still need VMC for all of its very specialized care. O'Connor Hospital that you heard about is also the closest to my home, and I was recently treated there when I fell ill. And I specifically went there because I knew the wait that VMC might have, even though that's the next closest. My own father, who passed away from COVID during the first wave in 2020, also received his specialized care at Valley Medical Center. With the cut that you heard already, everyone and all the hospitals in our area will be affected. Measure A is something that we can do locally to mitigate these deep cuts. I worry a lot about access to care for preventative care to patients with Medi-Cal, my own patient, their parents, or residents. This may lead to longer wait time for everyone in the emergency room due to preventable issues that could have been taken care of by me in the clinic and my colleagues, but then they will have to show up in the emergency room. I worry about our own family, our neighbors, not getting timely care in case of major trauma, where every second counts and when we have burns or they need specialized rehab service. So I'm here again to urge you to join me, my colleagues, and many of our collaborators to support Measure A to maintain these very vital medical services for our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Next.
Direct city manager to put a resolution on the agenda, future agenda, in support of Measure A.
For political Measure A, I would be not in support of that, but you can ask, yes. That's what you want to do. Yes, go ahead.
In order for staff to be directed to do that, we would need a majority of the city council to.
We're in the middle of public presentations. Sure. You can bring it up at the end of the meeting. Sure. Thank you. So next we have Christina, followed by Jennifer. Oh, Jennifer's online, I think. The last two are online. Welcome,
Hi.
Christina.
Good evening. My name is Christina Kunanen. We're neighbors, actually, Bob, on Hillmore. Hi. I'm a physician anesthesiologist at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center and St. Louis Regional Hospital and a Santa Clara resident. I support Measure A, and I ask that you do the same because the federal cuts that are coming will affect us all. As an anesthesiologist, I respond to critical situations, emergencies, traumas, including mass casualties. In the 14 years of working at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, I have witnessed many times over that terrible accidents and unexpected events do not make distinctions between the uninsured from the insured, the underserved from the privileged, or even a Democrat from a Republican. In 2019, our county hospital and providers served as first responders to the victims of the Gilroy Garlic Festival mass shooting. And again in 2021, the same providers worked together to mobilize and prepare to care for the VTA mass shooting victims. Last year alone, we received over 5,000 traumas at VMC, the most in any county in California. We provide this service because it is the right thing to do for our county. It is what I would want for myself and my family. It is what I would want for each and every one of you in this room. So without Measure A, we will see limited access to emergency care, trauma care, mental health care, along with first-class rehab and burn care. Measure A is pivotal to our public safety, so please join us in supporting the measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jennifer. Jennifer, you're online. Unmute yourself, please.
Oh, okay, sorry.
There you go. Hi. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. Yeah, my name's Jennifer Hughes. I'm a registered nurse at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. I've worked there for 12 years. I'm also a resident here in Santa Clara for the last 15 years. And like my colleagues before me, I'm on here tonight to support Measure A and just ask for your support in endorsing it. I think the federal, like we've heard tonight, the federal cuts are coming. The federal healthcare cuts driven by President Trump and Congress left $1 billion hole in our county's budget. Without Measure A's, hospitals will close, the ERs will shut their doors, and life-saving services like trauma care, cancer treatment, mental health care will vanish, which is pretty scary, being that the Santa Clara County is declared a mental health crisis. I'm a psychiatric nurse there myself, so I see that firsthand. Santa Clara Valley Health is also a major employer in our community. Like someone said before, the county employs over 22,000 individuals like myself. Some of us do live in Santa Clara, the city of Santa Clara. So this affects all of us, these cuts. The crisis is more than just a few hospitals or those on Medi-Cal. It will impact everybody. And when the emergency rooms close, patients don't just disappear, they crowd into other hospitals, like Kaiser and Stanford, El Camino. So this leads to skyrocketing wait times, increased costs, and decline in the quality of care. So even those with private insurance will experience longer wait times and higher costs and greater distances to travel when every minute counts. So I just please ask for your endorsement in voting yes on Measure A. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward. Unmute yourself, please. Edward?
Yeah, this is Edward. Just want to say I'm glad I don't eat Cheerios. One thing I want to mention is that I would not want the bluebird of happiness to crap on Howard's hot dogs. I could not do that, but I will delete that message. Yeah, he's right. I shouldn't have posted that message there about the NFL and of course, my opinion about it being fake. Also, I just want to say the billions of dollars that Governor Newsom had wasted was supposed to go to the homeless and that speed train. There's a reason why people are angry with Trump, I guess, but they got to look at history about how politicians have wasted so much money in our country and put us in dire straits. I mean, the corruption is just unbelievable, but they really got to stop accusing just one politician. Just look at the whole picture. There's a lot of politicians that are corrupt and have tried to help destroy this country. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next is iPhone. I'm going to say it, maybe, is it Linda? Is that iPhone? iPhone, unmute yourself. Is that you, Linda?
Am I Linda?
Are you? Are you iPhone, Linda? No. Okay, go ahead. iPhone? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, it's your turn. Hello.
Okay, sorry. Many of our council members, including Council Member Sudge Jane and candidates running for governor, are also city elected positions, have been active participants in the Thursday morning coffee chats at Sarah's Kitchen for a long many years. Residents regularly bring concerns and discussions to the coffee chats meetings, especially those affecting District 5. Despite repeated invitations, those behind the recall of Councilman Member Jane have never once attended these open forums to listen or to engage. Up until a few months ago, Council Member Jane also had monthly Zoom meetings specifically to hear and discuss District 5 matters. To suggest he does not care about his constituency is simply not accurate. Moreover, several of the criticisms raised, such as votes on salaries, contracts, overlook the fact that he is not one vote out of 7 on the city council, and every decision requires minority support. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, I thought it was Linda. I apologize. Linda's usually iPhone. I apologize. All right, Louisiana. Oh, you're here. Yes, welcome.
Thank you very much. Dear mayors and members of the city council, I'm a little bit nervous.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Good.
I'm here as a concerned nail artist. I've been a nail artist here for 15 years. My husband is a barber here for 20. And we service everybody in this community, from little children who've grown up to become mothers and fathers themselves to grandparents who have passed away. I'm here to raise attention and concern to the illegal activities and community harms associated with a specific smoke shop located at 2336 El Camino Real, Santa Clara, California, owned by the Fiji Corporation, registered to El Hassan Ibram, called Bronco's Den. This smoke shop has engaged in illegal sales and activities, including the sales of mushrooms, marijuana, flavored vapes, flavored tobacco products, and flavored tobacco wrappers, all of which are prohibited. and include federally banned products such as things called Flume, Geek Bars, Foggers. These items have been smuggled into this country from China and contain toxic chemicals that are not FDA approved. The owners of Bronco's Den are so brazen that they use their public page on Google, the Google business page, to argue with customers about pricings about these illegal items. Most troubling is that we noticed there's a number of teenagers coming to the establishment, and that also endangers the health and safety of our children. There's a question about the proximity of the schools and the zoning. You know, in Santa Clara, you guys had proposed a smoke-free Santa Clara plan. And in that plan, you were going to buffer these kind of businesses away from schools. This establishment is 600 feet away from another smoke shop, which isn't probably engaging, I don't know, but is only 600 feet away from 2 preschools. So I wanted to ask that you please impose hard fines and penalties if they're found to be engaging in illegal activities, revoke the business license for repeat offenders, and remove businesses that fall within these buffers of your plan. And I would like to ask if you have approved the plan yet to buffer these type of businesses from our neighborhoods.
We don't engage with public presentations, but what I can tell you, Louisiana, is that our city manager has taken down the information, and I see online our assistant police chief is listening to this right now. So, you moved, you were over there.
Okay.
Okay, and our police chief is right back there. I'm gonna ask our police chief to maybe talk to you outside right now.
Because they even set off fireworks on July 5th at 1:48 in the morning on top of a gas station. And they woke up the whole neighborhood. So I have all this information to hand over to you. I just don't know the proper channels to do it.
You're going straight to the top, right here.
Okay.
With our police chief.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for bringing that to our attention. All right, do we have any other public presentations? Oh, we have one more online. Who's that?
She lowered her hand.
Who's that?
It was Shelley, but she lowered her hand.
Oh, okay. So do we have anybody else? All right, we're going to move on with the agenda, and I'm going to ask Vice Mayor Cox, you pulled an item. I'm going to move it to the bottom of the agenda, if that's okay. We have public hearings and things that we have to get done this evening, so, and we have to do everything before midnight, you know our deadline. So we're going to move on to our first item, number 6, which is report on community engagement major events 2026 and request for city council action on logo and slogan.
I'll take it, Mayor.
All right, city manager.
Sure, thank you. The city of Santa Clara, as we all know, is preparing for an unprecedented moment in its history to be the only city to host both the Super Bowl and the FIFA Men's World Cup in 2026. These major global events will bring unparalleled excitement, international attraction, and opportunities to showcase the community. The slogan and logo branding effort is designed to capture and the thrill and momentum of these events while establishing a foundation for meaningful community engagement leading up to 2026. With that, I would like to turn the presentation over to Paulina Morales, an Assistant City Manager who has been helping with this effort. She will set our conversation today, and she will also introduce a number of other members of the city team that will present to you tonight about the entire effort that has been undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Paulina.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you, City Manager Jovan, for the introduction. Staff is very excited to share with you tonight the recommended slogan and logo for our community engagement campaign for 2026. As we prepare for this unprecedented moment, as the City Manager mentioned, of hosting both the Super Bowl and the FIFA World Cup. This evening, staff will walk you through the process of gathering community input and the development with our advertising and digital marketing partner, Zoe Agency, in the development of combining that information and creating what we're recommending for you tonight. Oh, next slide. Oh, who's doing the slide? Oh, sorry. There we go. Before we begin, I wanted to take a moment to recognize the incredible work of the staff team that has started this effort before I joined. Their dedication, creativity, and collaboration laid the foundation for the presentation tonight. The project has been driven by their commitment to showcasing Santa Clara at its very best, and I want to sincerely thank them for their effort and thoughtfulness in bringing us to this exciting point. I wanted to introduce Alicia Knight, Assistant to the City Manager, Janine De La Vega, Public Information Officer, and David Knight, our Communications Manager. I also wanted to introduce Zoe Agency representatives, and we had a bit of a change on the representation from Zoe Agency. It's going to be Sonja Anderson and Justin Bronson from Zoe Agency. So before we get into the slogan and logo for 2026, we kind of just wanted to brief on what was done the last time that Santa Clara hosted the Super Bowl. In 2016, Santa Clara launched the slogan, "The Center of What's Possible," with supporting sub-taglines to highlight local pride and showcase the community during Super Bowl 50. The event demonstrated how Brandy can engage residents and welcome visitors while telling Santa Clara's story. As we look ahead for 2026, we build on that foundation with an even greater opportunity since we're hosting both events, ensuring that Santa Clara meets the moment as we host Super Bowl and FIFA. The slogan and logo campaign being presented tonight are being developed specifically to drive community engagement around the upcoming major events. However, just as the last slogan carried forward beyond Super Bowl 50, there is opportunity for this new slogan to continue serving Santa Clara beyond, or well into the future. While its primary focus is rallying pride and participation for the Super Bowl and FIFA World Cup, it can ultimately become a lasting partner of the city's identity. In January 2025, the City Council transitioned the Economic Development and Communications Committee into the Economic Development and Marketing Ad Hoc Committee. This committee was established for the duration of 2025 and focuses on the city's economic development and marketing initiatives. At its April 28, 2025 meeting, the committee formed the Major Events Task Force to lead fundraising, strategic outreach, and community engagement efforts for upcoming major events. The task force aims to ensure inclusive, meaningful, and well-coordinated community experiences that reflect the city's values while enhancing Santa Clara's visibility on the global stage. The committee has been actively hosting meetings to gather input on potential events and on the branding campaign, including the development of the slogan and logo. I would like to have Alicia Knight present the process taken for community and committee input.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community. My name is Alicia Knight, Assistant to the City Manager, and I have had the pleasure of conducting the workshops with the Economic Development and Ad Hoc Committee. So over the past few months, the Economic Development and Ad Hoc Committee and the community stakeholders have worked to identify shared goals and interest on the community engagement major event campaign, which includes identification of branding, logo, slogan. Just want to put the caveat out there, you may hear me say slogo tonight. That is not intentional, so just bear with me. The events, the activations that will uplift the community during the major events for 2026. So the first few meetings were used to establish the role of stakeholder engagement and discuss the shared goals on how the committee can truly serve as a community engaged process collaboratively and to provide true benefit to the community and Santa Clara residents. This slide outlines the tools that were used to guide the community engagement process, but specific to the logo and slogan. So first, we conducted a core values generated survey. The core values survey helped us hear directly from the Santa Clara residents about one word or value that captures the spirit of Santa Clara. The second effort, staff conducted multiple workshops with the community on branding, theme, and slogans.
How many times? That's one.
One. Well, let's keep count. Yep. So essentially, we were taking those values that were identified in the community survey, and we generate to really help generate a unifying theme and message. And then third, staff worked with a marketing consultant to aggregate and compile their collective thoughts and transform them into a brand campaign that would really showcase Santa Clara and its community pride, which you'll see later in the presentation. So the first engagement strategy that was pursued, as I mentioned earlier, was a community survey. Staff asked the community to share one word or value that captured the spirit of Santa Clara. The survey was sent to 57,000 subscribers via email, posted on social media, and to the city's website. The survey was opened between June 30th to July 10th, and the survey results yielded 335 results. And of those results, the top 5 values that emerged were home, receiving 46 votes, diversity receiving 34 votes, community receiving 29 votes, inclusive or inclusivity receiving 16 votes, and family receiving 12 votes. This input really helped inspire the slogan and the spirit behind the upcoming community events. So staff then generated the following base statements that were intended to pair with the community values that were identified via the survey and the committee members. So as an example, Santa Clara is where blank takes the field. Or number 3, our city, our blank, our game. Or the last, where blank meets the blank. The goal of this workshop was to generate the top 3 value statements that will inform the theme and the slogan and logo for 2026 events. The group was provided a full list of values with the highest frequencies. They then identified their top values and coupled them with the top 3 base statements, which are the statements that you see on the screen. And based on this feedback, the group generated their top 3 value statements and then voted on the top 3 statements that aligned with those values. So what you see here are the following base statements and values that were generated by the group. These value statements are rooted in the heart of Santa Clara. Each one reflects what our community members, partners, and stakeholders believe defines us. They show how much pride and passion exists for our city in hosting the global events. However, with so many voices and priorities represented, it's difficult to capture everything in one phrase. So every statement that you see on the screen, it's powerful, but each emphasizes a different aspect of Santa Clara's identity. This is a natural outcome of a collaborative, multi-stakeholder process where diversity and ideas are valued. And because the community's input, where am I going? How do I get back?
The little one, yeah.
Sorry. Ready to keep going? Where was I? Sorry. Because the community's input was so rich, staff needed help distilling it into a unified message. Staff engaged a professional marketing agency that has the tools and the expertise to translate these values into a slogan and logo that are clear and concise, memorable for residents and visitors, flexible across the campaigns, events, and different audiences. So again, what's on the screen are the base statements that the committee worked with, along with new ones that they created themselves. So as you can see here, we started with 7 and we ended with 11, so there was additional input. Their votes are within the parentheses that are highlighted on the values. So for instance, diversity, innovation, heart, and future show the priorities that rose to the top. And this work gave the marketing agency a foundation. It's community's voice that shaped the direction. The final logo and slogan will not erase these values. It will amplify them. The goal was to craft a unifying identity that speaks to the world while staying true to Santa Clara. This ensures that the community's voice is at the center, even as we position ourselves on the global stage. And without further ado, I'm going to pass it to Janine De La Vega, our Public Information Officer, who has been working on the slogan and logo journey and strategy that staff went through with the marketing agency to synthesize the data. Thank you all.
Thank you, Alicia.
This one and
so that's to advance.
That's to move forward.
Okay, I don't want to make that same mistake. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let's get to it. So, all of that community input that we received, the feedback from from the Community Values Survey, we wanted to make sure that that was all synthesized and make sure that it blended along with our brand ecosystem. So that's why we brought on a marketing agency to help us with that. And one of the first exercises that they did was, what archetype is Santa Clara? And what I mean by that is, think of a character. Does Santa Clara, do we want to be known as the host? Do we want to be known as the neighbor, the underdog, a catalyst, a bridge? We, as staff, went through that exercise and that workshop with the agency, and all of us independently ended up coming up with those 3 archetypes. We want to be known as the host, a city that doesn't just hold events. It makes you feel at home the second you arrive. The bridge, the link between tradition and future, between local pride and a global connection. We also wanted to be known as the catalyst, that spark that turns possibility into progress and makes the future feel personal. Questions that we also talked about with the marketing agency were, should the name Santa Clara be in the slogan or depicted in the imagery? How do we show the community that we're a leader and not a participant? How does the city and community take ownership of a moment? How can we instill a sense of pride and community togetherness? And should sport be referenced in the slogan? So we really went into exploration. We've been at this since July. So here are some slogans that miss the mark. From every corner we come, game on world, all plays lead here, gather here, go far. All the world, our stage. Home field, global stage. Home field for the world. So again, staff, we went through multiple rounds and different iterations with the marketing agency. Then, slogans that really came close. This one is an action one. Gather here. Make your mark, Santa Clara. Make your mark, it's aspirational, it's outcome focused, it's connecting sports, innovation, culture, civic pride. Another one, on the global stage we shine, Santa Clara. Global stage evokes the prestige of international attention, while we shine really affirms readiness and excellence. It works for more than sports, it encompasses hospitality, innovation, cultural pride, and it's a rallying cry, it's a statement of our presence. And here we go, this was the recommended slogan, where the mission meets the moment. It really bridges Santa Clara's proud identity as the mission city with the excitement of hosting landmark global events, meets the moment, right? It captures timeliness and readiness, mission and moment. They're versatile, double meaning. Santa Clara rises to many occasion. It really connects the past and the future, local and global, while instilling community pride and inviting that participation. So, the slogan, we wanted to make sure, because again, this has been a journey, that it pairs with the actual logo. There's two things here, and they're meant to complement each other. The slogan's meant to be an extension of our brand, not to take its place, but to really elevate the community in the global moment. So we went, again, through many versions of the logo. Should we go classic? Should we go simple? Should we go modern? How do we want people to feel when they see it? So here we go. This is the recommended logo, and we're also going to show you a mark where the mission meets the moment. And obviously you could see it's a modern look. It combines Santa Clara pride with what we are known for, history, innovation, and community. Now, we did look at collateral for these major events, the major sporting events for 2026, and we did notice that we didn't see Santa Clara represented. And so that is very purposeful for this logo, that we wanted to instill community pride. So if you can see in the different letters, there's photographs used. We chose landmarks throughout the city. The pavilion, you can see that Central Park. In the eye of the mission, that is a chip to represent innovation and technology. The blue right there in the SSI, that is Levi's Stadium. The O, that's the city rose, the peace rose, that we wanted to kind of throw in there. Many people might not know that, but we've seen it before throughout the city in other murals. The N, that is a picture of a boy kicking a soccer ball to represent community. So we definitely wanted Santa Clara to be represented in this logo. And to show you another option too, this is what's called a mark. It's a sort of a companion to go along with the logo, sort of shorthand. It gives us options for swag possibilities. To give you a little bit more background on the development of this, we're going to go to our marketing agency. We do have a consultant, our consultant team on the line. So I do want to toss it to Justin Bronson. Justin?
All right, do we see Justin? Where is he? Justin? Okay. Just unmute yourself, Justin. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city manager, city attorney, and staff for the invitation to be here. I'm glad to share the strategic and the creative thinking behind this campaign. When we started this process, we knew we needed to separate strategy from opinion. So to do that, we use 7 criteria to test every idea. Approaching the work this way ensures that the slogan does more than just sound good, but that it can engage visitors and residents alike. So we drew on proven tools, rhythm, and repetition that help words stick, familiar sounds that echo in memory, and using words that can mean more than one thing at once. This gave us confidence that we weren't just choosing language that we liked, we were choosing something Santa Clara could own with pride. Through this process, the contributions and feedback of those on the committee were instrumental in starting us down the path toward a clear and strategic outcome. The line, "where the mission meets the moment," works because people hear more than one meaning in it. Mission connects directly to Santa Clara's identity as the mission city, stirring pride and belonging. At the same time, it suggests purpose, drive, and ambition, which are markers of the businesses and the industries in your community. That's why the slogan feels layered without needing extra explanation. It reaches backward to heritage and forward to possibility, all in just 6 words. It feels both timeless and timely, grounded in Santa Clara's identity and prepared for the moments ahead. The logo takes the slogan and turns it into something you can see. It keeps mission at the center so that civic pride comes first, while the rest of the phrase is built around it. The images inside of the logo are familiar landmarks and symbols of Santa Clara. Like Janine said, the pavilion, the stadium, the Peace Rose, and even the circuitry of a microchip. Each one ties the campaign to recognizable city landmarks in a way people can instantly recognize, while the colors and the layout give it a fresh, modern feel. As you can see, these bold, bright colors in the foreground really stand out against a clean white space in the background. And that balance makes the logo easy to read at a glance and strong in any setting. The variety of colors also reflects Santa Clara's energy and diversity, while still coming together as one unified symbol. And this mark is built to work anywhere, whether stretched across a stadium banner or scaled down to a phone screen. A strong slogan and logo do more than identify a campaign. They give people a reason to feel connected. The colors, the rhythm of the words, the familiar landmarks, all of these anchor the campaign on what Santa Clara already knows about itself. What really makes them powerful is that they leave room for everyone to see themselves in the story. A single phrase, a single graphic can carry history, ambition, belonging all at once. And because it doesn't force one meaning, people can bring their own experience and interpretation to it. The lack of resolution is what gives it reach. A city isn't defined by a single logo or a line, but when the pieces come together, they start to form a language of their own. People who live here see something that feels familiar and makes them think of home. People visiting take something with them that they won't forget. And that's the moment when design becomes a bridge, carrying the pride of a city out into the world. And then I'm happy to introduce Sonia Anderson, our CEO and agency director, who's going to show you some examples of activations, ways that this design system and slogan can be put to use.
I just unmuted myself. Thank you, Justin. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'm Sonia Anderson, and as Justin said, I am the agency director here at ZOE, and I really thank you for allowing me, on behalf of our incredible team, and in collaboration with your incredible team, to present the campaign materials that we think will really elevate Santa Clara at the center as we host the Super Bowl 26 and FIFA World Cup 26 all in one year. So these are some mock-ups, some initial designs that we are contemplating putting into action right away. What we want to do is allow our community to experience and engage with us with things like swag that includes bags, stickers, hats, mugs, soccer balls, t-shirt, just to feel that everywhere we go. The first activation that we're looking at is just really to pose Santa Clara as where meaningful things happen. We really want to make sure that the mission meets the moment. And we want to make sure that when the world looks at Santa Clara, they see a city where innovation thrives, community matters, and extraordinary things happen. This is really about elevating Santa Clara, but of course we're the hosts of some really big events. This right here is the backdrop behind the tent. So just to get you a little bit more focused into some of the design elements that go, they're translated through all of the material, but in some of the smaller pieces like a magnet or a sticker, you might just get a couple of elements, whereas when we're showing up in a community space, we can introduce a lot of the elements. What we would really like to do is engage the community. This is more about community pride. We love Santa Clara. I love Santa Clara, but we also have the football version and the soccer version. Some of my team would say that's the same thing because football is soccer, but we create these signs so that when we're in community experiences, someone can say, oh, can I have one of those? I'd like to put that in my yard. And they can enjoy and resonate with what we've developed here for Santa Clara. We also want to create ways where people can participate in commercial environments. That little QR code is a way for someone to click through and immediately see on a landing page what are all the events that are coming up, What are the types of things that I can get involved in? You know, there's going to be some teasers and unveiling of things that really can only be found this way. So we want people to experience it wherever they go. We certainly want our local businesses to get on board and get really excited about it as well. This is an example of an array of types of things that we can use in a suite. So this is where we have, as Janine said, the full logo, which is mission meets the moment, but also the mark, because obviously sometimes you just need something a little bit more concise, smaller, one color, easy to use. These are ways that we can influence where people start to recognize the colors and that specific type font wherever they go. And I think that's it. Is that right, Janine? I think that's our last slide. These are just samples. We have a lot more behind the scenes that we have been working on.
Yep, and we just want to make sure that it's clear that changes, requests for adaptations, adjustments, things like that. Our team's ready to move forward, begin with activations and implementation of these things, but any requested changes would delay and impact delivery of the campaign.
Back to Paulina, I think.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Justin and Sonia, for the presentation.
Of course.
Okay, so we hope that you guys are excited about the slogan and logo. I think we're very excited as staff and all the journey that we went through to present it to you tonight. Before we go to the recommendation, there's just a couple considerations that we need to share with you. As Justin or staff, in finalizing the logo and slogan, we needed a council approval. There's a couple approvals and licensing requirements that we're going to have to secure before we can finalize use of the logo and the images in the logo. We are also requesting that council approves it, and that way we can move forward with, as you saw, all the collateral and all of the activation that we could do with the slogan and logo, we can move forward with finalizing that branding campaign. And then, as Justin mentioned at the end, timing is critical. We are hoping to be able to launch the slogan and logo at the upcoming events, and the next event is October 4th. And so we are hoping that we can get your approval tonight to move forward. And with that, the recommendation for the City Council that we're asking is approve the recommended slogan and logo subject to minor modifications and third-party approval requirements, which include approval of required licensing rights for the intended use of the logo. And staff, along with the consultant, are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, I want to say something about the committee, since we had our committee meeting yesterday. And I first want to say thank you so much even to the ZOE, the branding organization, because even from yesterday, seeing the soccer ball and the football, and those were feedbacks from the community group yesterday, and so they worked really fast. But I really like them; they're really nice. Our committee, which gets bigger and bigger each time from the representatives, they're really excited about this, and the committee's very diverse. They come from all different walks of life in Santa Clara, businesses, residents, just nonprofits, everybody that was there, Triton Museum, Chamber of Commerce. So there's a lot of opinions on a lot of things, but I think what people really liked about this was I think where the mission meets the moment really affected people differently, as was discussed. And people like the fact that you can interchange even some of those images in there to meet the moment, whatever. If it's football, there might be more football images in there. They tell us it shouldn't be so literal, but I kind of like the literal stuff. But, and then when it comes to soccer, that you can put the soccer images in and then really create it for whatever we're going to use it for. But what I really like about this is it will last past these events in 2026. They'll last past that. So I think people said, oh, well, I want this photo or I want that photo. I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about that. And the way even the colors as they show up on the slides aren't as bright and vibrant the jewel tones as they are, in reality. So they're even more vibrant. During the meeting, David was showing his computer and bringing it around to the committee members to say, look, the colors are even better than what you see on the screen. But I think the committee was excited about it. They all had different ideas of how we can use it, how we can change it and amend it, being interchangeable. So I think that this is something that was absolutely community-driven. This was a community-driven process, and I know with all the different opinions and all the different representations there, our staff has really done a good job in getting the collaboration together with everyone. We're still going to move ahead because we have events to plan, but in terms of this, I think it's something to be excited about, and it needs to be out there for the Parade of Champions, because we're only, 4.5 months for Super Bowl? I mean, it's coming. It's coming, so we don't have time to waste on this. And I like it because I like the little Santa Clara 26, because it really memorializes next year, which is going to be a year that is, I don't know if it'll ever happen again in this life, well, at least not in my lifetime. So great job. Great job. So we're going to start with questions from the council. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you for the presentation. I see here in our packet, it says the City Council and Stadium Authority adopted guiding principles for SBLX and FIFA World Cup 26. And number 2 is attain reimbursement for all event costs, including public safety, pre- and post-event costs. So when I go down to the fiscal impact of this, it says there are no financial impacts related to preparing this report aside from administrative time. We hired an external agency, a branding consultant, and we also eventually will have an event production and producer. So I'm wondering, how are those costs going to be covered? And then when we do all this swag, are we just who's taking the risk if there's excess inventory? You print out all these cups and T-shirts and hats. Who's selling that? And when there's leftover inventory, who's going to be left with the costs of that inventory? So with that guiding principle of that all costs will be reimbursed, I'm trying to understand how this is going to work.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Well, I had the same thought about who takes the risk, but I will say I was also, as Grammy, up here making a shopping list because Christmas is coming up. And I can see my grandkids loving that. I love the colors. I like the layers in the logo, in the slogan and the logo. And you can definitely call it a slogan at this point. I will make the point that when a few of us went up to San Francisco when we did the pitch to FIFA, I kept asking them, what's the dress code? And they thought that was a strange question. Well, I had a T-shirt from Girls Wilcox Girls Soccer. And on the front, it had a big soccer ball. And on the back, I wore my sweater, but I took it off and showed them. On the back, it says, "Let's kick some grass." So it was interesting that the vice president of the 49ers told me after that they remembered that. They mentioned it, the teacher that wore that crazy T-shirt to this event. So a logo makes a difference, and it makes an impact. And I like that there was so much thought that went into this. And like I said, I've got a shopping list. I need to know where to get this. But I also had the same concern of who takes the risk, who is going to be doing this. Thank you.
That's it for the council, City Manager. Oh, Councilmember Park now put up his hand. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, well, I'd like to listen to the other. Are we going to go to the public for input as well?
Would you like to ask a question?
I'd like to know. Okay, I do know the process, but understood. So I'll be honest, I kind of like all the world our stage. I kind of like these these slogans that call on other imagery or other callback to other things. I do feel that meets the moment seems a little bit transitory. I mean, when you're saying that the mission meets the moment, that seems to be like a point in time. In fact, I almost feel that if we turn that around and we said where the moment meets the mission would be better, where the moment is the mission, seems like a much stronger thing because it kind of implies that the mission is the thing that remains. When I look at the colors, I think the colors are nice. I think that the logo, the font that's being used, I kind of wonder why the S is shifted. I mean, I do know that the S is shifted. I think maybe when we put them a little bit closer together in alignment, it may feel better. It's nice to have a little bit of difference there. Maybe it looks a little too square or circular. Maybe, I don't know, but I think that it would differentiate. It's almost like I would like to see different, when we see alternatives, I would have liked to see different alternatives on even the logo and the imagery. I note that the SSI is all one color. We're combining not just the two S's, but the I with it as well. That doesn't feel as good to me when we've got the two S's together. I think the S's together, because they're the same letter, feels okay, but when we add the I to it, and then I have an SSI, I don't know what that means. But I don't know if it's hard to make the I another color with another image. I actually like seeing the soccer and football, the soccer ball and football motifs. I almost feel that if we could have done that in the logo or in the mark, right? Now we're all messing up. Well, I'm messing up those things, right? But I haven't said slogo yet.
Just did.
Okay, yeah.
Number 3.
I'm worried that we have to put like a quarter in the tip jar or something. But anyways, I actually feel that if we had something that had a callback, like, I don't know, from different angles, it's a soccer ball, when I say angles, I mean figuratively, or a football. I kind of like the idea of we're focusing on these events. We know what they are without having to have two separate logos or two separate, is that 4? But two separate images for this. Like, it would be really nice if we could have one image which, at once called up the imagery of a football and Super Bowl, as well as a soccer and World Cup. I mean, I know that's a little bit more difficult, but I think that's what the challenge is. That's what we pay firms for. When I look at the 26, the 26 is abstract, and I try to think about what is this? Was that a soccer ball? Is that a person? Is that this? And I feel that the 26 is abstract for no reason. Meaning if we had something that were a little bit more, called into our attention a little bit more about football or soccer or Santa Clara or something, but I feel that it's just an abstract logo for 26. And I know we tried to keep the font similar to the font for mission, but I don't really think that was held too closely as well. I mean, the two seem somewhat random, and I'm trying to think what is the imagery for the two, and I don't know what that is. And again, I'm really glad that we had this. I really like the ideation and the process. But I've been in, technical marketing and other marketing, and maybe I want things to mean more often. But yeah, thank you for your work. Thank you.
City Manager, questions, answers?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. A number of questions. Let me first go to the set of questions asked by Council Member Suds Jane, which really involved money, and the Council member pointed out your guiding principles, which is in the next staff report, but it's connected in that as we embarked on planning for both FIFA and World Cup, the City Council developed guiding principles, and the Council member brought up the one which is essentially seek reimbursement. Important to note, that guiding principle is about event costs. We're not here talking about event costs tonight. We're talking about an effort to engage the Santa Clara community. And I look at guiding principle 1 that says professionally oversee these events in a manner that positively highlights Santa Clara and celebrates our rich diversity, right? And that, in addition to the other guiding principles that focus on economic development and bringing attention to Santa Clara. You know, one of the things we often have talked about is the phrase Santa Clara is actually not mentioned a lot around these games, even though we're a host, because the reality is it's the Bay Area games, and a lot of the marketing from others really talk about the Bay Area. And so one of the things we heard from the city council and the community is we want Santa Clara represented. And so this campaign, this logo and slogan is a way to do that. I was recently at the stadium and I looked around and I realized, you know what, the word Santa Clara actually shows up nowhere in that stadium except one of the flags at the top, very top of the stadium is our city flag, and you really can't see it, right? And so having our own branding effort is a way to inject Santa Clara into what's happening in the region and here. We know other cities and agencies have come out with their own slogan and identifying mark. So that's really this campaign. And so this campaign would not be funded by event costs. It would be funded by the city. And so in order to develop the materials that you have, certainly we did use city general funds to engage a marketing firm to bring you what you have. The committee has also met and discussed events, some of which would be city planned, some would be planned by partners. That work is ongoing and will come to the council at a later date for discussion and allocation of resources for that. And so what you have before you tonight is really the marketing campaign. I think Council Member Kevin Park mentioned a number of comments that I will say are sort of personal thoughts around the logo. I will say committee members, staff, myself, we all had, you know, a little bit of what you articulated. I like this, I like that. And one of the things we realized is that it's hard to, one, design this by committee. You really need professional expertise, hence the bringing on of the marketing firm to help engage and define the effort. And then I think that there was a comment around where the mission meets the moment is too specific. I will highlight a few discussions that were had, and I will say that many people thought that it actually transcends this moment, and it harkens back to both the past and the future, right? When you think of Santa Clara, when we were a farming community, right? And the Morris Seed Company, the advancements that went in, this city met the moment of the time and had a profounding impact. When you think of Intel and semiconductors and how this community and the businesses in this community met the moment. When you think of data centers, right, being one of the largest data centers in the country, how we met the moment utilizing SVP and the resources we have here. When you think about AI and all the recent announcements, literally in just the last 2 weeks, how literally this community and the work that happens in this community is meeting the moment to help revolutionize the world. So all of those conversations really played a heavy role into developing the slogan. And again, everyone respects individual, you know, we all like this and like that and would like to change that. And I think where the committee and staff landed and the agency landed is very much a compromise, but in something that we think certainly meets the moment of today, but connects to the past and the future. So I know I didn't hit all the questions that were raised, but I think that's the majority.
And that was a pretty good representation of our discussion at the Economic Development Committee meeting yesterday, was exactly all those things. And I think it was our director of the Triton Museum that said, you know, it's great because what do you see, you know, what comes to mind when you look at a piece of art? Everyone looks at it differently and has different ideas and has different interpretations of it. And I think this invokes the same thing. It really does. When you think when we created the Center of What's Possible for Super Bowl 50, you may say, what does that have to do with football? You know, the center of what's possible. But that's what we really felt at the time. And I think that that has really done well over these years, over the past decade. And I think this one will do the same. I think it will do the same as it evolves on us. And it works well with the Center of What's Possible. So I think they all work well together. They're interchangeable. But it's like looking at a piece of art. Everyone has a different idea. There was, I can't remember, maybe I wasn't listening, maybe Albert or Kelly can help me. Was there anybody that said, I hate it, I don't like it, I don't want it? I don't think I heard that yesterday at all. It was all, tweak this, tweak that, change that picture, change that. So anyways, I think, I really like it. Councilmember Jane, and then I'm going to go to the public. You give us your opinions.
I had asked the question about all the swag, all of the T-shirts.
Yes.
What is the cost? Who's going to produce it? Who's on the hook? And is there a budget for this whole event? Because in 2016, we budgeted $2 million that came out of the general fund that was never reimbursed.
Yes.
So I want to understand if we have budgets and who's going to be doing the inventory for all the swag and everything.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilmember Jane, for reminding us of that. A couple pieces there. You're absolutely right. Back in 2016, the city spent roughly $2 million on its community engagement efforts, right? In launching a number of community events that the city still holds today on an annual basis. So there is a list of events. The committee is still working on the total costs. There will be sponsorship. That information for the event costs and essentially the entire community activation is still being developed and will come to you. I will also say in your consent calendar today, you approved a contract with Outfront Media for our camp program, our city marketing and advertising campaign, seeking to leverage city assets to raise funds. And the amount in that staff report was an anticipated $500,000 to $1.5 million in potential revenue for leveraging city assets, right? And so as we go through that process, there will be revenue to subsidize the campaign and the events. Now, certainly the city will need to front funds and develop a full budget. Again, that is coming to you. Specific to giveaways or marketing materials, what we're laser focused on right now is what we need for the Parade of Champions. We have the funds for that. We're not asking for a budget allocation for that. And what's envisioned for that, to be produced for that, is the branding on the tent that you saw, a few stanchion signs, and potentially some giveaways. You may recall at the Art and Wine Festival a week or 2 weeks ago, we had little soccer balls with the city logo on it. We would look to produce and see what sorts of stickers or little tiny things that we could start to infuse the campaign with, again, out of existing funds that we already have within the city, not asking for a new allocation for that. And so the full budget is still a TBD because I know the committee is still working on both their sponsorship as well as the events that will come forward. And lastly, important to note that someone asked, will we be stuck with unsold merchandise? I will say that I know conversations are still happening on if we will produce merchandise for sale or if we will produce small ticket items as giveaways like we normally do for city community engagement events. But certainly there could be things that are purchased, and we could look to have anything that we produce for purchase, either in small quantities where we can do orders when we run out, or to be very specific on buying items that have the mark, which have the 26, and really limit that, and have that logo that has staying power be the materials that we may have additional left over after 2026. And so I know the committee and the team will work on that.
We wanted to make sure the 26 was on there because that's what made the big difference. I disagree with that. I think that's going to be the big ticket item, anything with the 26 on there. So, okay, public members. We're going to start with, I see Wanda's hand on. Wanda, go ahead, Wanda.
Mayor and council.
Yes.
It's beautifully brilliant. I just am so impressed. And everything that every one of you said were things that I had written down to say before I heard you. And if I were going to tweak anything, and if it isn't tweaked as it is, I think it's great. I would make Santa Clara more prominent. I think that we are branding our city, and whether it's just bigger or bolder, and we will probably be able to use this or variations of it in the future, where we can maybe put different years on, whatever. The coloring seems a little pastel. I'm glad to hear that in person it looks brighter. We seem to have some city colors that have been chosen that are like a terracotta, orangish red, and a paler green. I don't remember all of them. But I do think the brighter the better. It's proven that red in psychology catches people's attention more. However, thank you very, very much. It's beautiful. That's it.
Thank you, Wanda. iPhone, go ahead, iPhone. I don't even want to say, is this Linda? iPhone?
Yes, it is, Linda.
All right.
I am resistant to advertisements of any kind. I automatically say no before I think, oh, I should have said yes. Given that, however, I listen to a lot of radio, and anytime the Super Bowl is mentioned or FIFA is mentioned or anything else, it's always like a Bay Area thing. I never, ever, ever hear Santa Clara. So I would, as soon as possible, push a lot of Santa Clara stuff out. So the Santa Clara name is in there. Because right now it's like San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, wherever, who knows? It could be held in Sunnyvale for all I can tell from the news. That's all. Bye.
Thank you, Linda. I think that represents a lot of what I hear in the community as well. Santa Clarans have a lot of pride, and we're not hearing our name anywhere. Okay, any other public members want to say something? Please come forward. You don't be scared. You can come forward.
You know I'm not scared.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I said it facetiously.
You know,
Okay.
I know.
All right.
Good evening, and I just wanted to say that I'm the CEO of Discover Santa Clara, the DMO, and myself and our Director of Marketing have had the honor of being part of these marketing meetings. And I just wanted to say that we were talking about it all morning, this logo. I think it is fresh and intriguing, and I think it just showcases everything that is amazing about the city, the movement, the white space. I think that where the mission meets the moment has legs that will last forever. And what I agree with our city manager in that everyone does have an opinion, and there is that desire to have some things that are very literal. And I think the real beauty of this logo and the slogan, see? Alicia?
We're timed so far.
Right, okay. I think the beauty of it is that we need to trust that everyone will interpret this in their own way, and that's really the power of this. And I was recently at a very high-profile event to kick off the NFL, and Santa Clara was not mentioned one single time. And I think this is going to change that. So from the DMO's perspective, we're here to support this. We would support it no matter what, but we are tremendously excited at what kind of a cool, innovative logo and slogan that we have.
Thank you. Any other member of the public? All right, seeing none. Council, you need a motion from us, correct? To approve this logo? Councilmember Hardy?
I am very happy to make a motion to approve the slogan and logo. I said it very carefully. And I'm excited about this because I want to market Santa Clara, and we need to brand ourselves, and we need to do it ourselves. So I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy and a second by Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I like what I'm seeing, but being a little bit critique doesn't hurt. If I see this mission over there, because 26 is important for us as a sports year, basically. And I know it mentions mission or moment. It does depict like, oh, this is a moment of sports or this is a mission we're trying to accomplish. But I would say if one of the S at least, if you can turn into a football image within it, that will bring the Super Bowl part of that sports thing into it. And as you know, you mentioned that you can change the images one over the other, so it doesn't have to be consistent with football, but during the Super Bowl, if one S or both S can be football, it represents, oh, it shows sports, it shows 26, right? And similarly, the O, where we have a pink rose, it can convert into a soccer ball with something like, I don't know whether FIFA will allow to write down FIFA in it or not, but something like that. It can convert into a soccer ball. And that will represent the two main events of 2026. And ideally, I want it to be something, because we are dedicating this thing to 2026 for Santa Clara, something like sports, but I'm okay with what you have presented, like tech innovation meets sports supremacy or sports hub, because those are the two things we are very famous for. Like, we are the capital of AI in the world, right? And people should know that, like, this is tech, but at the same time, we are such a big sports hub and concert hub because of the Levi's Stadium. So that I blended, but I'm okay with that. That's not a problem. But let's blend some sports into this mission pictures. That's my suggestion. Like, I know your Zoe agency is listening to that. Probably they are listening to it, and they can blend it. And I like the rose, but this can continue. One of the roses can still be there after we done with Super Bowl or after we're done with FIFA. So those are my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, everyone.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just say that thanks to staff and also for the community that was there represented in the meetings. There's a lot of great input. Much of the input that we're hearing today was brought forward yesterday, but I think staff and our agency definitely did a great job on this. I could tell you, serving for 16 years on the Santa Clara Unified School Board, countless times people said, oh, so you're on the county board. No. It's unified. So just as Santa Clara is also a county, I think the addition of city of really kind of make sure that people understand where this is happening. And a lot of the things as far as that happen at Levi Stadium, which is there in the middle picture, are sporting events. Obviously, there's concerts and other things that happen, but I think a lot of the input and some of the suggestions that we hear are probably things that we're going to see as far as maybe swapping out pictures or things like that. But definitely, I'm good with the logo and slogan, and definitely I'm in support of this. And but thank you all for the input, and definitely thank you for the staff and the community that were well represented at the meetings.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Thank you very much. Again, thank you very much for the input. I actually like Councilmember Chahal's thought about putting the imagery of football and soccer ball. I mean, the only difference I would say is I understand the mission, and I actually like the mission having pictures of the mission. If I were to see a football and a soccer ball, I'd rather see that in the 2 and the 6 for that mark. I also agree that maybe Santa Clara should be a little bit more prominent. I mean, we heard that somebody's listening to the radio. And again, when we look at advertising, Intel did a really interesting thing. I mean, when they were talking about Pentium and they were talking about Intel Inside, they had that dun, 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 right? You just knew. You didn't even have to hear anything. You never had to heard. It was a sound trademark. And you just heard that sound and you knew, that's Intel. And you could, they could have a scene about something else completely and they'll just end it with those tones. And you said, that was an Intel commercial. I kind of like this thought. I kind of like having something that's maybe not direct. You don't have to shout Santa Clara every single place you go, but something that's part of, it's just something that invokes, that's Santa Clara. That's their little sound thing or something like that. It doesn't have to be a sound. It could be an image. It could be a shape. It could be, whatever it is. In fact, NEC did this also with a 3D indentation in their monitor. So if you just saw this indentation, they put it on almost every corner, on one corner of every single piece of equipment that they had, you knew, that was an NEC piece of equipment, even if you couldn't see the front, even if you couldn't see the name, because you saw the shape and you saw that little indentation. And I kind of like logos I kind of like slogans. I like things that have callbacks, and I like logos that have, that are 3D, that have, different aspects to them, and you know what they are without having to see it full on. Like you just, I don't even have to turn the corner, I see what that is. I also appreciate the city manager's comments about, we don't know if we're going to give these away or things like that, but I think we need to have a budget for gifts. I mean, I could think of sister cities. I mean, we're having conversation where if Japan or Ireland or Korea or any of our sister cities makes it into the, into a World Cup game, and if that World Cup game is here, it's going to be pandemonium. But I'm saying that even if they don't make it here, I think it would be nice to have something that we could share with our sister cities that, and everyone that comes, like everyone on the exchange that year will have a very special year and a very special gift. Like I do think the 26 is very memorable. It is what makes this special, even if, we have, even if we use this slogan for other years, I mean, I think anything that has the 26 in it will be very meaningful. This is, so much more, but I'm going to leave it at that. Again, I would like to find a way to make soccer and football into the logos and make it, without being explicit in your face, understand that, this is what this is about. Again, the 2-6, the 2 doesn't really do it for me, the 6 doesn't really do it for me, but I will trust the wisdom of the masses. But again, if we could do something to bring up the events in particular, I think that would be very good. If we want to further, doesn't have to be done today, do things about 3D logos or sound trademarks, I think that would be a nice thing for the city in general, even outside of 2026. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal, your hand's still up. Did you have more to say very quickly?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I know Wanda mentioned, and a couple of you mentioned that Santa Clara should be prominent. I'm not sure that was discussed during the planning of this. Can we move City of Santa Clara to the left where the "da" is? Left side, City of Santa Clara, where mission meets the moment.
No.
No?
It wrecks it. City of Santa Clara, where no.
The City of Santa Clara, where
right
the
now.
mission meets the moment.
It's balanced. Anyways, my opinion, it's balanced.
So
We're not moving things around now. No.
I'm just suggesting. I'm not asking.
Oh, I thought you said, can we do that?
That's
sorry.
Can is a suggestion.
Okay.
Can. It's not a dictate.
All right, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so I mean, there are a lot of things that are kind of up in the air. Like we've been told we can change the pictures. We've been told different things. There's a little bit of input that's here. I feel that, the reason that we have this discussion is so that we can make suggestions. We can do different things. My question is, with the motion, which is to approve this slogan and logo, makes it sound very like final, right? And there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we've got some tight deadlines. I've heard October 4th, the 4th of October, as a date we'd like to get in front of. And I guess my question is, when we approve it with this motion, do we allow the design teams leeway to make changes, to act on things, to, maybe they don't even need council approval to do things. Maybe they want council approval, maybe they want community approval, but does this motion, or can we make a motion that allows a little bit of leeway for I don't know how much leeway is given to the design teams to make changes?
City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Know that staff and our consultants have been noting the conversation, and we're certainly taking it in. In the recommendation, there's a key phrase that says, subject to minor modifications, right? And what the City Council really is doing is accepting the slogan and the basic framework of the logo. And nothing I've heard tonight is really in contrast to those basic foundational points. I like the Councilmember Jahal's suggestion and Councilmember Park's suggestion, as we may adapt it to really fit the moment, if you will, of closer to Super Bowl or closer to FIFA. And as the campaign unfolds itself, and I think there can be very important moments where a slight change will elevate where we are right then. And so I certainly think with the recommendation that's in front of you, we can accomplish those.
Okay. And the reason that I bring this up is Councilmember Chahal suggested, well, what if we just switched where and City of Santa Clara? So it says City of Santa Clara, where the mission meets the moment, which I think reads just fine. But then I heard, well, that's too big of a change. That's not, we cannot do that. And I don't know that, like you say that we, subject to minor modifications. And what is a minor modification? Right. And again, I also feel that if we're looking at, I'm not done yet.
Please, just one
I'm
second.
not done yet.
I want to just clarify, the motion is to approve this logo. This logo. We said the pictures can change and other things, but it's specifically this logo.
And that's why I'm asking the question. That's literally why I'm asking this question. Right. So, because I'll also state that if we're going to be changing the imagery closer to Super Bowl and closer to FIFA, we'll have two different things which have specific purposes. And I feel that if we are able to make something that kind of elicits the feel of, Super Bowl and football and FIFA and World Cup without having to change the imagery, that would be much better for inventory management as well.
Mayor, if I can. Been at this for a while. I have enough gray hairs, and this is where
to go to get rid of that. Okay.
This is where sort of policy setting bodies sort of go off the rails, right? It's really why you defer matters like this to staff. What we're really asking the City Council for is really a policy level threshold decision on the slogan and the real structure of the logo. If there are minor tweaks to the logo, we can accomplish that. We do that normally with delegated discretion. Nothing will change that. It's hard to do this stuff by committee, right? And essentially you're a committee of the whole right now. And even at the staff level, we really relied heavily on the expertise of our marketing agency, because there are people that dedicate their lives to this, and they have expertise that we wanted to really rely on. And so we know it's not a perfect science, what we have presented to you. We walked up here today with the input from the committee, realizing that, minor shifts in the imagery, the colors may change, but really what we wanted to present so that we can move forward and really are asking for the City Council's buy-in is the basic structure of the slogan and the logo, and really delegate minor changes and details to staff. And it would be wildly inefficient for us to come back to the body with such minor changes.
Okay, City Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
like to respond to that. I mean, I understand that, which is why, again, this concept of minor changes. We've heard that we are approving this logo, this slogan. And again, if the pictures change, if the colors change, if other things change, I mean, I don't know what that means. If we flip with the city of Santa Clara, I don't know if that's a big thing. And I mean, I can't help but wonder if the mayor would be as adamant about no changes if it were some other committee other than her own, which brought this forward to council.
You're becoming out of line right now.
No, this is a real question. This is not an attack. This is a question.
Please stop. I'm calling for the question, City Clerk.
So the motion on the floor is to approve the recommended slogan and logo.
Yes, and it was seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez. All right, please register your vote. And that passes 6-0 with 1 abstention. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break, comfort break. We've been out this for a while. Thank you. Thank you very much to everybody who put this together and to our professionals online from Zoe. Thank you very much. Could everyone take their seats, please? Could everyone take their seats, please? The next item on the agenda is item number 7, action on a proposed league agreement with the Bay Area Host Committee, 49ers SC Stadium Company, LLC, and 49ers Stadium Management Company, LLC, to host Super Bowl 60 at Levi Stadium. City Manager.
Good evening, afternoon, night, Council. Happy to be here. As you know, we were last here on August 26th. We are here today to present a proposed league event agreement with the Bay Area Host Committee, the 49ers Stadium Company, LLC, and the 49ers Management Company to host Super Bowl 60 at Levi Stadium. Our agenda is as follows. We'll have a brief introduction, background. Council will know that we have been before you numerous times before, and on August 26th, we had a pretty detailed background. We've lightened that up for you tonight, and I have a number of slides that I will go through at probably a fast clip because it's background, and we want to get to the meat of the presentation, which will be our city attorney going through the key deal points. So we will do that, and then we have the staff recommendation. So a little bit of the introduction. As you know, we presented the prior draft on the 26th. We heard from the city council, took feedback, and are returning tonight. We're presenting the updated league event agreement, and the league event agreement importantly provides for a number of things. Really, we are the lead local agency providing for safety and security at Levi Stadium for the game and all those related events that will occur in Santa Clara. We need to ensure that there's reimbursement for all event costs, as well as we need to safeguard and mitigate any potential risk and liabilities. And we had a long discussion last time around the bid process and how that unfolded. And so, as we all know, this coming February 8th, Levi Stadium will host Super Bowl 60. Shortly thereafter, we will host 6 FIFA World Cup games between June 13th and July 1, and we have been working proactively with a number of our stakeholders. There was a list in the prior slide deck that had the list of all of our partners, but just as a quick reminder, there's what we call the host committee, the Bay Area Host Committee, BAHC, which is really the Regional Sports and Entertainment Commission for the Bay Area. You are sitting as both the city and the stadium authority for this item. There are various 49er entities, namely the management company, TeamCo, which is the team, and STADCo, which is the entity that has the lease with the stadium authority. And we will talk about that through the agreement, and then all of our various regional stakeholders. I'll go through this at a really high level, but as we all know, and we've talked about, the 2016 bid process was totally different. The NFL has totally changed their process 10 years later. And so it is no longer a process where everything is put out, a package is put out asking various cities to bid. And as you all know, there was agreements that were negotiated between the city and the NFL well in advance of the Super Bowl. Important to note, and we'll talk about that, we mentioned that in detail on August 26th, that prior agreement included no rental fee for the stadium, no rental fee for the convention center, and no senior and youth fee. And as we talked about, we really look to improve upon that through these negotiations. And I will say that you set the mission and we met the moment. And so with the suit, that didn't go over well. No one laughed at that joke. With the Super Bowl bid process, I'll talk about reimbursement agreements. So as you know, as we were negotiating the agreements, the city entered into a number of reimbursement agreements with the Bay Area Host Committee to ensure that all of our planning costs were covered. It's up there. We've talked about that. There, you can find all of that information on a website. And so with that, let me just give you a quick overview of the negotiation process. As the council knows, it really began in earnest in 2024 with preliminary negotiations with the host committee and the 49ers. It's also important to note that we were concurrently negotiating the FIFA assignment and assumption agreement. That agreement took precedent over the League event agreement for various reasons. Namely, we needed to acquire documents, and we went through a very in-depth public process to acquire those documents to fully understand and comprehend what hosting the FIFA World Cup meant. And so we did that, and then we pressed forward with those negotiations, and that landed with you adopting a assignment and assumption agreement on February 11th, 2026 for FIFA World Cup. Next, it's important to note that business and legal staff participated in numerous negotiations over the last year plus. We reviewed the framework for the League event agreement, the assignment and assumption agreement. A number of the terms that the city attorney went through last time mirrored terms in the FIFA assignment and assumption agreement. Because you've heard them multiple times, we're not going to go through those in detail today. We also wanted to look at lessons learned from the prior agreement. As you know, key staff attended the prior two Super Bowls in Las Vegas and New Orleans really to comprehend what hosting a Super Bowl means. While we still have some staff here in Santa Clara that were here for Super Bowl 16, the reality is pretty much 80% of senior leadership has changed over. And so it was very important for leadership at our public safety level as well as other executive positions to fully understand that. And so with that, I will turn it over to the city attorney. He will go through the key provisions of the agreement. I am here to support with questions, and we have other staff here that can support as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, Madam Mayor, Council members, Glenn Guggen, City Attorney and Stadium Authority General Counsel, presenting to you again tonight the key terms in the League event agreement. I'm intending to give you and the interested public a good run-through of the terms in detail, but not the same, some might say, excruciating detail of the last time I presented these. We'll see how I do with that. There are a few changes, refinements to these terms that I will highlight, and they're set forth. They're described in the RTC, and you also got attached to your packet an actual underlined strikeout of the agreement that shows specifically the wording changes to the draft compared to the version that you got. And as you'll see, it's substantially similar to the version you saw with some changes we'll highlight. This slide really boils down the essential terms, it's a summary of terms of this agreement. The first point I think is important. This agreement implements Article 21 of the stadium lease. Unlike FIFA, which really had this unbridled kind of arrangement that was new and novel to us, the stadium lease actually contemplates this kind of agreement. It contemplates the stadium hosting Super Bowls. It contemplates this being done through this negotiated League event agreement concept. It contemplates a party like the Bay Area Host Committee taking on some of the responsibilities and implementation of the event, including potential revisions to what the stadium lease provisions say generally with respect to NFL events, and the Super Bowl is an NFL event. And this was done, as some of you will remember, back in 2015 with respect to Super Bowl 50 in a slightly different form, not as detailed and comprehensive as this agreement. So it implements Article 21. It also, and this is important, affirms that the City of Santa Clara will be the lead local agency providing security at and around the stadium for Super Bowl 60 and the related events. This absolutely is a burden. It's a challenging thing to do. It's a heavy lift for public safety, for transportation, for other departments and logistics, my office. But it is absolutely something that your public safety officers in Santa Clara PD wants to do, and they're really good at it. It is an elite group. They take pride in this. They take pride in protecting the community, in protecting the people that attend these events. And just recently, I was told, as part of the NFL commissioner's visit to the first home game of our season, he came and spoke to them and acknowledged this venue as being one of the safe, venues, and complimented them on the quality of the service that they do. So we are out front, again, burdensome, but it's where your public safety folks and others want to be with this. It also importantly provides safeguards for the city and the stadium authority to mitigate the potential risks and liabilities of this event. This is a big and costly event. And so part of the ways to get at that is a detailed description and reimbursement process for city Super Bowl services costs, a clear and efficient dispute resolution framework to handle any disagreements there might be with respect to those expenses, an advance payment of 50% of the projected actual event expenses. This was a very good provision from the Super Bowl 50 agreement. We've carried that forward again here. Significantly in advance of when the event will actually occur. And most importantly, probably for all of ours interests, a financial backstop still from Stadco for any qualified event expense shortfall. And we'll talk about that provision a little bit more when we get into it. In addition, there's opportunities for city benefits, and revenues that weren't the focus of this agreement, but are meaningful in that Barry Host Committee is agreeing to cooperate with us in a number of the different enterprises that the city manager has described and will describe, and some other payments that we'll describe later on in the agreement. This slide presents the definitions for what constitutes Super Bowl activities and the Super Bowl services that will be provided to support them. It's important, I think, and a lot of time was spent on this, to avoid misunderstandings about what we're providing services for and what those services are. And there are a lot of details, both in the sections of the agreement and the attached Exhibit A, that really go into that. And a very similar structure to what you all approved with respect to the FIFA assignment and assumption agreement. To even further elaborate on what those services will be and to make sure that the city is in control of describing what those services are going to be and how they're going to be deployed, the city again will prepare a master plan of what the Super Bowl services are going to be in consultation with our various stakeholders, and specific subplans to that, particularly a public safety plan that will include input from all the various law enforcement agencies that will be coordinating, the NFL, who will have an important role in this and have their own security interests. The important thing being, though, the city obtains ultimate approval authority over what that plan is. Next slide outlines the terms that also should look familiar to you, both from the August 26th presentation and from the FIFA agreement. It really is at the core of Bay Area Host Committee's obligation to reimburse the city for all of its qualified event expenses. Qualified event expenses include actual and reasonable costs for event planning and training expenses. Those are the costs that we're incurring now. Actual event expenses, starting February 5th and through the end of the Super Bowl event, our actual event expenses will be incurred. required event equipment, we'll talk about that a little bit later, and miscellaneous or unexpected expenses, because as good of job as we're doing in describing the various things that we're expecting to do and to incur costs for and to expect reimbursement for, other things may come up, and that's contemplated as well. The working with Bay Area Host Committee, again, the city is responsible for preparing a preliminary cost estimate for what all of this we're expecting to cost. The current estimate for Super Bowl support services is $6,428,064. It's a very specific number. And I think it illustrates the care that went into evaluating what these costs are going to be. Again, input from the folks that are providing those services on our side of the equation. You'll notice this went up a little bit from the previous number, I think about $125,000, Chuck, which I think was primarily equipment expense, cost, increase. That's now been identified and included in now a more detailed Exhibit B, again, also attached to the draft that was circulated with you. We're going to update this cost estimate throughout the process because we're going to potentially get other information. Costs may go up, costs may go down, depending upon what we find out along the way. But in the end, the real important thing is that Bay Area Host Committee's reimbursement obligation applies even if the qualified event expenses that their invoices exceed the final updated cost estimate. Doesn't matter if our estimate is off. It matters if we're incurring these costs and they're the kinds of costs that are contemplated, they are obligated to reimburse them. This next slide details the terms for invoicing and reimbursement of the pre-event expenses. Again, this is the mode we're in now. These costs are currently being invoiced and reimbursed under an existing interim funding agreement that covers these costs, planning costs, training costs. We're deep into it. We've got the current version of that agreement, I think, still has a $250,000 maximum reimbursement or obligation, with the commitment to meet and confer if in fact we get close to that number, to increase that number. I think we're getting close to that number and we probably need to meet and confer on that. But the time period for this extends through October 31st. If in fact we approve, you approve, and we're able to finalize this agreement prior to that date, this agreement will take that over. The interim funding agreement would go away, and this agreement takes place of that agreement for purposes of us invoicing and obtaining reimbursement. Again, all very similar to the arrangement in the FIFA agreement that you've already approved. Monthly billing, an opportunity for Bay Area Host Committee to reasonably dispute or request additional information. They're obligated them to pay undisputed items, and if there's items that are disputed, they have to set those amounts aside. If disputed amounts exceed $50,000, they have to deposit the amount that they're disputing into an escrow. And if in fact that amount exceeds $200,000, either party can call for a arbitration to resolve the dispute and get those monies paid right away. There's a pretty good flow that's been developed already as a result of a lot of invoicing with that and with how close we are to this actual event. I'm not expecting we're going to be in this dispute resolution mode with these expenses, but if we do end up there, there's a mechanism to resolve that, and an expedited one, with each party kind of sharing their own costs. Planning and training expenses are important and is a significant expense. I think all told, it's approximately $1 million, right, Chuck, of the estimated expenses for this. But really the lion's share of those expenses are these actual event cost expenses, the deployment in and around the event itself. Again, these provisions will look familiar because they're very similar to the ones that were used for FIFA. Because we know Bay Area Host Committee is a nonprofit agency and they're chasing a lot of money from a lot of different places to fund a lot of their different obligations to support this event, we've included an important provision in there which imposes on them an obligation to make an advance payment to the city by on or before December 25th 2025 of 50% of the, at that time, current cost estimate for what the actual event expenses would be. This is approximately $2.5 million, and that obligation, again, is triggered on Christmas. The Bay Area Host Committee, again, reserves the right to require additional information similar to the other provisions, but there's a right to dispute. There's time periods for which they would have to pay, but in the end, binding arbitration applies to resolve, any disputes in the same way that there's a version of arbitration along the way if a dispute arises. There is some new language. I think we identified this issue last time that hadn't been wrestled to the ground yet, that now clarifies that, similar to how this works for existing NFL events, off-site parking fees received by the city will offset Bay Area Host Committee's reimbursement obligations for Super Bowl events. This is how it works for other NFL events under the existing stadium lease. And so that will in effect be reimbursing us, for those costs that otherwise they would have to reimburse us for. But importantly, unlike under the existing stadium lease, those offsets will not trigger any credits against Stadco's general obligation to reimburse us for costs and pay rent under the stadium lease. You may remember from the settlement that we reached with them, not only are those costs offset, but they're potentially offset against the city's performance rent payments that will not happen there. This event has kind of been pulled out of that structure and has its own integrity as compared to a standard NFL event. There are special rules for equipment and miscellaneous expenses. As you recall, this is also similar to the arrangement under the terms of the FIFA agreement. I went through this in some detail. We talked about it in some detail. I won't torture you, with that again. But the essence of this is the Bay Area Host Committee is responsible for the cost of what we identify as required event equipment. The rules differ depending upon whether we're buying the equipment or leasing the equipment or keeping the equipment ourselves. There is a coordination, provision because we're going to be buying equipment both for the Super Bowl and for FIFA. And so if we can, to avoid redundancies, and coordinate those efforts, that is something that we're exploring and working on as we develop these lists. And then a revision to this, there was an initial thought that the detailed equipment list would be attached to this agreement. After some internal discussions, including with PD, the thought is that we just assume not have detailed information about the kind of special equipment we're going to be requiring, to support this event, because it may reveal things about how we're going about providing security. And so while there still will be a list, a detailed one, that will be agreed to by the parties outside the terms of this agreement and kept confidential in order to avoid any type of divulgence of sensitive security information. There is a summary of what the equipment costs will be, though, and that is attached, to the agreement. For city and the stadium authority, this next provision is key because it describes the backstop obligation from Stadco. And it's essentially this. If Bay Area Host Committee fails to pay its obligations to fully reimburse the city for city's qualified event expenses, Stadco is obligated to reimburse the city for the qualified event expense shortfall. We've got some new language in here that makes it even more clear that Stadco's obligation also extends to the Bay Area Host Committee's advance payment obligation. And similar to the terms of the guarantee that we got from Teamco in the FIFA context, if Stadco fails to pay when their payment is due, their obligation will accrue interest at the rate of 6%, per annum. So we think Bay Area Host Committee is obligated to pay. We know Stadco is motivated to pay, and there'll be a 6% per annum accrual on any amounts that they don't pay when they're due. The other important term for this is, as it relates back to the stadium lease, as you all know, one of the challenging provisions of that is if there are qualified event expenses, in that case called public safety costs, that exceed a threshold amount, that the stadium authority is then obligated to make payments to reimburse Stadco for the costs that they've incurred above that threshold, and it results in potentially reducing the performance-based rent that the city gets. None of that has the effect of doing that here. There's no threshold. The amounts must be reimbursed 100% with no negative impact on stadium authority or ultimately city revenues. We did circle back with Stadco regarding the consideration for converting the Stadco's direct obligation to make this payment to a TeamCo guarantee, and they did not agree to this. But your business and legal staff really remains satisfied with Stadco as a direct obligor to make this payment. Stadco has been a reliable payor of millions of dollars to the Stadium Authority and to the city since the opening of the stadium since 2014. Public safety costs now averaging in the $6 million plus range per year. A facility rent payment in the amount of $25 million per year. Other obligations that they have to pay lenders and vendors in their responsibility as the tenant and the landlord for TeamCo that they sublease the property to, and significant assets that they own, not just the lease itself, but actually a significant amount of the improvements within the stadium also are very valuable. So the relationship, their ability to make these payments, our experience with them as a payer over time, ultimately led us to conclude that it was an appropriate and reasonable, more than reasonable, backstop to fulfill this obligation. I think the General Counsel and Executive Vice President for 49ers, Jihad Beachman, is available on the line if there's questions for him about that, for some specifics, to maybe add some additional color to that. Convention center use. Terms for convention center use really haven't changed. There's a use term that we've agreed that they want in order to be able to use the convention center. There's a facility rent payment. There's some credits against that, some of which are guaranteed and others are contingent upon performance. One nice note I will make is that the time we presented this to you the last time, the $200,000 business development funds credit from the DMO was pending. The DMO met on September 18th and unanimously approved that business development funds credit, so we now have that $200,000 available. And there is a performance rent credit based upon the formula here that I described to you before that will potentially reduce if they spend between food and beverage and audiovisual and information technology, money, $900,000 or more, could reduce their rent, down to zero. And Chuck Baker is here to talk about that and how that aligns with how the convention center typically does business for events like this. There's a security deposit that must be paid of $320,000 in 2 installments. There's a cancellation fee if they cancel their booking, which is the entire amount of the rent of $650,000. There's some other details and nuances to that if you have questions about, we can answer. Access to city facilities and youth sports park really is largely taken out of this agreement. The city manager and others have been discussing potential use with the NFL. The only thing this agreement says is that those things will be negotiated separately at reasonable rates, on reasonable terms to be negotiated, and all of that is ongoing now with a variety of different city-owned properties potentially dedicated. And the city manager can talk in further detail about that if you have additional questions. There is a senior and youth program fee, not exactly the fee that's contemplated in the stadium lease, because in fact, in the stadium lease, this event is exempt from that fee. But we thought it was important, at a minimum, to get them to pay the equivalent of that. The NFL is not expected to accept that fee because it's a pass-through on tickets and they don't allow that. But Stadco has agreed to pay whatever that fee would be had it been charged through, which I think is right now 40 cents a ticket, assuming there's 65,000, sold tickets for the event. That would be approximately $26,000. Not a ton of money, but the equivalent of what this game would generate anyway. And on a negotiated term, even if the senior youth fees for earlier in the year exceed the cap, because you remember there's a cap on what we can get, this amount wouldn't be limited by the cap. We get this amount no matter what. The Super Bowl 50 agreement had a provision like this, but we actually have no record that that payment ever was made back then. And so we think we've improved on the specificity of this obligation and one that we can follow through on. Special event zone is something, again, we already spent a fair amount of time talking about, similar to Super Bowl 50. This agreement contemplates city staff developing and presenting to City Council for City Council approval a special event zone. And in effect, it's an ordinance designed to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, enhance local aesthetics by temporarily regulating or restricting certain advertising and commercial activities within the vicinity of the stadium leading up to and during Super Bowl 60. The ordinance is also intended to address NFL concerns and standards for such activities. The idea is there is so much going on in and around the stadium. Having activities that can potentially disrupt our ability to provide appropriate security, can block the rights of way, that can unfairly pop up and compete with advertising and sponsorships, in a way that is unregulated, is something that is done really at every Super Bowl in different versions of this. Again, we did it back for Super Bowl 50. We're working on a draft right now that we hope to get in front of you within the next couple months, and you'll be seeing that coming forward soon. Unlike Super Bowl 50, we have specific provisions here that obligates Barrier Host Committee to reimburse staff for all related costs in the preparation of that ordinance. They also need to defend the city from any legal challenges that there might be to that ordinance. And you, because you have to, will retain the discretion to approve or disapprove that ordinance in your sole discretion. It has to be that way. That is good, but it also creates a challenge because Stadco has described the NFL's need and the expectation for having this special event zone as an absolute necessity. And so if you remember, we identified last time that what the consequence would be if you didn't approve this. We're still under discussion. There's now new language that provides that each party can have a termination right to the agreement in the event that the special event zone isn't approved, or if the parties aren't able to come up with some alternative measure to implement kind of equivalent regulations, within the area. We frankly have a lot of regulations on the books already that regulate these things. Our peddler's ordinance is a significant one, our sign ordinance is a significant one, and it might not require too much enhancement of our existing ordinances to get there, but this is now a potential terminating event. If in fact Stadco proceeds to do that, we would also have the right to terminate the convention center agreement and other terms that they're relying on. So we think it's highly unlikely that you're not going to be comfortable and approve the special event zone because it's something that makes sense, frankly, for all parties. We think it's highly unlikely that they will exercise a termination right if for some reason that you don't, but they are insisting upon this termination right, and I don't like it. I'll tell you that. I don't like that being a downstream thing, even if the likelihood of it occurring is low. I don't like having that, provision in there. But it is something that they're saying is necessary, and so we're going to manage and mitigate the risks as much as we can. Again, there is a similar provision in the Super Bowl 50 agreement that contemplated a special event zone that the council put into place in October before the February Super Bowl. So we're a little bit behind with that, but we're hoping to get that in front of you as soon as late October, early November. We already have a substantial draft that's being circulated and reviewed that we believe is consistent with what the NFL requirements will be. There's a bunch of additional agreements in here. I went through these in detail the last time. There's a third-party funding agreement that says if they get money from a third party that gets paid to us that offsets our expenses, of course, that reduces the amount that they would need to pay us. We're told that there's not that kind of money for this event, so we're not expecting that provision to be triggered, but it's there. We're also not expecting there to be capital improvements that are required by the NFL in significant contrast to what FIFA is requiring. But if there are required improvements, they're responsible for overseeing and implementing those entirely at their cost, not at our cost. We've agreed to expedite permitting if we can, but they have to pay us all of our permitting fees in accordance with our standard applicable rates. They do get to have access to the stadium, of course, if there's a separate agreement that the NFL requires. It needs to be consistent with the terms of this agreement. Bay Area Host Committee and MANCO and STADCO are agreeing to assist us with a joint marketing of city assets. The city manager described that agreement to you that you approved earlier on consent that will endeavor to monetize city assets in and around the stadium in partnership with the NFL and NFL sponsors. There's a conflict of interest provision similar to what's contained in FIFA, consistent with the guiding principles, Madam Mayor, that applies to both MANCO, STADCO, Bay Area Host Committee, and both of us, right? Consistent with applicable laws and existing policies. There's no city waiver of local taxes or fees. We did not agree to that. And there's some agreement from the Bay Area Host Committee to assist us with marketing and promotions of the city, including trying to secure, for example, for the Parade of Champions, some local sports figures in order to help add enthusiasm and some interest to that event. Legal provisions, there's indemnities that are good. There's insurance that is already in place, but an agreement that will identify and obtain specialty insurance if necessary with them, Bay Area Host and or STADCO, bearing the cost of that if it's in fact reasonably necessary in connection with this event. And we're expecting there to be some additional insurance required. In fact, the MANCO, STADCO, risk manager themselves have identified things that they want to get that they think is appropriate to purchase in light of the elevated risks that, of course, a Super Bowl might present. There's legal provisions in the event of failure to pay. The actual rate for Bay Area Host Committee that they have to pay is 12% per, looks like 15%. Oh, I did better than 12. 15% per year until paid if they fail to pay on time. And there's provisions, as we've talked about, for dispute resolution that are designed to, even though these things can take time, to actually have expedited outcomes in the event of a dispute over any of the obligations under the agreement, but particularly disputes that there might be over amounts that were owed. So that, I think, is where I get to turn it back over to the city manager to discuss with his fancy tricks to have things come up one at a time, the financial impacts, and then closing remarks. And obviously, I'm here to answer any questions that
Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We will close this out pretty quickly. As we discussed before, the total estimated cost to the city for the full complement of what we call public safety services, which we know is not just police and fire. It also includes our public works staff that set up barricades and other people that support, is 6.4, just under $6.5 million of what we call qualified event expenses. There's revenue associated with the convention center. That minimum there is showed as the rent that does not include other food and beverage, IT, and audiovisual expenses. And the city attorney mentioned the youth and the senior youth and programming fee. Also, as the city attorney mentioned, the league event agreement does not include a waiver of any local taxes, and the host committee is to support the city in our marketing efforts for city assets as we seek to recover revenue or generate revenue from city assets. And in conclusion, in general, the agreement before you improves on the terms that the city adopted for Super Bowl 50. It covers reimbursement of our costs as well as provides a financial backstop. It includes very detailed and transparent process for reimbursement and advancement. I will say that process we're doing now, right? And we talked about, at least a year ago, how we made enhancements to that process, and Assistant City Manager Baker, our finance staff, working with all the departments that have been supporting the planning efforts, are going through that process as we speak with the interim funding agreement, and so that will just continue. It modifies the stadium lease to ensure that the provisions do not trigger caps. For example, the caps in public safety costs or the senior and youth program fee. And importantly, it generates revenue for the city through the convention center and other provisions. So with that, staff is recommending that you discuss and approve the league event agreement with all the parties listed there. And again, thank you for your feedback and the discussions last time. We're here to answer any questions. We certainly understand that this is a very important, very detailed agreement, and so we're here to facilitate the discussion. And then the last action is authorize and direct the city manager / executive director to take the necessary actions to implement the agreement, and there are several. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're going to start with questions from City Council. Vice Mayor Cox.
Thanks. Let's get it started. So a few questions, and thank you for the presentation. I wanted to know, the agreement specifies that police services are at time and a half, but that fire remained under negotiation. So I want to know, without that certainty, if this could become another area of dispute afterwards. So do you intend to restore that or resolve that before final execution? And would it be wise to put not to exceed rates for police and fire services paid by the city now? I want to know a little bit about the pre-event expenses that we accrued before July of 2024. There was a ticket item for $124,000 that was only going to be reimbursable if government funding came through. So I want to know if there has been an update on that. Again, this is going to be something that the city is on the hook for if it doesn't come through. I want to know then, does that immediately go to the stadium authority? Parking offset fees were put in there, but the term is parking fees attributable to the game. So I think that lacks precise definition and could be scrutinized later. So I want to know, how will parking offsets be calculated and audited to ensure that accuracy? For the 4,000th time, I'm just going to ask if you feel we're covered enough on what we're considering allowable and reimbursable expenses in our exhibits. For example, something like our determination that beautification near the stadium was to happen. Is that something that would be covered? The special event zone ordinance and the termination rights, I also think is concerning. I think what is concerning about that, as you mentioned, is that this doesn't feel much like a choice and more like a condition. And so I want to know what those negotiations are going to look like. I think the public already feels kind of squeezed in terms of what they're going to be allowed to do and where around the stadium. And although there's concern, I will remind us we really have tremendous leverage here, so we shouldn't enter into that trepidatiously. The advanced payment options are a thing. I just wanted to run this by. It sounds like the current draft ties 50% to the host committee on November 15th. But the contract itself acknowledges that the costs are going to be updated on January 15th. We are supposed to be paid on December 25th. So 2 weeks after, we get a more accurate representation of what we're actually going to be looking at for a 50% cost. Now, that delay between November and January could mean that there's substantial, I know there's a flagging mechanism in that, but we would be on the hook for that balance in between. So I'm wondering if we could true up closer to January 15th then. If the 50% was substantially different, we would look into that. And then I think, again, the backstop is still a concern to me. On paper, we have a guarantee that the host committee, if they fail to reimburse, will go to the stadium, Stadco. But again, that is a tenant, leasee, or landlord situation where the primary asset is already city-owned. And so it kind of becomes a circular guarantee. And I know it sounds like there was not appetite to put TeamCo as a backstop, but we got a letter from the public this week that said, we want to thank you for securing funding for this. And I want it to be known, we have secured no funding for this. We have only paid out for this. And again, it seems like we're entering into a lending agreement with an entity, the Bay Area Host Committee, that is not an asset-rich community and has not yet disclosed its financial standing to us. It was said in Yahoo Sports this week, Al Guido said, we've already signed up hundreds of millions of dollars supporting this. So if that is true, and I would love to know if that is accurate, I don't know why we're not asking for a letter of credit for this. This is a massive risk, and I just think circularly using our own assets as a backstop is a really foolish thing to do. So I want to make this protection meaningful, and I think that, yeah, that's good. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I'm reading from section 3.B, and this is from the staff report. It says the city is responsible for preparing a preliminary cost estimate for its projected necessary Super Bowl support services. Event planning and training expenses are currently estimated at $906,000. Required event equipment costs are estimated at $494,000. The actual event expenses are estimated to be $5.027 million for a total of $6.4 million. And then Section 5A says that to assure payment of actual event expenses, Bay Area Host Committee agrees to make an advance payment to the city and of 50% of the estimated actual event expenses. Based on current deployment costs, this payment would be approximately $2.5 million. So in Section 3B, there was some estimation of cost. Those were the city's estimations of cost. But apparently, am I understanding that the host committee is accepting those numbers and then going to give us half of the $5 million? I don't know why it's not half of the $6.4 million. I know they've given us an advance of $250,000 for advanced planning and such, but I'm kind of trying to figure out why it's not half of 6.4 million rather than half of 5.027 million. I really like the transit occupancy tax change. So from 2013, let me read here. From 2016, the agreement was, 2013, the agreement was, the NFL requires that the NFL and its affiliates be exempted from the payment of any transit occupancy taxes associated with hotel rooms occupied by representatives of the NFL and its affiliates. And then at that time, we said the host committee recognizes adoption of an ordinance where the city would say that we're not going to waive this is subject to discretionary approval of the city council. I guess my question is, did the city council ever approve denying that waiver that the NFL required? And why is the NFL not requiring that waiver now? I'm very pleased that we're going to charge the full transit occupancy tax, but was that a change in policy? And then so I guess what I'm trying to understand is there's a dispute about what's reasonable costs, but it sounds like the Bay Area Host Committee is accepting our estimate of the costs, which is why they're giving us half of something. So I'd like to understand whether we think there's going to be a dispute later. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. First off, I will say reading the red line version of this really helped to show the changes because you had gone through it in great detail, and just to see those changes were a lot of what we were concerned about. I did have the question about the 50% now that we have a higher estimation at, I think it was 6.4 million. The other question would be, if we approve this tonight, where is the, I guess it would be Stadco or Manco, where are they at on this? If they have proved this, is this a done deal with everything that's we've been asking for, except for the concern you had about the safety perimeter? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, City Attorney, City Manager. One question is on the financial impact. Is there a way we can find out what would be the impact of sale tax during the Super Bowl at the stadium? If we can find out that, that would be good. Regarding question which Councilmember Jain raised on item 5A, that 50% of 6.4 is not 2.5 million. Am I assuming that 2.5 million is after all other expenses has been paid? If you add that, that would be 3.2, something like that. Am I right to assume that? Because there are some expenses which are already been paid, and there are some in pipeline which have invoices been approved but to be paid. So I'm assuming that around 800K, 700K of that is what we already got paid. I want to confirm that. Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As far as one of the things that our city attorney mentioned was this is an improvement on SB 50, the SB 50 agreement. So just want to make sure that that's the case. And a similar question to, I forgot which council member mentioned, as far as this is an agreement that we've drafted here. What if the Bay Area Host Committee does not agree with the terms in this agreement? And I like the expedited arbitration. It seems like each side would pay for that as well, and if that's correct. And definitely, I understand that the 50% may not be, the numbers that we have here might not be accurate, but definitely having 50% of it up front would be beneficial, as those numbers may change, but having some money up front would be beneficial.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. One, I didn't see in the league agreement, it didn't recognize the team hotel costs. So if we have a team staying in Santa Clara, I think we do. Is our team? Yes. So does that 6.4 million include the 24/7 security for the team hotel? Because the city attorney mentioned that the annual event, actual event expenses begin February 5th, and the game is February 8th, but I remember last time the team was here for like a week, and our expenses were 1 to 1.5 million. So is that included in the 6.4 million? My second question is, what would be the approximate cost of litigation if disputes arise? Wanted to know that. I'm still having an issue with the qualified costs, because it looks like the 49ers will judge what is approved for us to pay back, and I'm struggling with that because I don't think it's very specific in this agreement what is a qualified expense. I want to know specifically what that is, because it doesn't look like we have any control over that. And I don't know many people that would sign a contract and have the people that are paying them getting to decide how much they pay back. That fundamentally doesn't sit with me at all. The backstop. So the Bay Area Host Committee is an organization that has no assets. STADCO also doesn't have any meaningful unencumbered assets. They're an LLC, and they have no tangible assets. Their assets are in the stadium. The city attorney mentioned that they have their assets, they own tenant improvements, but the ownership of improvements is operational, not financial security. So they have no free and clear liquid assets. So to have them, the main organization having no assets to pay us back, the backstop organization having no clear financial security or assets, I don't know why we don't, and I mentioned this last time, in fact, I think the 8 things I mentioned, I didn't see any changes in the contract. But if we had a letter of credit, or we had Teamco, which we had on, at least we had Teamco, the parent company, on the World Cup agreement, they have assets. But STADCO does not, and the Bay Area Host Committee does not. So either we need to add Teamco there, and lacking Teamco, I can see why they don't want to backstop this. They don't want to backstop this for a reason. At least get a fully, a letter of credit. And if everybody says for the full amount of the expenses, and if all these groups say, yes, we're going to pay you back, because as the city attorney said, they've always paid their bills, that's fine. We don't want to be the first time that they don't. So if everybody does what they're doing, then the letter of credit will never be touched. So why didn't we put that in there to protect the city of Santa Clara? Because the way it's written now, there's unasset list, that's not a word, organizations. I think those are my questions for now. Councilmember Jane, you have more questions?
I believe that recently there were $200 million of stadium improvements. Was that STADCO or Teamco that paid the $200 million? Thank you.
That's it for the questions, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And as a reminder, you're sitting as both the Stadium Authority Board and the City Council for this item. So a number of questions here. I think the City Attorney and I will tag team them. I do think that we also have a representative from the 49ers that can support with some of your specific questions around Teamco as well. So let's start with Councilmember Kelly Cox's question around references in the agreement to overtime costs for police officers, and contrast that to how it mentions firefighter overtime costs. Let me first say that no matter what city employee is utilized, if they are providing direct services to the event, they have to pay our costs for that employee, right? We know that there was a change to the POA MOU to represent that going down to 1.5. We are still actively in negotiations with the fire union, and so that is still double time. If that changes, it will be reflected on the invoice. So we charge our fully burden rate based on the MOU and our cost. And so that will go, that is what will go on the invoice. I think specific to why there was a call out for POA, it's because during the process of these negotiations, that change in the POA MOU happened, and there was a desire to capture that within the agreement. And I'm looking at the city attorney who wants to add additional.
And I'll read I'll even read the section. It talks about actual event costs, right, as a qualified event expense. And this is in Exhibit A, and it says, such expenses shall include, without limitation, city/stadium authority, staff costs billed at city standard full cost recovery rates for NFL events. And then it just describes that as currently 1.5 times city standard full cost recovery rates for police officers and under negotiation with fire personnel. How that will work is whatever it ends up being in the final negotiations with fire personnel will be what the cost is, because that will be whatever the city's standard cost is at the time. And so I'm comfortable that that's covered in the language as it's drafted.
The next question was around pre-event expenses, and for the Super Bowl, there's a roughly $124,000 in the agreement. Here, and similar to the clause within the FIFA assignment and assumption, called for what we refer to as pre-event expenses to be paid for if there are third-party funds. Let me first articulate that there are really three buckets of city costs that we talk about, and so there are pre-event or pre-planning expenses. Those are meant to represent expenses that were incurred before the city had an interim funding agreement. Then there are costs that are captured under the interim funding agreement, and then there will be costs captured under the permanent agreement called the League Event Agreement. The pre-costs, very, very similar to what happened in 2016, is when it was first announced, hurrah, 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 Super Bowl was awarded to Santa Clara. Staff set about immediately looking up documents, preparing for negotiations, doing a look back to locate Super Bowl 50 documents. I remember stacks of binders that we sent staff out to gather to say, okay, we're going to sit down and start negotiating costs to get our costs covered. What happened back then? We looked up old staff charts, how people were organized, and that was before we had an interim funding agreement. And I think it was a little over a year ago when the Bay Area Host Committee came, they said, really, we are unable to reimburse, or we didn't agree to reimburse any costs before you sat down and talked to us, right? And so in order to prepare for those initial negotiations, there was a series of meetings, and so that cost will be, and I think a lot of it has already been billed to the Stadium Authority, but if in fact there is federal, state, or other funds that can reimburse that, we want it to include the ability to reimburse that. Similar to exactly what this city did as you prepared for 2016, you didn't receive reimbursement for your cost to negotiate those agreements and all of those costs, that the city incurred when you had the bid and you were sitting down and you had meetings to talk about, do we want to host a Super Bowl, and you negotiated all of those agreements in advance. Those costs weren't reimbursed, right? And so oftentimes you're not successful in getting a party to pay you for the cost to prepare to negotiate with them. And so that's essentially where we are here, knowing that those costs will have to be borne by the Stadium Authority. There are significant funds in the Stadium Authority to cover those pre-agreement expenses, but that's really what those costs are. The next question was in regard to parking fees and the language attributable to the games. I know that is a legal term of art, and so I'll toss that to our attorney.
Yeah, not legal term of art in some sense, but practical reality in another. My understanding of how that works, and others here who've dealt with that more, maybe even Christine Jung can perhaps explain it better, but our arrangements with off-site parking providers really only get triggered when there is the mass infusion of people coming to the game. And so the expectation is that there only would be parking permit fees in connection with the game. And so that narrow definition, I think, describes when, in fact, those fees are likely to be received.
Okay. Council Member Cox also mentioned allowable expenses and how are those defined? And I think he used the example of beautification. That's a great example. That is not an event cost. That is something that we decided to do, to undertake, knowing that throngs of people would be here and we wanted to beautify certain corridors, similar to the Great America Mission Boulevard signal light improvements. That's not attributable to this event. Certainly the event will benefit from it. And so there are a number of things that the city has done that's not event-related expenses. And so one of the things that the council approved is improvements in the convention center, right? A number of improvements in the convention center, knowing that we wanted to put our best foot forward, knowing that we had improvements that we needed to do, and so some of those we advanced. You did that approximately 2 years ago with the stadium, right? We had a space that the Stadium Authority is responsible for upkeep on. Furniture was 10 years old. You said, you know what, let's improve the furniture. And so what we sat down to negotiate and what the agreement to reimburse is for event-specific expenses, including planning, event, and post-event expenses. And City Attorney, anything that you would like to add? We'll take it. Okay, and then the next question was around the special event zone and the language there. I'll toss that to the City Attorney.
Yeah, thank you. And ideally, we would have presented to you the current draft of the special event zone so you could get a better feel, for what that looked like. Really, I think only the mayor at this point was on the council at the time that original special event zone, was approved. So I maybe was presumptuous in going, oh, you all know, a special event zone, with really 6 of you not having acted, on that before. But it was not far enough along for me really to daylight it. We didn't want to have a premature, provision out there. And in fact, you're not approving the special event zone tonight, right? That does have to go through a process, and it's going to, come back to you. But it is really designed to get at public health, safety, and welfare, and aesthetics issues in and around the stadium. How it's going to work is it's going to define the special event zone time period. That will be different depending upon the special event, right? For the Super Bowl, it's going to be, the 7 or 8 days, when there's Super Bowl activities, February 1, through probably a couple days after the Super Bowl. For FIFA, it's going to be a longer period of time, right? Because that's, over the course of almost 3 weeks, a month, and it's going to be, the time period identified there is going to be maybe a week before, to a few days after. It's then going to define what the special event zone area is, and it really is intended to get at the sensitive areas immediately, around, and potentially with some curtilage, beyond that, the stadium, where there's expected to be a lot of activity, and there would be concerns with too much activity of a variety of different kinds without that being heavily regulated or permitted.
Peddlers, for example.
For example, peddlers. And so there may be pauses, there may be prohibitions, on certain types of activities during that time period within that particular special event zone in order to avoid, there being activity that could be dangerous and negatively impactful to the kinds of operations that are going on there that we want to have, going on there, that are fully regulated and authorized. And so we'll try to get that back to all of you, sooner rather than later. There are certain kind of standards that the NFL is looking, for, in that, because they have an interest in that as well. There's certain legal limitations on our ability to do that, both under state law, as you know, with respect to peddlers, because we had to be very careful with how we drafted that ordinance. There's also First Amendment provisions, right, that prevent us from limiting content of the kinds of advertising, that's coming, that is done within a particular area. But we're working on that and are going to try to get that in front of you as soon as possible. And there may be some unique carve-outs, right, for circumstances of things that we want to encourage and allow. And so there could be a back and forth process on that before it's finally approved. I'm sorry, I'm looking at you, but trying to talk into my microphone at the same time.
And I'll just add, the city and our public safety departments are very much interested in a special event zone, and so there's mutual interest with all parties to have a special event zone. The next question was related to the provisions around advance of 50% of the then due cost to be paid by December 25th. There were a number of questions related to that, and so we'll just combine a few of them. One, I know that there was a question from Councilmember Suggs and then reiterated by Councilmember Jahal. Councilmember Jahal, you were spot on. So the 50%, that 5.x million is the amount that would be due at that point, because we will already have been paid the planning costs, and those are being paid on a per invoice basis. And so it's the 50% of that remaining amount, which is 5.x. I'm blanking on the number, but that's why it's 5.2. So that's why it's half of that.
Yeah, and that was designed to give an estimate, right? It is going to be what it is, at the time. And to get to Member Cox's question, using the November, there are two specific time periods by which we're providing updated cost estimates. One is November 15th, and I think the other one was January 15th, right? And you're right, the January 15th, one would be ideal. There potentially is a shift in costs, between those time periods. That was a negotiated time period because that was the actual, the one before when that payment was due. And if in fact there are changes, either up or down between that period of time, you're right, the 50% wouldn't perfectly capture that. And so that's how the term was negotiated, to use the actual most recent updated event cost that needs to be submitted, and in this case, it's the November 15th one.
I will add, though, that there's another provision in the agreement where we need to notify Bay Area Host Committee anytime there's a potential increase in cost more than 5%. And so that is a trigger. So if we hit that trigger before the December 25th, irrespective of that November 15th and January 15th date, we will do that. And we've actually been living by that provision, even though the agreement hasn't been in effect. So for example, as you have approved labor agreement changes and compensation changes for our employees, we've had those discussions with the parties and have updated costs on a more regular basis, and that process will continue. Okay, so then there was a question from Councilmember Cox around the backstop and STADCO, and that was repeated by other council members. So I think the best way to start that response is to go to Jihad Beachman, who's on from the 49ers, Executive Vice President and General Counsel. So City Clerk, is Mr. Beachman online? So, Mr. Beachman, will you, I know you've been listening to the conversation, will you expound upon that point, and then we will take it from there?
Yep, thanks everyone. I appreciate you guys allowing me to speak today. Thank you, board, for considering this one. We certainly as an organization appreciate that the city absolutely needs to have its costs reimbursed. That's something that we've understood and have appreciated, frankly, since the opening of the building. And that's something that it's not just the city, but it's also the lenders and the brokers who put up the significant dollars to actually build the building. And so as part of building Levi Stadium, there was a very concrete system that was put in place to handle these types of expenses, these operating expenses, as well as all of the other obligations of STADCO, who is the tenant of the building, 49ers SC Stadium Company, LLC. And that system was put together by the lenders along with the SCSA and along with the 49ers to ensure that all of these types of costs get reimbursed. And what you've seen through the first 11 years of the stadium, now in our 12th year at the stadium, is this system has absolutely worked. It has led to the payment of hundreds of millions of dollars of obligations, tens of millions of dollars to the city for public safety costs, hundreds of millions of dollars to the Santa Clara Stadium Authority in rent, hundreds of millions of dollars to lenders, all through the financial plumbing that was created in coordination with those lenders. And so what that does is it has certain revenues that are coming from the stadium that are derived from, whether it's suite revenues, whether it's sponsorship revenues that flow to Stadco, flow towards these expenses to ensure that the people who have helped make this stadium possible, which includes the lenders, the city, and the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, receive the amounts that are owed by them. And so this idea that Stadco possibly would not be able to pay these amounts, I think we have a fairly strong record of 11 years of performing and paying those amounts, and also a significant record to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars in paying those amounts. And I did want to address one comment that was mentioned about the primary asset is already city-owned. Stadco has invested hundreds of millions of dollars back into the stadium and owns property at the stadium. It was completely separate from the property that is owned by the city. And so this is the financial structure that has been put in place to exactly deal with this issue, with these obligations that come from public safety costs, obligations that come from the Santa Clara Stadium Authority and the city. And they've been put in place for a reason, and they've been extremely successful in the time that we've been at the stadium. And so while we certainly appreciate the desire for the city to have as many protections as possible, we believe that the protections that were put in place by the lenders and were agreed to by the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, that those have worked. And all this particular deal does is actually add additional guardrails to the protections that have worked. And so by having that upfront payment, which isn't something that's required under the lease or something that has been put in place for previous events other than the Super Bowl that occurred for Super Bowl 50. But these additional guardrails, these additional timetables and interest charges provide even more protection to the city and to the Stadium Authority than has ever existed before. And so that's why we feel confident that this is a deal that ensures that the city will get its amounts that it puts forward for this event refunded.
And Mr. Beachman, I know we've talked about it before, but can you articulate just for the board why the 49ers were comfortable having TeamCo as the backstop for FIFA and how that's distinctly different for the Super Bowl vis-a-vis Stadco?
Yeah, so this is structured in a way where this still remains an NFL event, right? So the FIFA event is a non-NFL event, and thus Stadco did not have that contractual obligation under the lease to reimburse for those amounts, and wasn't in a position for Stadco to be the one to guarantee under that agreement. And so that's where TeamCo did make that assertion. This, on the other hand, because it's an NFL event, is specifically structured under the lease in our financial documents with lenders to pay these amounts, and thus Stadco can make that commitment under this agreement. And so that's why in this case, it really is the appropriate party to be making that commitment to reimburse those public safety costs, because that's what was agreed to by the lenders, by the Stadium Authority, and by us when the financial plumbing for this entire system was created.
I have a question. So the money that flows through the Stadium Authority and through Stadco, that's all created by the Stadium Authority. And the tenant improvements that you're talking about, the hundreds of millions of dollars that you put in there, they're not real estate assets, and they cannot be easily liquidated or pledged as general collateral. So what assets besides the personal property assets on the stadium does Stadco have to backstop this in the event the Bay Area Host Committee is not able to pay the bills?
It would be an obligation of Stadco under our trust documents. And so, as I'm sure you're aware, there is an entire system that sits above Stadco in the Stadium Authority with trust accounts and sub accounts to those trust accounts that hold revenue. And those dollars are what flows through in order to pay down these amounts. And so, while there are additional assets that are owned by Stadco, separate property that's at the stadium, some of which is attached to the stadium, some of which is not attached to the stadium. But I think that's a secondary level that we don't believe that's even really being contemplated here because of the trust account system that's been set up, where these funds flow into these operating expense accounts and are held specifically for these purposes.
So knowing that you say you have no issue or no problem backstopping the potentially millions of dollars for the Super Bowl, is there any problem then you putting up some kind of security interest, in a security document or a letter of credit to make sure that we can show our public that this is a truly backstop proposal, and that if you don't need it, you just don't touch the letter of credit. It's just not touched if you truly pay your bills. Do you have a problem with that?
What I would say is that's not contemplated under the agreements that we have, that we've all, reviewed and agreed to as part of this system of financial plumbing, is that the system is set up for the specific purpose to pay these expenses, and having some separate guarantee. It'd be no different than requiring that Stadco put forward a separate guarantee for its own public safety costs for the events, to reimburse for those events. The system is set up to already pay those amounts directly from these sub accounts that get transferred over. And so the idea that there'd be a separate letter of guarantee, Stadco itself can't take out additional, is not intended to take out additional letters of credit for this particular purpose, or just general debt outside of the system that's been created by the lenders. And that's a requirement of the lenders, right? As they've created this system to be a closed system and only allow additional debt and only allow letters of credit and only allow dollars to go out as they've been prescribed in the financial documents, which is the credit agreements and the trust agreements. And so I get, the desire to have this second layer beyond what's already been created. But what I'm trying to explain, and it's possible that I'm not doing a great job of explaining that, is that this system was really created for this express purpose. And so the protections are already exist for the city, already exist for the Stadium Authority, and already exist for the lenders to have all of these amounts reimbursed. So it doesn't really contemplate some additional layer outside of what's already been created for there to be a letter of credit outside of that. And so that's not something that's contemplated and not something that we're prepared to do. And it's not clear that even the lenders would allow us to do that. But what I'm trying to impress upon both the council and the public is that there really is a system that's already been created for this express purpose and has worked to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars in the past.
But we're negotiating a new agreement now. The system that's in place is for the operations of the stadium. This is a new agreement for Super Bowl. Are you saying you can't get a letter of credit because you don't have any assets?
We certainly have assets, and so that's not the issue here. There are simply restrictions that are put in place by the lenders and by the agreements that we've all signed that don't contemplate what is being suggested here today, because that protection already exists within the system. And so, if there was some other obligation that was being created outside of what's contemplated in our lease documents and our funding documents, that would be something separate. But this is something that actually falls into the fold of what already exists and is specifically contemplated by those documents themselves. So there are certainly assets that we have. That's not a concern that we have. There are certain revenue streams that we have that are specifically going to sub-accounts that are intended to pay the operating expenses of Stadco, of which this would be one. And so those are what we are saying have existed and have not had any question of them for the first 11 years that we've been at the stadium, and have paid all of the debts, even in times where we've had disagreements over what amount should have been owed. We have made those payments in full. And I think we have a pretty good record of doing that in the past.
Okay, so without a letter of credit, there is no guarantee for us that we will get our expenses paid back if the Bay Area Host Committee cannot pay them. And you're saying based on what you've done in the past for the operation of the stadium, not for a Super Bowl, this is different. That's why it's called out differently in the stadium agreement. Because it's a separate event. It's not under the provisions of the other agreement. It's separate. That's what we're negotiating right now. So.
I'll just note again that the agreements contemplate Stadco's obligations for all NFL games. It doesn't specifically call out a separate, that there wouldn't be the obligation for a Super Bowl. And in fact, the way that the lending documents are structured generally is that NFL games fall under one umbrella and non-NFL events fall under a separate umbrella. And because this event falls under that NFL game umbrella, it in fact is covered by that Stadco obligation to reimburse for those expenses.
We're going in circles. Thank you. Anyone
Madam
else
Mayor,
have any questions?
I'll point one thing out about the Super Bowl 50 agreement. Doesn't answer your question any differently, Mayor, but just for context, the Super Bowl 50 agreement contemplated the parties exploring obtaining a letter of credit, but no one has any evidence that was ever done.
That's because we said you pay whatever the costs are, and they paid whatever we billed them for the cost. This is different. This is saying they'll pay approved qualified costs.
It's actually not,
and
Madam
they
Mayor.
determine.
This language is actually better than what it said in Super Bowl 50. It's not. It's not the way you're describing it.
And we had issues with Super Bowl 50.
No, I'm with you. I'm not trying to
We
defend.
had huge issues. That's why our mayor left, our city manager left after, our city attorney left after, and our finance director left after.
I'm not trying to
There was monkey business going on because of this. That's why I'm extra careful this time around that our public is protected.
I appreciate that, Mayor.
100%.
And I'm not trying to.
And that's what I'm hoping that you would all support. Making sure the public is protected and backstopped.
I appreciate that, Madam Mayor, and I'm not trying to hold up Super Bowl 50 either for derision or for exultation. I'm just giving context that there was additional security contemplated back then. All the amounts were reimbursed back then, although I don't think they were as carefully accounted for as they are being accounted for now.
They weren't.
Yeah, so there was at least even recorded a few $100,000 not reimbursed, Mayor. But all of that had the conditions on it and approval rights of the party that those costs were being submitted to. I would offer to you that this is a much more thought out, much more detailed, a mechanism for us obtaining those costs. And the actual and reasonable costs concept is built into the stadium lease itself. It was built into the Super Bowl 50 agreement, and really it's built into this agreement, I think, but with better language and better protections and dispute resolution mechanisms.
The onerous system that you have to go through to get reimbursed is unlike anything I've ever seen. There is no streamlining anything there. And the fact that they get to approve what they want to pay us is not something anybody signing any agreement in the world would ever agree to that. So.
I disagree, Madam Mayor, but I understand
because
your
you're
position.
recommending it. So
Yeah.
I'm going to stop. I know where this is going. Vice Mayor Cox.
Had two follow-up questions. One in response, City Manager, to, again, the question about beautification, which, allows this conversation to open up about the things that we're potentially paying for that we necessarily wouldn't if the Super Bowl was here. Do we have a way to track and categorize those expenses specifically? These are uniquely city costs then that we will pay because the Super Bowl is coming, but not reimbursable. So are those being tracked independently? And then my follow-up question, again, thank you, Mr. Beachman. I know that this is frustrating. But I do like that you doubled down or tripled down or maybe 4 times said $100 million. And I misquoted it. It was not Yahoo Sports. It was the San Francisco Chronicles saying that there have been hundreds of millions of dollars supported or of support in putting this on, specifically this. And so I think that so much of this hinges on the Bay Area Host Committee having funds. And I think my hesitation is I routinely hear there is not funding coming in. So I would be so much more comfortable with this if somebody was willing to say that that is accurate. And I don't know that anybody would be willing to right now say, is there any accuracy in hundreds of millions of dollars being generated from the Bay Area Host Committee? I mean, what I want is just, I don't care to know about your donors. I know there's confidentiality, but can I get the little thermometer that shows the red line going up? You know, how close are we to our goal? I know in our development plans, any major project, we have to be accountable to what we've raised towards our goal. And so far, there has been no transparency on that, and that is concerning. You know, we're being asked to pre-fund this for a company to come in, or a nonprofit to come in and pay us back, but there's not a disclosure of how much money they've made. So anybody want to double down and say, yeah, we've got hundreds of millions of dollars for this thing? Putting this on.
And just following up on that, that's why the backstop matters. It really matters. And that backstop has to be solid for our public. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my time on the school board, there was different things that I saw as far as MOUs with the city and such. We've learned from 10 years ago. Our staff, which we entrust to help us make recommendations that we can live with, is something that we entrust our staff to do. And I think that from what I've seen from this agreement and the Super Bowl 50 agreement, this is an improvement on that agreement. As far as the cost, obviously this is a 10x cost. If you accumulate the 10 games that happen in the regular season, this one game is going to cost basically 10 times that as far as the public safety costs and the other costs that are into that as well. So we have many partners in the city. This is one of our partners. They have stepped up as far as meeting their obligation. That Stadco is the entity we're dealing with. This is something that we've been dealing with for the last 12 years. And it's not that we have to have Manco as, and I think it was rightly stated as far as the FIFA event's not a NFL event. Either we look at the glass half full or half empty. I could tell you that from the way that my life has evolved, right? If you look at it half empty, that's the way you're gonna look at it. So as far as the recommendation that the staff has, and I'm not sure if you're done with answering all the questions, but.
We have a number of additional questions that we would like to go to. The mayor asked a question of, does the current amount of $6.4 million include hotel costs? The answer is yes. So we've estimated hotel costs. There are team hotels as well as friends and family hotels and NFL operations hotels that will be in Santa Clara. And so all of those security costs have been estimated. As you know, with all of these costs, they may change. And an important note that I think we've said in our prior meetings, it's not a budget, right? It is an estimate based on known information. When that changes, we update the estimate, and that will adjust the payment amounts as well as the 50% deposit. There were questions around the dispute resolution process. We've talked a little bit about that with regard to qualified event expenses. I will say that qualified event expenses and the dispute resolution process, as we looked at this, is really a very structured way that we do business on a normal day-to-day basis, right? If we have an agreement with a vendor or even, let's say, a developer, common, very, very common. A developer submits an application, we then bill them for costs. We can't bill them for anything under the sun. And in fact, when we give them the invoice, they have the ability to dispute that and say, we don't think that this was an eligible cost associated with our development application. Because of the heightened sensitivities, because of the concerns, because frankly,
I think this city has a history of tensions with the stadium and 49er entities. There was a significant amount of time that was dedicated to define what would be qualified event expenses, and there was frankly concern on the other side that the city would attempt to put costs that weren't really related to the event on the invoice. And so we talked about that, right? And we created language around that such that there is a process, right? With any one that we bill, they take a look at the invoice, and if they feel that that's not appropriate, they certainly dispute it. And because of the timeline also, we embedded in a process where if something was disputed, they have to pay that invoice because we want it to keep going, right? Let's say that there is a dispute on a cost. We didn't want that to stop our planning process, right? And so I'll turn it over to the city attorney now to talk about that language in the agreement because it was very, very purposeful on how we structured that. I can do it too. But.
Looking at something else. Which language do you want me to respond?
My question was
The
about
dispute
the
resolution
estimated
process.
costs for disputes, not about the dispute process.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Was if there is disputes, which there will be, what did you estimate the cost to be?
Totally.
That was my question.
Yeah, and I've actually made an inquiry with Mohammed Wali-Sada, Madam Mayor, who you know has represented us in a lot of litigation with the 49ers over this, and he doesn't have just a single purpose estimate of what the cost would be, right? It would vary dramatically on exactly what the dispute was, how much money was in dispute, and the complexity of the issues, involved. We did, however, design this purposefully in order to, again, be a process that is likely to be less expensive than full-blown litigation, using arbitration and expedited arbitration. So, I'm sorry, I'm going to give you a lawyer's answer. It depends, on the nature of the dispute, but we've tried to design the process in a way that manages costs on all sides in order to resolve things effectively.
There was a question by Councilmember Raj Jahal about the impact of the sales tax during the Super Bowl. We do not have those numbers. There has been an economic impact study that the host committee produced that provided estimates countywide. They are working to get estimates specific to cities, as well as we committed to hire a economic consultant to do a review of what the impact is to Santa Clara and do a comparative analysis pre-Super Bowl and post-Super Bowl, and so we will be conducting that analysis. Next, there was a question by Councilmember Hardy and Councilmember Gonzalez, really talking about if we approve this tonight, is it a done deal, or what happens if the host committee does not agree? And I'll say similar to the process with the assignment and assumption agreement, you remember the city council adopted the terms of the assignment and assumption agreement, and then it went through a approval process, and the Bay Area host committee took that to their board, and then only after that did staff sign.
Yes, and just to add to that, there are a couple of nuances to this agreement that are still under discussion to refine, the terms. It is still, even though the draft is substantially final, something that we're asking the council to approve with some delegation of authority, on our part, to finalize those terms. One of the things that's still outstanding, are some of the details of that termination provision that I told you I don't like, so much, to determine the extent to which we might also receive, the cancellation fee from if, in fact, we elect to terminate the convention center agreement, and the extent to which amounts that are on deposit with us would be returned. So there are some, again, kind of lawyers' issues in the unholy circumstance if, in fact, we're in termination discussions with them so close to the event. And so there are things like that still being discussed and will be finalized by staff if you approve this agreement. The other thing that, of course, is not final yet that we talked about a little earlier is the special event zone itself, but that will all be coming back to you, and the council will be given the opportunity to consider, comment, approve that, send it back to us for additional work, depending upon what you think about it at the time. This doesn't bind you to approve that, but it clearly creates the expectation that an obligation on staff to bring something to you that meets, the criteria of the event, and then you'll have the discretion to approve it or not. I'm sorry, on where Barry Host Committee is at, with their approval. One of the things that exasperated me, if that's the right word, about the FIFA agreement was that it actually took much longer than any of us thought for that to get to their board for approval. They don't have a specific board meeting now scheduled for this, but have assured me that it is a short-term exercise, not the couple of months exercise that it was to have the FIFA agreement hanging out there for much longer than anyone was comfortable. And obviously, we're that much closer to the Super Bowl agreement, as well. And so they want this pinned down, I think, as eagerly as we do. And so our expectation is that that would go to them in relatively short order, and we'd, of course, report that out to you with a final version of the agreement like we provided you for FIFA once it was final, and then a schedule for their board approval. I do believe that the 49ers approval is something that does not require board approval, and that will be a very expedited internal process, with their leadership group.
And I'll just add to that. So this agreement is before you with in substantial completion form with a few remaining items that you typically delegate to staff. I will say, while we know that oftentimes venue agreements are signed late, because of the complicated nature of these negotiations, we've sort of been dual tracking, negotiating, and preparing. And we are really looking forward to only focusing on preparing and all the work that is ahead. And so we're certainly before you tonight comfortable with the terms that have been presented to you, and able to respond to any additional questions you have. I think the last question that we have not responded to is a question from Councilmember Jane, which is, was the TLT, transient occupancy tax, waived in 2016? We have not found a record of that actually being waived. We know it was talked about and envisioned, but we do not believe that that was actually waived, or at least we have not been able to find a record of it.
I have one question. When did the last interim funding agreement expire?
Sure. It has not expired. It is still.
Is there any money in it? Is there any money left?
Yes. We actually, I just had a summary of that. I think when we send the next invoice, we will cross that $250,000 trigger, and we'll come right up next to it, and we will be executing, if this agreement is not passed, a extension.
An extension with money?
With additional funds.
I've seen some of your extensions, they have no money in them.
Right, and that's because we had additional money left. We hadn't reached the financial threshold, and so the way the amendments have occurred, they have either been an amendment of time and dollars, or simply an amendment of time when we had additional dollars left.
Okay, I won't argue that, but I disagree with that. But
I'm sorry, Mayor, so this one currently.
No. Stop, because I'll forget I'm tired, I'll forget my thought.
Yeah, go.
See, now I forgot my thought. What was it? Oh, my God, I can't remember my thought. Okay, go ahead, and then I'll think about it.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Yeah, I'll buy you some time. I was going to say that the current interim funding agreement now goes through the end of October, so through October 31st. But the city manager's right. I think the most recent information, we're about to submit an invoice that brings us right up to the $250,000 amount. That will require the additional funds.
Well, and okay, I remembered, because when we approved the FIFA agreement, it was a long time before it was signed, and there was no money in the interim funding agreement, so we were working for free. So I want to make sure that,
That's true, Mayor.
because FIFA hadn't signed it. FIFA
Yeah.
hadn't signed it.
Yeah,
and
I
it
think-
took a long time.
Yeah,
And I remember contacting your office, where's our agreements?
Yeah, it took a long time, you're right, Mayor, for
Yeah.
Barry Host Committee, board to approve and to get the final FIFA approval. But we were actually collecting money under that agreement all along. It was not.
Well, you didn't put it on the website that you were collecting money, so, all right.
That could be
Okay.
true, Madam Mayor.
I just want to make sure we're not working for free when this takes forever to get signed, and and we've run out of money in the interim funding agreement.
Mayor, we'll assure that there's one or the other, interim funding agreement or this agreement in
The way I see our
place.
city working right now, there's like a lot of work going on for Super Bowl,
There-
like a lot in all the departments. So I want to make sure we're getting reimbursed for that. Okay. Public, Steve, you've been waiting all night. Come on up. We did get your letter, too.
I'd like to thank staff, because I've been through these late-night grilling meetings, and it takes a toll. Okay, and also for the comprehensive breakdown, it's much better than reading what's going on in our local paper. Mayor Gilmore, council members, like you, I have concerns, but I'm glad to see that there were safeguards and interim funding to prepare our city for the upcoming Super Bowl. The proposed agreement between the city and the stadium management company, in my mind, ensures Santa Clara will be ready for this big event. Furthermore, it demonstrates that our city can handle world-class events. These big events attract future business, and of course, they're a boost to small and large businesses that do business in Santa Clara. And of course, it should be a boom to our general fund. Thus, I urge the council to support approving this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just want to say that I believe if this related project with their first few phases would have gone through, especially with the retail, restaurants, hotels, that we wouldn't have this much stress going on with the city right now as far as funding. I think we'd be pretty confident about how businesses would be making a lot of money, and some of that money, of course, would be going to the city of Santa Clara. I remember when Joe Montana wanted that hotel, and there was a sign right across the street from Levi Stadium on the north side there. I think it was Montana. Maybe it said Future Hotel for Montana or something, but I remember it said Montana on there. And unfortunately, I don't know what happened with that. I don't know if it was the York family put a stop to the Joe Montana Hotel, but can you imagine all the people that would have wanted to stay in that hotel for Super Bowl 60? It's unbelievable, the lost opportunity, this related company. I know that they talk about how the pandemic was one of the reasons why there was a delay for the project, but I mean, there was 3 or 4 delays after that, and it's really frustrating to know that we could have made a lot of money for the city if we would have had them, at least in part complete the retail, restaurant, hotel part of that portion of that project. And it is really frustrating because I could see the infighting going on because of the money and the funding. And I don't think there'd be that much infighting right now if Related would have done what they should have done and proceeded with the project and finalizing that project before FIFA and the Super Bowl. And like you said, we're going to be dead and gone by the time, or if it'll ever happen again, where we'll have international soccer matches and a Super Bowl in the same year. I know we'll probably get a Super Bowl every 10 years, but it is very frustrating to know that this lost opportunity happened here. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. All right, I'm going to go to council. Councilmember Gonzalez. You awake over there?
I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation and approve the proposed league event agreements with the Bay Area Host Committee, 49ers, SC Stadium Company LLC, 49ers Stadium Management Company LLC on the terms, and it's substantially in the form presented, and authorize the city manager, executive director to finalize all terms and execute the agreement in final form approved by the city attorney, Stadium Authority Council, and 2, authorize and direct the city manager, executive director to take such other actions as are deemed necessary and appropriate to implement the terms of the league event agreement.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Gonzalez, seconded by Councilmember Hardy. No surprise, I'm not going to be supporting the motion. I think the Super Bowl is a great opportunity, but it should never come at the expense or the risk of the Santa Clara taxpayers. I think that by requiring a letter of credit or some kind of guarantee, we ensure that every dollar we spend on public safety and city services is reimbursed. This, for me, is about protecting our residents, our taxpayers, our city finances, and most of all, our stadium authority. So I will not be supporting because I don't think that this agreement does that. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I hear this narrative quite a bit about protecting the taxpayers. And I can't help but think this is a very one-dimensional way of thinking, meaning if you're only looking at the Super Bowl or any event as an opportunity and the costs directly related with the Super Bowl or the event are the only costs and the only expenses, and we're only going to keep track of, monies with what we spend and what we get back, I think that's a very one-dimensional way to look at events. I think that we need to look at events as caller, Edward Strine mentioned, that there are a lot of ways that this city should and could make money. There are a lot of ways that we should be able to make, money for the city that go far beyond just our expenses and getting reimbursements. I don't think we ever talk about this. I don't think we talk about this because every single time it comes up, we come up against, well, we wish Related had done this. We wish that the entertainment district near the stadium had been activated or would be, in play by the time that we have Super Bowl 60 or FIFA or any other event. In fact, it'd be great if we had it now. We literally shut down restaurants and the fire station, other things, so that we could make way for a Related project, and now we've got even less than we did 10 years ago. Again, I think that it is true. We need to look at what the costs and what the reimbursements could and should be, but if we're going to look at events as money-making opportunities, we can't just look at breaking even. We've got to look at how we create events, how we create, mega events that benefit the city beyond just getting reimbursed for expenses. I'm sure that we will get there. We're not quite as far along as we'd like to be, but just looking at getting paid back for what we spend is not the way to look at the benefits to the city. I think that, regardless of who goes to the Super Bowl, who wins the Super Bowl, the fact that we're in the Super Bowl again, the fact that we're hosting the Super Bowl again, I think that we've already gotten, some additional monies that we never would have expected. And at this point, rather than look at this one-dimensional expenses and reimbursements, we need to start looking at the total picture on how we can make Santa Clara a destination that everybody wants to go to and have retail and have shops and have hotels that people want to stay in so that we make money in a lot more ways than just getting reimbursed for expenses. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I'm a little confused about how this is risky, in that if Stadco is unable to pay the $6.4 million, how are they going to pay the $24 million of stadium lease or stadium rent annually? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And then I think that something that I brought up in the last item was that's risky. All this money that we're shelling out for all of this community engagement, there's no backstop to that. the city manager said that's going to come from Stadium Authority money, so potentially. And so I don't see there's any backstop for that. So that's risky. So I don't see any risk here. I'm going to be voting for this.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we learned from the history, right? We conducted Super Bowl 50, and I'm thankful to the staff, city manager office, city attorney's office, who deeply looked at the Super Bowl 50 contracts and what went wrong, and they have improved this contract. And that's what it makes sense, like when they are assuring that these are the improvements we already made from the contract of Super Bowl 50, we have to believe in them. We have to accept their expertise. And on top of that, there was no backstop guarantee in Super Bowl 50 at all, nothing. And here we have a guarantee from an organization which pays us all the ground rent and everything, basically all the lending agreements are being honored by them. Like we had a debt of $683 million, which is only $200-some million. That $400 million debt came from Stadco, basically. They paid that debt. So I'm not sure why we are stuck on what's the worst case scenario. Let's say the total cost is 6.4. They already will be paying 3.2 by December, Christmas, and 3.2 is left. And there is a further mechanism we are going to do in January on that, on the expenses. So I think there's a reason we sign contracts. There's a reason the city attorney puts in their labor, and there's a reason city manager and his staff negotiate these things. So I'm confident about this thing. This will go smooth, and we will get paid for this thing. Thank you. I'll support the motion.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
I'll be quick. I think every one of us really is here to support the city and protect the city. Both the mayor and I, are distinctly representatives of District 1, and I think that, the issues that come out from events and the different, concerns that our residents have are definitely issues and concerns that the mayor and I distinctly have, and I think that's something as we move forward with not only Super Bowl and FIFA and just the normal aspect of events, that's something that, I know that we both take that really at heart to how we can make sure that our residents there are really not only part of that area, but are also interested and also have some benefit from that as well. Because I think I mentioned in some previous meeting, 6 FIFA games, it'd be great to have each one of those games in each one of the districts so they can kind of different council members can see what that entails, but that's not the reality. But definitely, I know that every one of us cares about the city and making sure that the city is secure in its endeavors.
Thank you. City Clerk, when you're ready.
Actually, I believe I have comment.
You've spoken already, and we
I
have two
think this
more
is
items.
about-
It's midnight.
Understood.
City Clerk, are you ready?
So I will repeat the motion on the floor. It is staff recommendation number 1.
I'd like to call personal privilege to complete my comment. This is supposed to be about robust discussion.
Do you have something new to say?
I do.
I'm trying to be respectful of the time, and we still have 2 more applicants in the audience. So
I
if
think
this
that's
is
an agenda.
something new,
Agenda
please.
management. Oh, it is something new. I think that Councilmember Jane did bring up a good point, which I somewhat rhetorically want to ask, which is it's true. If Stadco cannot pay the $6.4 million for this event, how are they going to pay the tens of millions of dollars for the standard rent?
So you just repeated what Councilmember Chahal said, so.
No, but
City Clerk,
now it was a
please.
question, and at some point, we could try to answer this question, but
It's rhetorical. City Clerk, please, move ahead.
Yes,
I'm
Madam
moving
Mayor.
ahead.
Okay, staff recommendation number 1, approve the proposed league event agreement with the Bay Area Host Committee, 49ers Santa Clara Stadium Company, LLC, and 49er Stadium Management Company, LLC, on the terms and substantially in the form presented, and authorize the city manager, executive director to finalize all terms and execute the agreement in final form approved by the city attorney, Stadium Authority Council. And number 2, authorize and direct the city manager, executive director to take such other actions as are necessary and appropriate to implement the terms of the league event agreement.
Thank you. Please register your vote. Please register your votes. Councilmember Park,
Oh, yes.
please register your vote.
Yes.
And that passes 5-2. Thank you. All right, it's past midnight, but we have our applicants here. I'm willing to stay till 1 if we can get these 2 done right away because we need to get them done. Thank you. And thank you for your patience. Item number 8, public hearing action on a vesting tentative subdivision map for a 1-lot subdivision for condominium purposes for 11 townhomes located at 1530 and 1540 Pomeroy Avenue. If we could have a abridged version of this. City manager?
I'll defer to the director.
Thank you.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Staff that's been patiently waiting and that's worked really hard on this. Leslie, our planning manager, Nimisha, who is online, and Alexander Abbey.
I don't know if this is a point of order, but do we have to vote if we want to continue past midnight?
I think the mayor is continuing it with the understanding there's consensus of the council in order to do that, to address these items.
These people have been waiting. We are going to hear their items. Please move ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is for 1530 and 1540 Pomeroy. It's the only decision tonight is a vesting tentative map. And so this will allow the merger of 2 adjacent lots on 0.48 acres and result in 1 subdivision and allow 11 townhomes as well as improvements. The site is in the general plan and the zoning.
Excuse me, Councilmember Park, if you're having a problem, please be quiet because we are trying to listen to the presentation.
There was no call for consensus.
What do I do, City Attorney, please?
Madam Mayor, I think you are acting as presiding officer with the understanding there was support for continuing from the item and proceeding informally. If a council, I may be speculating, if a council person wants to require a vote in order to continue under our pending protocols, a council member could do that, but you also, I believe, Mayor, had the authority as presiding officer to assess the consensus or support of the council to proceed. So I think it's a matter of if a council person wants to require a specific vote, they could.
All right, Councilmember Hardy.
I'll make a motion to continue the meeting for the 2 items that we have.
Is there a second? I'll second. All right, we have a motion and a second to continue the items. Councilmember Park, Gonzalez, okay, Park, Jane, Councilmember Jane. Okay, please continue. Oh, we have to vote. Sorry, Nora. Please register vote. Oh, it's not to continue the items.
No,
It's to continue the council meeting.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
I'll fix it.
Yeah.
Because that's not what it's
With the, yeah, okay, to continue with this item, and that passes 5-2. Thank you. All right, please continue.
Okay, thank you. So both of these lots are on Pomeroy. 1540 is a mixed-use community commercial, and 1530 is medium-density residential. I will not go into all of the details here. So on May 14th, it went before a development review hearing, and it was approved for 11 townhomes. The townhomes are 3 stories in height. 1540 will have 6 townhomes, and 1530 will have 5 townhomes. There's a chart here that explains the number of bedrooms is 3 bedrooms. They will have a bedroom on the ground floor as well. 1530 Pomeroy is 1970 square feet. 1540 Pomeroy, the townhomes will be 2370 square feet. They are within the density range between 20 to 36 DUA. This is the vesting tentative map on which you are which you will be considering an action for tonight. Staff put up a site plan just because the site plan shows a cleaner version. There's off Pomeroy, there's a private access road for the development. There are 6 townhomes for 1540 and 5 townhomes for 1530. There's a common open space, which is going to be private. It's in the back. It's set back as well from Pomeroy. The considerations for tonight are consistency with the general plan and the zoning code and the subdivision map act. It requires consistency on June 3rd, 2025. The subdivision clearance committee reviewed the VTM and the proposed VTM is consistent, including the site plan and the improvements, which include the surface parking lot, landscape, associated utilities. On May 14th, it went before a development review hearing for architectural review, and the project is consistent with the general plan and zoning. And the scale of the development as conditioned is also consistent. The project is also consistent with the density range of 20 to 30 units per acre as in the zoning code. Public outreach on March 13, 2024, the applicant conducted a hybrid community meeting. 6 members of the public appeared in person and 4 members attended virtually. There was some discussion about architectural allowable density, parking, zoning regulations. In general, it was a discussion. There wasn't really any kind of, pushback on the project itself. The applicant has revised the elevations as a result of those comments with some vertical distinction between the units, aligning the windows, and simplifying the roof form. Again, it was approved through a development review hearing on May 14th. The CEQA analysis, this is an addendum to 1530, 1540 Pomeroy. The project is a ISMND. The addendum concluded that pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15162, that no subsequent negative declaration is necessary. The project did go to Planning Commission on August 13, and there was discussion about the conformance of the setbacks, counting towards RENA numbers, parking, meeting code, and the parking does meet code, our zoning code requirements. Review of the CCNRs, and it was really just how are they reviewed, and it was explained the city attorney's office reviews the CCNRs, so it was a process question. Previous proposal and modifications, and then providing affordable units. They are providing 1 affordable unit, which is a moderate unit, and then the remaining will be an in lieu fee. One public speaker spoke about the impact to a multifamily house at 1360 Calabasas, but it was determined that that's a different site. It wasn't this particular site. So based on conformance with the general plan, zoning code, housing element, the Planning Commission recommendation, staff is also recommending that City Council find the proposed subdivision falls within the scope of the adopted CEQA addendum prepared for the project and no further analysis is required. And a resolution approving the vesting tentative map to merge 2 parcels and create 1 lot subdivision for the purposes of 11 townhomes and common area at 1530, 1540 Pomeroy, subject to the findings and conditions of approval. The applicant for the project, Omid, is here tonight, and he is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I'm going to ask if there's any questions of our staff, our Community Development Director. Councilmember Jane. All right.
I know that the 1530 Pomeroy has 1 car garage, but then they have 5 unbundled surface parking spots, which would actually make it two cars per unit. How does the unbundled parking work? Because typically for unbundled parking, somebody pays for it, right? If you're in an apartment complex and you unbundle the parking, somebody has to pay for that. So I'm trying to understand that concept of unbundled.
Okay. So I do know that it's meeting the code, and our code actually encourages unbundled parking. I also know that the parking is meeting the requirements for the number of 1.5 spaces for the units. And would you like to talk about how you're doing the unbundled parking?
Are you the applicant?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the
This
council.
doesn't count towards your time, so if you just want to answer
My name
this
is
question.
Omid, O-M-I-D, last name is Shakeri, S-H-A-K-E-R-I, and I'm the applicant. We provided the parking, the unbundled parking based on the development requirement of the city. For an R3, the city requires 1.5 parking spaces per unit. Half of that has to be unbundled. So that is why actually we exceed the number of parking spaces that is required for this job.
Thank you. So that was our only council question. You're the applicant. This is a public hearing.
Yes.
So I want to make sure you get your time as well to make your presentation.
I appreciate if there's no other.
Councilmember Jane?
My question was not answered. Typically, in an apartment complex, when you have unbundled, the parking spot doesn't come with the unit. So are these parking spots, are they guest spots?
Yes, they're guest parkings and they're not for rent, or it is just for all the guests.
They're guest parking?
Yes.
Okay, that's, and the homeowners association can decide if they want to allocate that to the residents?
That is correct.
I
That would be
understand.
association, but it
Okay.
would be kept mostly for guest parking, so.
Thank you, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, again, thank you. This is a public hearing. You have a chance now. If you'd like to make a presentation, this is your time.
I know you had a very long evening,
No, that's
so I'm
okay.
just going to.
No, we appreciate it. If you would like to say something.
Just if answer any questions you have. I think planning director actually did a fantastic job in presenting our proposal. So if there is a question, I'd be more than glad to answer.
Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? If not, we're going to go to the public. Thank you very much. So stay close in case you have a chance to come back. So this is a public hearing. Is there any member of the public that would like to make any comments about this application? Do we have anyone online? No. Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Councilmember Gonzalez.
So moved.
We have a motion by Councilmember Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Chahal. Close the public hearing. City Clerk, when you're ready. Councilmember Park, your light's on for closing the public hearing? No. All right. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. So, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I understand that this meeting's going very quickly, but I do have some questions, so the comments. I do know this place very well. I know that we previously had a number of higher density projects proposed for this area. I mean, there's one across the way that had only 5 units. And one of the reasons that we had traditionally pushed back on this area is this is where the road narrows quite a bit. As you get past the creek, it goes down to 2 lanes, and those are 2 very narrow lanes without additional, and that's, I believe, where this project is. I mean, the concerns at the time were ingress, egress for the amount of traffic that this would be generating, you know, in a place where it was pretty much bottlenecked along Pomeroy. I do know that if some of the people who lived there, you know, hadn't left or gone away in some way or another, that this would be the biggest issue that they brought up for this project as well. I looked a little bit at the Planning Commission meeting. I think that there was some discussion about transit, but again, I think like trying to fit in these units for density, trying to simply go by numbers and meet the code, I think that's certainly a way to do it, and that's certainly allowed. But there were many projects that were proposed for this area, I mean, through the years. And if I look at those and I remember what the concerns were, all of the concerns were the amount of traffic, the density for that particular place on Pomeroy. Did we get any comments about this? Did we get any feedback on this beyond what I can see here?
I did take a look at the public comments. No, there weren't such comments. And Councilmember Park, if I may, I know that there were other projects probably prior to this, but what's really changed is the housing element and our obligations for RENA. And then the other thing that's changed is in 2017, we are required to meet VMT, which is how traffic is now analyzed.
Okay, but our requirements for RENA and to meet VMT don't outweigh the safety and other concerns. I mean, at some point, we would still do things from a safety perspective and from a meets the standards perspective above and beyond just it meets the numbers. At some point, we were looking at what would be safe for that area. Is that true? I believe that when we denied a project across the way, we denied that project based on number of how much traffic there would be in a place that's down from a school where a lot of people do use that as a transit. I'm not saying this is going to be a reason that I deny the project. I just want to make sure that we've had the full discussions.
To my knowledge, we have. I mean, the project is very close to El Camino Real. It's also very close to commercial projects. Right on El Camino Real. It's within walking distance of transit and many amenities. So,
yeah, it's not the amenities. It's that area is a very narrow place, and adding more traffic along that stretch, that particular stretch, was seen as not a good thing to do. I mean, I understand that it's close to amenities. You're trying to justify the density. Sure. But, at some point, my question was, is it safe for the area?
Let me take that, council member. I totally understand that you're raising a density question. What staff articulated is that didn't come up in this round of public engagement around this project. I'll also add, because you've referenced safety, in no part of staff's analysis did they determine that adding these additional units would create an unsafe condition in this area. And so understand that you're articulating that you've heard that or you may think that, but just for the record, staff does not believe that adding these units will create an unsafe condition.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just bringing it up because I happen to know, I've happened to have spoken at many.
May I respond? So our planning manager, through the chair,
Yes, go
Our
ahead.
planning manager just looked up the traffic study, and with the traffic study, with this proposed project, it would still maintain a level of service of C.
Okay, well,
So
that's the level of
unchanged.
service, which is a kind of a different thing. I just know that when we had projects prior to this, that, you know, I've spoken on some of these projects. We've had projects that had a fraction of the density of this project, and the issue of safety and you know, noting that it was a narrower street, that came up, and just kind of surprised that this was not did not even come up in staff consideration of this. It's just surprising. I'm not saying it's.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask the applicant, would you like to make any closing statements?
Thank you. Actually, there was an environmental review done, the negative declaration. What is it found? That there is no significant impact on the traffic, and they did evaluate the traffics and all the other issues. So as far as concerns from Councilmember Park, the environmental review found there is no impact. And then also keep in mind that we are at the very low end of the density. We're at 20 units per acre. We're not. We could have done significantly more units there, but we did keep it where it is to make sure to have that in mind also.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for the record, I lived there 0.226 miles away from that development for 15 years. So definitely, and with the decrease in speed in school zones that we passed on consent, gosh, a few months ago, I don't see any problem with this. I move for the staff recommendation, which is item 1 and item 2.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Chahal. When you're ready, City Clerk.
Yes, motion on the floor is staff recommendation.
Madam Mayor, staff here just can't recall if you closed the public hearing. You
Yes.
did? Okay, perfect.
Okay, please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Thank you for
continuing
your patience.
hearing our item. We
Thank
appreciate
you,
it.
and
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for hanging in there with us. Now, last but not least, we have one more. Thank you. A public hearing action on item number 9, public hearing action on the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, mitigation monitoring and reporting program, general plan amendment, rezone investing tentative subdivision map, and then the numbers for the property located at 1400 Coleman Avenue to allow the development of 142 townhouse units and associated on and off-site improvements. Community Development Director,
I'm back.
Hamid.
Thank you. Again, thank you for your patience. I know it's a long evening, and I want to again recognize staff that's been working so hard on this. Leslie Xavier, our planning manager, Nimisha Agrawal, who's our senior planner, and Alexander Abbey Sander with our city attorney's office. So this is, I'll just go into the first slide. It's a request for 142 townhome units with associated on and off-site improvements at 1400 Coleman Avenue. There are 4 requests tonight before you. The first one is an initial study in mitigated neg deck, mitigation monitoring reporting program, general plan amendment from regional commercial to high-density residential, a rezone for the project from commercial regional to high-density residential, and a vesting tentative map subdivision for condominium purposes, along with conditions of approval. These are discretionary approvals for tonight. The project site is in the red rectangle. It is 3.8 acres. The general plan is regional commercial, zoning is commercial regional. And on the existing site is 2-story office building with 1-story light industrial building and a surface parking lot. This is what the current site looks like. It is considered an underutilized site. These are the current general plan and zoning for the project. Commercial regional zone, the purpose of commercial regional zone is to provide land areas for a broad range of commercial uses, from regional serving to large-scale commercial. And it's the intent of this zone to encourage the development of unique commercial shopping environments. And this zone implements the regional commercial land use designation for the general plan. So the background on this project, it is within the station area focus area, which is currently underway. It is not yet adopted. The airport, San Jose International Airport, is about 500 feet away to the northeast. Santa Clara Transit Center is about 0.3 miles away. It is a transit-rich area, and it's served by Caltrains, ACE, and VTA. In October 2024, Council approved a two-way Class 4 protected bikeway along the east side of Coleman between Brokaw and Reed, and the project was also approved by the Airport Land Use Commission on August 27, 2025. So the details of the project, it's 142 for-sale townhomes, and the density that they are proposing is 37.4 dwelling units per acre. There will be 12 four-story townhouse-style buildings. The maximum height will be 50 feet. They will have a 0.45 area of common recreational space. This is all private to the development. There is no publicly owned park space here. They are proposing a new 26-foot wide two-way private street. The street is off Coleman. 20% of the units, or 29 units, will be affordable units at very low or moderate. They're proposing, even though this is a transit-rich area, they are not required by state law to provide any parking, but they are proposing 234 parking spaces. 194 of those will be in the garage, and 40 of those will be on the surface. They're also proposing Class 1 and 7 Class 2 bike parking, which is short-term parking. So this is the site plan. They have taken care to cluster the units together in order to get some recreational spaces for the residents there. The one nice feature is that their site plan along Coleman Avenue does have the residential units fronts facing Coleman Avenue, so it creates a nice dialogue with the street. They are also proposing additional amenities like a barbecue area, which is circle number 1. They're proposing a dog park, which is towards the back, which is circle number 2. There will also be a community garden, and there'll be places for a barbecue and other places like a trellis area for residents. General plan conformance. The project includes a general plan amendment from Santa Clara Station regional commercial to high-density residential. On balance, the project is consistent with the general plan, and we've listed the policies with the proposed density, adding market rate and 29 deed-restricted affordable housing units, redeveloping an underutilized site. Early community outreach was conducted with 2 community meetings consistent with the station area focus area. The residential development is within walking distance of a transit station, and there will be interconnected pedestrian paths. For the zoning conformance, it requires a rezone for the property from commercial regional to high-density residential. It meets the intent of the R4 zone. They have clustered the units and done innovative site planning. They've provided on-site recreational amenities and located the near neighborhood commercial centers. It meets most of the regulations of high-density residential. They're also seeking waivers to the side setbacks as well as the rear setbacks. They're seeking a waiver for the private open space and also for the common open space. The project is also proposing a tentative subdivision map for 2-lot subdivision. And in accordance with Chapter 17.05, the project requires a tentative subdivision map approval. On July 1st, 2025, the subdivision committee reviewed and deemed the application cleared, satisfying code requirements, and included conditions of approval. Public outreach was done by the developer on October 20th in person, and 6 members of the community attended. And on March 31st, it was virtual with 13 members of the community attending. The key topics at these meetings was the site plan, consistency with the station area specific plan, deliveries, affordability, relocation of commercial tenants, and project timeline. 6 letters of support were received. 1 letter was in opposition. The opposition was a preference for single-level house instead of multi-level townhomes. A CEQA analysis was done, and it was a mitigated neg deck to address the potential environmental impacts. Most of the topics covered by CEQA were found to be less than significant impact or no impact. There are mitigations included in the MMRP, which is attached. The project will be 100% electric, so it will be supporting the greenhouse gas emission reductions. And then there were 5 public comments received during the circulation of the CEQA document. And these comments were addressed and prepared and posted on the CEQA, Project CEQA page. The Planning Commission action, it went to Planning Commission on August 13, and the Planning Commission recommended an approval of 601. The discussion topics were visibility, safety concerns, Silicon Valley Power's ability to supply power, and it was confirmed that they will be able to supply power. Coordination or outreach to Santa Clara Station Area Plan Task Force, and that was done. It was communicated to them, and there weren't any comments. Whether it would meet the RENA numbers or contribute to the RENA numbers, and it was confirmed that all 142 townhome units would contribute. The nearest bus stops, unit design for all ages. In other words, could there be a possibility for a bedroom on the first floor? The applicant has redesigned 5 of the units to include one bedroom on the first floor. Fence height on the south, the Planning Commission wanted to see a taller height, but after discussion, it was determined that the 6-foot height would be compliant. Traffic noise concerns, the applicant is providing a certain window type, I forgot what it's called, STC, right? STC, and that will help mitigate any noise concerns. And then the architecture, there were no public speakers at the Planning Commission hearing. The recommendation is the following: adoption of the mitigated neg deck and approving the MND and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. General plan approving the amendment to change the land use designation from regional commercial to high density. Rezoning, approving a rezoning of the project from commercial regional to high density residential, and investing tentative map approval. The applicant is also here tonight, and they do have a PowerPoint presentation, and then staff is here to take any questions. Thank you.
We'll start with the staff questions. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. You did brief us on this before, and that's going to help us all tonight a lot. You went through something very quick, and I didn't catch it. I do not see anything about a waiver. And you mentioned 2 waivers, and I wanted to make certain I understood those.
Would you like me to
That's it
respond?
for the questions, yeah. Yeah, go ahead, respond.
So yes, they are requesting waivers. What is required is a side setback of 10 feet, and 5 feet is provided. A rear setback of 10 feet is required, and 9 feet is provided. A private open space of 60 square feet is required, and 52 is provided. And I can get into more details on that. For the common open space, 28,400 square feet is required, and 17,600 is proposed. Those are the waivers that they have requested. And let me just explain the private open space a little bit. So the private open space that is required is 60 square feet per unit for 50% of the units. The project provides balconies for 50% of the units. However, for 31 of those units, the square footage is only 52 square feet, 8 square feet less than the requirement.
Looks like I have other council questions as well. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I spoke with the applicant and I listened to the briefing. My question was that it seems like every parking space is allocated to a resident unit. So where would any guest parking be? And I know that there's a little bit of parking on Brokaw, I think, but if you're going to have like an event, is there an agreement with one of the businesses nearby or anything? This may be more for the applicant. But has the city been working on, I know this is not part of the station area plan. It's before the station area plan is finalized, but you know, we've had issues where you're not required to provide parking and they're providing parking, but there's no guest parking. So if you have a dinner party or something, where are your guests going to park? So I wanted to
I will let
understand
the
that.
applicant respond to that.
And then
Do you have other questions?
are these the only elevations with the color palette and the material types? I didn't see those. I know that when I met with Pamela, the colors were very preliminary, so
I believe it still needs an architect.
I want to get all the questions out before, sorry. I know
that's it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cox?
Just want to quickly understand if, I saw in public comment, the only kind of negative feedback was again about the single unit or the accessibility. I'm wondering if the 5 units now having bedrooms on the first floor addresses that specifically, or if there was a tie. And then, again, just want to vocalize support as, you know, somebody who works at the university closely with housing. This meets huge needs, so.
Thank you, that's it now. That's it.
Okay, so there is a question about where is the guest parking. The applicant is here and I will let them respond to that. The elevations, this still has to go to the Development Review Committee for the architectural approval. So what we have is this, and then I think the applicant also has a presentation and they can elaborate on that. As far as Councilmember Cox, your question, what they did is since the Planning Commission hearing and the comment about providing units on the first floor, what they did is they modified their floor plan so that there are now, within 5 of the units, there is a bedroom on the first floor.
Thank you. All right, it is a public hearing. I'm going to go now to the applicant. The applicant has time, I think 10 minutes. Yes. Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I feel very privileged to be here on when you guys did the Latino Heritage Month, because I myself was born in Lima, Peru, and I went to engineering school at Santa Clara University, so I just felt very emotional back there when I saw the students come up here. But I timed this with my family earlier, and it was 8 minutes, so I'm going to try to be too shy of that. So thank you so much for everybody for being here. It's now tomorrow. And just for Demisha, Leslie, Afshan, and I can't express to everybody. I swipe? Okay. Okay. Oh, beautiful. My name is Pamela Salas-Needing, and I'm Vice President at City Ventures. And I'm also Planning Commissioner in my hometown, so I know the love of your home and the dedication that it takes to be here, even when it's this late. We're excited to be back here before you today, as we were the city's first solar all-electric project in the city of Santa Clara, actually on Alviso Street. And for those of you that don't know much about City Ventures, we're a sustainable Bay Area builder that primarily focuses on infill developments. Our company actually came to life as a core belief in creating partnerships with municipalities, and sustainability, as you can see here, is a big part of that. As Afshan was mentioning, the 3.7-acre site is located at 1400 Coleman Street, kitty-corner to Costco and the Gateway Crossings project. We know we aren't the first, but we're glad to be pioneering the housing in this area. The exciting part of this project, besides it being very close to my alma mater, is that it's within a half a mile from Santa Clara University, Caltrain, and the new Brokaw underpass, which was a great investment by the city to really transform this area. The underpass and future transit plans at the Caltrain station unlocks the exact type of urban housing development that is needed here. I, like I mentioned before, was a student at Santa Clara University, proudly obtaining my civil engineering degree, and due in part to the high cost of housing, I myself had to commute to school until I was blessed with the scholarship that allowed me to live on and off campus. Now, as an adult that sits at the university's engineering advisory board, I can tell you firsthand, as Councilmember Cox mentioned, that retaining talent, even at the university level, can be difficult due to the high cost of housing. The site is being used for commercial development. Here's a few photos. You can see there's a lot of asphalt. Really quick, if we can go back in time, in 2010, the city of Santa Clara celebrated its past, its present, and its future. And part of why we're here so late is because the city is already looking forward to its future. In all three phases of its future, it contemplated an urban development dream of a land use guided by connectivity, sustainability, and placemaking, and called it the Station Area Plan. Since then, the city has not stopped in its pursuit of pursuing its future. It's been a long time coming, but in 2022, council appointed the Station Area Task Force. Since then, the city and the task force, having worked hard to implement the vision, started long ago with community meetings, property owner meetings, and regular task force hearings. We're proud to say that our project was integrated as the city's preferred development and incorporated into the Station Area Plan, which you can see right here. But the work didn't stop there. On our end, we've had the pleasure of working on this project for over 4 years, from community meetings, university outreach, and work done with city leadership and staff. I'm not gonna go through all of this here because of the time, but you can see the effort. Staff was tough but fair, and it's really what made the product worthy of first allowing us to go before Planning Commission and now before you. Now, they say it's the details that really make a project, and in this instance, I had the privilege of receiving feedback from Afshan and others, from those that know and love this community. Those details to others may seem small, but it's what can create the fabric of a community. At the Planning Commission hearing, the item that stood out to me was the ability to have a few units that allowed the community to grow older. Again, a comment with the intention of creating a fabric of both young and old. While we are working with a higher density product that typically precludes the single family product, that most would associate with an aging in place. We were able to identify units, just like Afshan said, that with some careful crafting could have a ground floor bedroom and bathroom, which you see over on the right. Some additional examples of feedback include water taps for the community garden, alternate modes of transportation with scooters and rideshare parking and locks for the scooters, a sink at the community barbecue area to really create that place, and guidance on good neighbor practices. Again, all comments to grow the values and fabric of this community. We also worked on several iterations of our affordable housing program with the Lane from Your Housing Department, which resulted in the 29 units that are spread throughout all of our plan types, from studios to 3 bedrooms, for an average AMI of 83%. The idea is to provide housing that is more affordable primarily through design, regulatory practices, and construction, rather than subsidies and grants and the like. Key aspects include efficient units, fewer parking requirements, innovative construction techniques that don't just survive during the build-up, but extend to the buyers for the long term, such as energy efficiency, low maintenance, durability, etc. There's an emphasis here for walkable locations and having a design that matches the needs of the missing middle and the first-time home buyer. The goal is to be able to have everyone be able to participate in the housing market. And finally, I present to you the project. The design, as Afshan mentioned, is using the city's R4 high-density design residential zoning standards. Now, we went through several iterations with unit types, layout, prioritization of outdoor areas, and even parking. Now, while this project falls under the law that eliminates parking requirements, it was an important factor, parking, so we worked very closely with the city to ensure that every unit had at least one reserved parking spot for their own use or their guests. And this resulted in the project's total of 235 units. And I also have a separate slide after this that I can show, because I did a test run of neighborhood parking to address for parties and the like. For off-site elements, we focused on having a strong streetscape with front doors along the public street to create vibrancy, dedicating 5.5-foot sidewalk, 8-foot detached sidewalk. Also, the new street trees make an experience comfortable for the pedestrians. For on-site, while it being an urban site with high density, there's intentionality with each spaces. From a community garden, dog run, Woonorf paseos with beautiful string lights, open lawn area, shade trees, and overhead trellises, there's a place for all. Lastly, at the center of the project here is the spine, or urban streetscape, which really ties all these elements together. The goal was to create a sense of place, a sense of homecoming, and a sense of warmth. So when you return home, it feels good to be in your home, which is one of the words that I noticed was part of the survey earlier. And all of these elements resulted in a 142 stacked condominium project that you see before you today. Here's a few imagery from the landscape areas that I had mentioned earlier. So now, 2 minutes, perfect. So now we are 15 years after the city of Santa Clara celebrated its past, present, and future, with the ability to bring forward its future into reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of the applicant? Council, before I go to the public? Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, can you elaborate on the parking? Yeah, and then maybe also the color palette. I know what you showed me was very preliminary, so. Yeah.
Is it okay if I see that? Okay, so Councilmember Jane, these renderings that you see on the right is what's going to be included in the design review committee, and we eliminated that baby blue and gave it more of that gray tone, so it doesn't feel like I'm going to my kid's baby shower. Although I had 2 girls, but you know. So that's that, and all those elements, and then the other thing that we worked really hard on. Oh dear. Oh, sorry, can I go after the thank you? Oh, sorry, the other
way.
Yeah, the other way. Yes. So after we discussed, we did a bit of research, and so we were trying to see who had open availability in their parking lot, and we were also trying to figure out how do people park even in single-family homes where they have a party. So actually, right before, normally, when I was thinking about dinner parties, I was thinking to myself, dinner parties, like actual dinner. And so what I did was, before I came here, I sat and I parked on Brokaw, Martin, Carl, just to see kind of the flow. And so my staff and I have been kind of monitoring that area. And I created this exhibit for you, council member, just to show that they're actually, after the businesses close, then there's a ton of opportunity for housing. That being said, I have contacted, I'm getting into contact with the trophy shop next door. Although when I drove by today, because the gaming center is open till 10 p.m., their parking lot was packed. But at the very least, I felt safe walking on Brokaw and Martin, and so this could be a very good solution for anybody that's hosting a large party, just as if you lived in a single-family home, you would park in the neighborhood. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
First off, I'm going to say I appreciate the intentionality of all the details I saw in there. And I appreciate that you know about the bike path that we helped push through on BPAC, and the BART station, which will work. We're hoping that we will get that. We do have the bike path under there now, but you have a way to get to the other side of the tracks in an appropriate way. So I appreciate that you saw that. When I look at this site, the one question I have is, if you are coming up, I'm trying to think if it's kind of northwest, if you're on the side of where the development would be on Coleman there, of course you may turn in and turn out right, but I think because you're right there by Costco, you cannot turn left into that site. Is that correct?
You actually can, and
Is
it
there
was analyzed in the traffic analysis, because I was paying attention about traffic earlier. And so they talk about entering and exiting on both, so you can go into the center lane and then.
Oh, there is the center.
Yeah.
Okay, I was trying to remember.
Yes.
Thank you. That makes me feel much
And then
better.
for safety, they did sight distance triangles to make sure that you could actually see.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go to the public now. This is a public hearing. I see one hand up, or card, Sean. Sean here, online? Sean Collins?
Sean Collins is with the Santa Clara University, and he was here earlier, and I think he also submitted a letter in support of the project.
Yeah, okay, so we did receive that. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this project? I don't see anyone online. All right, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? Councilmember Park?
I can make a motion to close public hearing. I also have comments.
Councilmember Park, motion to close public hearing, seconded by Councilmember Chahal. Please register your vote. That passes unanimously. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so after hearing the presentation and looking at the additional slides, thank you very much. Full disclosure, I also did talk to the applicant. Actually, I'm very happy that most of the comments that we had made it into the presentation, had a lot of changes, so I'm very happy about that. It's always nice to feel like you've been heard. I did have a couple of questions. So the affordable housing, we know, are deed restricted. So I believe the deed restriction for ownership is 45 years. And the comment that I had previously was that I know a lot of, well, I know at least 2 residents in my district who purchased BMR housing, and it was townhouse type housing, where they purchased it when they were in their 30s or 40s, and now they were in their 60s, and they could no longer go up the stairs. And that's one of the reasons why they came to me, because one of them sold, another one, I think, had one of their children move in with them. But my question is, you've modified 5 of the units to allow bedrooms on the first floor, but you don't actually mean bedrooms on the first floor. You actually mean bedrooms on the first livable floor, which would be the second floor. Is that correct?
We're going to take the questions. I'm sorry. Finish your questions.
Because, at some point, and like there's 5, but when we have, deed restrictions 45 years, I mean, people are much older at the end of that time or during that time. And the concerns that I've seen within my district, where people, they didn't expect when they were in their 30s and 40s, that 20 years later they would have back or leg issues. And my concern is, how do we ensure, like, I see a lot of ADA compliance, in the parking areas, but it sounds like you've got some of the changes for the 5 units. But is there a way that we can reconfigure more than those 5 units? Are those complete remodels, complete changes, or is there something that we can do to reconfigure other units or similar units to support, bedrooms on the first floor? Thank you.
Councilmember okay, there's no other questions. That's a question. Is that a question, comment? That's a question, I think. Applicant?
So what we did was, I didn't have a lot of time because I had to get approval from our CEO. So to answer your question, it's not on the first livable, it's literally on the ground floor. So there's a bathroom and a bedroom, and from an ADA, from a grading perspective, those units I knew immediately would be no problem to be able to convert. So I hope that answers. We're endeavoring to try to provide.
Okay.
But that was for right now what I could immediately be able to, with confidence, say the engineering works.
Okay, so, because I don't think I see the plans in here. It looks like it's a recent, are those in here?
No, because it literally is a response to a public comment, a letter that I got in Planning Commission.
Yeah.
So we've literally been drinking from a fire hose trying to include it for today.
Understood. And I guess my question was.
It's in my presentation. Oh, yeah.
Is it?
It's right. So this is the new architectural design that we created.
I see. So you removed one of the tandem spaces for.
Yes, and then because that unit already had a bathroom, and so I added the bedroom.
Understood. No, that makes a lot of sense. My other question is, I believe you have 29 affordable units, and the 29 units would be affected by the deed restrictions. Why was the decision only for 5?
Deed restrictions?
Well, why was the decision to only modify 5 of the 29 affordable units for, was it that there were only 5 units that had this design that you could modify?
So in order for the way we picked those sites, and our architect is here, is first, what I did was I highlighted only the units that had already a bathroom on the ground floor. So I had to start there first. Then what we wanted to do is to make sure that if it was a senior, because my brother's in a wheelchair too, to make sure that from a grading perspective, that the accessibility met rigorous California Building Code standards. So that's why I was very limited on what units that I could convert. But these units that I had discussed with the ladies was what we had reviewed and could confidently say that I could easily convert it, keeping the bathroom and maintaining ADA accessibility.
Understood. I appreciate all the work you did to do that. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make a motion for staff recommendation for the 4 items.
second that.
All right, we have a motion for the staff recommendation and a second by Councilmember Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Chahal, your light's on.
Yeah, I just wanted to make quick comments. Thank you for presentation, and I appreciate the 20% affordability, which has gone above the 15% we already have. And it's in my district over here. The property is in my district, so I appreciate your new development over there. Thank you.
City Manager, you have something to say?
Yes, just right before the council vote, I just wanted to take a moment and thank the developer. I think I started in May of '23, and this preliminary app was submitted in August. And we've had a number of meetings. I've attended a number of meetings personally. And when City Ventures said that there have been many iterations, there have been several iterations to arrive at what's before you tonight. So I know it's late. I just wanted to thank the developer because it was very much a back and forth with staff to arrive at a workable plan.
I think it's a really nice project. I was questioning the location of it for sale housing, but I think it's really a great project, and certainly is needed in Santa Clara. So well done, well done. Well, let's assume it passes. All right, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk, when you're ready.
Motion on the floor is staff recommendation 1 through 4.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. So it was all worth it, waiting till 1:10 in the morning. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you, Afsham, as well. All right, we're going to reports of members, special committees, and council member 033 requests.
We had one item that was pulled.
What's that? We're not doing it. We're not doing that now. They were sent home.
Yeah, the mayor's referring to the audit item. Given the late hour and one of our breaks, I told staff that we would work on rescheduling that at a different time.
All right, City Manager, Executive Director, do you have anything you want to say?
No report.
All right, we're going to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of that 11th grader, Isaiah Mendoza. So seeing that and adjourning in his honor, we'll send a letter to his family. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.